the playbill into evidence, bagged it. She continued through, making ordered piles: plays, concerts, dance theater, performance art, and frowned when she came on a second playbill for Shake It Up, same dates. Did you take his too, Dina? Shit! She grabbed Seal It from her desk, coded her hands. She paged through the second book and found a small notation inside a heart above the summary. D&D, 5/16/60. One's his. One's gotta be. She logged and bagged the second playbill, then placed a link call to Joe Jennings. Her mother answered. Not frazzled this time, Eve thought. Weary. Ms. Jennings, I need to speak with Joe. Lieutenant, my girl's wrecked. Just devastated. Do you know she's blaming herself? Blaming herself for not telling anyone. Dina was seeing a boy. All she did was keep her word to her best friend, but she's crushed with guilt for it now. It may help her if she can do something to help. I just want confirmation on something, if she can give it to me, and it could be extremely important to the investigation. All right. Miss Jennings rubbed her forehead. She's in her room. She's barely come out since you came, and she may be sleeping. I'm not going to wake her if she's sleeping. The link cut to Holding Blue. Eve used her comp to email a priority message to Berensky at the lab. Have a possibility for Prince regarding the McMasters homicide. Will hand-deliver ASAP. This is priority. Don't give me any shit. Lieutenant, Joe's here. I'm going to stay with her. That's fine. Joe, I need to know if Dina went with the boy she was seeing secretly to a musical production at Columbia University on May 16th. I don't know. Would she have told you? I know she enjoyed theater, got excited about theater. She saved playbills. She had a large collection of them. He was supposed to take her that night, and he killed her. Tears sprang and spilled. But it wasn't the first time they were supposed to go see a play together, was it? She said he really liked theater, too. He's just a liar. She said it fiercely, bitterly. Just a liar. Lieutenant, that's enough. Hold on. May 16th, Joe. They'd been seeing each other for about 4 weeks then. It was a musical about college students, performed by college students. I bet she enjoyed it. Shake It Up. That's right. Did she go with him? It was like an anniversary. A month. She met him for dinner, then they went to the play. He gave her a little stuffed dog. Eve remembered the collection of animals. What kind of dog? A little brown and white one. If you rub its ears, it says, I love you. Mom! Okay, baby, okay. That's all, Lieutenant. Joe, you helped me a lot. You helped Dina by talking to me, by remembering. I did? Yes, you did. Thank you. Joe turned her face into her mother's breast. Ms. Jennings nodded at Eve, then clicked off. Eve grabbed the evidence bag, strode out, swung by Peabody's desk. I may have something. 2 playbills for a Columbia performance. One the best friend confirms Dina attended with the unsub on May 16. 2? She kept his. Seems logical. I'm taking them to the lab now, personally. I've got more I want to input in the searches, but this unit won't deal with it. I'm working from home after the lab. Rourke's up in EDD. Shit. Well, I'll see him at home later. I also need to go by the scene. He gave Dina one of the stuffed toys. Could get lucky there, too. I'll run it. Get that to the lab first thing in the morning. If I hit anything in the meantime, you'll be the first. Right. Do a secondary, adding in an Anders airboard, black with silver racing stripes. Street sport. He may have purchased that along with the shoes. Got it. Eve dragged out her link as she headed down to the garage. Lieutenant, Rourke said. I've got some field work, then I'm going to work from home. I'm heading out now. Just, FYI. His eyebrow raised. Then I suppose I'll have to get myself home. Sorry. When you do, we'll talk about that then. If you say so. I'll be there, eventually. Eat something, and don't wait for me, he ordered, and broke transmission. She frowned at the blank screen. She knew annoyed when she heard it. He shouldn't have poked into the cop work if he was going to get annoyed she couldn't hang around to give him a damn ride home. She stewed about it all the way to the lab and was primed to chew out Dickhead's heart if he gave her any grief. What is it? He barked at her. It's friggin' end of shift for me since you got me in here. He trailed off, paling a little as he scooted to a safe distance on his rolly stool. Jesus, Dallas, did you just growl? I'll do more than growl. I'll rip out your liver with my bare hands and eat it. She slapped the 2 sealed playbills down. One of these is gonna have his prints. I want his goddamn prints, and fuck your end of shift. Hey, hey, hey! You used to at least offer me a decent bribe. Not that I'd take one under the circumstances, he added hurriedly. Just saying. Shoulders hunched, he drew one of the playbills out with tongs, set it on a sterile pad. He ran a scanner over the front, keyed in something on his comp, blew out a long, suffering breath. Got smears, and lots of them. Some partials, a couple of decents, and that's just the cover of one. Do you know how many people handle this kind of thing? You got the people who put them together, pack 'em, ship 'em, unpack 'em, divvy them up, pass them out. I want every print and smudge on both of them, inside and out, analyzed and ID'd. It's not a fucking snap. We'll do it. We'll get it done. But it's not a fucking snap with this many hands on 'em. Just get me the prints. I'll do the eliminating. Damn right you will. He pointed at her, stood, or sat his ground. We got you what you needed this morning. I worked this myself and put 2 of my best on it. We did our job, and we'll do this one too, so don't jump down my throat. Because she respected his annoyance and pride a lot more than his whining and bullshit, she nodded. The bastard who killed Dina McMasters handled one of these. Had to. I don't have a face. I don't have a name. I've got lines and avenues and angles, but I don't have a single viable suspect. We're going to hit the end of the first 48, and I've got no suspect. We'll get you what you need. She stepped back, hands in her pockets. 2 boxed seats, third base side, Yankees, first home game in July. He bared his teeth in a smile. That's more like it. What the hell, she thought, as she trudged back to her car. He'd have earned it. She started to head back uptown, toward home, then realized she wasn't all that far, not really, from Louise's new place in the West Village. A quick detour, and she could do her duty. Probably Louise wasn't even home. Probably. And if Charles was, she could just make noises about stopping in on the way home to see if there was anything she could do for Saturday. She'd be off the hook, and it wouldn't take more than 30 minutes. Excellent plan. She called up the address, which she couldn't remember, on her in-dash, and began weaving and dodging her way toward the more trendy sector. Shady trees, old brownstone and brick, tidy little front courtyards gave this slice of the West Village a neighborhood appeal. Flowers bloomed. Little dogs pranced on the ends of leashes held by people who could afford to stroll on a weekday afternoon. Vehicles, of the smart and shiny variety, lined the curbs. She snagged a spot 2 blocks from her destination and used the walking time to run probabilities. Mira's profile said he worked, and since he had better than average skills, maybe he worked in that field. The computer gave the idea some merit with a 72.1 probability. Going with that, she thought, if he'd attended Columbia, he'd have taken courses. More, certainly, than were required for any degree. Possibly he majored in some field. Tap the source there, she thought, and refined her search request to Peach Lapkoff to include students from southern states who'd majored in or had a strong focus in degrees. Immersed, she might have walked by if Louise hadn't hailed her. "Dallas! You have to be the last person I expected to see walking by." Distracted, Eve stopped, glanced over. And there was the bride-to-be with her sunny hair under a pink ball cap, wearing a dirt-smeared T-shirt and a pair of baggy cotton pants. The doctor held some sort of little shovel in her hand, while flowers burst into bloom at her feet. "I was in the neighborhood, sort of." "Did you actually do that?" Eve gestured to the flowers spreading and climbing behind a pretty iron gate. "I did! Who knew?" Laughing, Louise pulled off gloves the same color as her cap. "I was going to get someone to do it. Then I thought, for God's sake, I can dig into someone's abdomen. I ought to be able to dig in some dirt. It's fun." Okay. She wasn't sure about that part, but the results were fairly mag. "It looks great. I wanted to get it all in before the wedding. Some of the out-of-town guests are coming for dinner tomorrow night. I have to be insane adding a dinner party to the list, but I can't stop myself. Come in! You have to see the house." "I'm just swinging by," Eve said when Louise opened the gate. "On my way home. To work. But I thought I'd see if there's anything you need or that I could do to help you out before the deal. I think everything's right on schedule, which is helped by the fact I'm ridiculously hyper and out of my mind. I had no idea I'd be such a lunatic about every tiny detail." She led the way up the path, through the flowers, to the main front door. "I have lists of lists, and I'm enjoying every minute of it." "It shows. You look stupid happy. In a good way." "I am, exactly. We are. Charles is down in his office with clients. He'll be another hour at least." "How's that going for him?" "It's going great. And it's so much what he wants now. This is all so much what we want." She opened the door, gestured Eve into the foyer. Smooth, Eve would have said, with walls in warm, subtle color, accented with streamlined mirrors and bold art. A sleek table held slim, sinuous bottles in various sizes and sharp colors. The theme continued with that mix of bold and quiet when Louise grabbed her hand to pull her into a living area with more sleek in the lines of the sofa, a hint of curve in the shape of chairs. The impression was what she supposed would be upscale urban chic, with the personal touches of photos, flowers, and bits and pieces she remembered seeing in their individual apartments. "This place was empty when you bought it, right?" "Yes." Pleasure sparkled in Louise's eyes to silver. "We've had the best time furnishing and decorating it. We still need the finishing touches, but it looks finished." "Oh, not yet, but it's evolving. Let me show you the rest." Impossible to say no, so Eve trailed through the house and tried to make appropriate comments or noises when Louise rhapsodized about how she'd fallen in love with a particular lamp or chair. Throughout, the ambiance was style, slick, and somehow calm. "Charles isn't allowed in here yet." Louise opened a door. "This is bridal mania." Eve wouldn't have called it mania, but more organized chaos. In what she assumed would serve as a guest room, Louise had set up her wedding HQ. 2 open, partially packed suitcases sat on a bed, while gift and shipping boxes were tidily stacked or arranged in a corner. Wedding gifts, Eve supposed, that hadn't yet found their place. On a desk beside a mini D&C sat a stack of discs with a pile of note cards. In the center of the room sat a large, two-sided board covered with bits of material, photographs of flowers, outfits, hairstyles, food, charts, and timelines. Eyes narrowed, Eve circled it, only mildly surprised to see a comp-generated image of herself in the yellow gown. "It's like a murder board," she murmured, then winced. "Sorry, bad comparison." "Not entirely. It's the same principle. Everything that applies is on there, right down to the olive picks for the reception. I'm obsessed." She laughed a little desperately as she pressed her hands to her heart. "I've got charts and spreadsheets on the computer to keep track of gifts, responses, seating, wardrobe, including the honeymoon. It's like a drug." "You don't need me. Not for the details, but boy, otherwise." Louise grabbed Eve's hand again, then released it to wrap her arms around herself. The quick, jerky movements were completely out of character. "Maybe you need a drug," Eve suggested. "Ha! I'm nervous, and I never expected to be. We're changing our lives for each other, making a life with each other. It's what I want, and I want it more every day I'm with him." "That's good." "It's so good. But I'm nervous because I want the wedding, that one day, to be so perfect, so exact, I'm making myself nervous about all the things that can go wrong. Silly. I'm caught up in the fairy tale of the day." "Because you're not nervous or worried about what comes after it. The two of you already changed your lives, made your life. It's right here in this house." To Eve's concern, Louise's eyes went damp. "Oh, God, I do need you." She threw her arms around Eve. "That's right. You're exactly right. We did. We have. I'm not." Flummoxed, Eve patted Louise's back. "Okay." "I can worry about the limo being late picking me up at the hotel, or the flowers being off a shade, or what size flutes for the champagne, because marrying Charles doesn't make me nervous at all. It makes me happy and settled and content. Thank you." "No problem. Let's get out of here. We'll go down and have some coffee." "I really can't. I've got to get back to work." Louise stepped back, her gray eyes going somber. "It's that young girl, isn't it? The one who was raped and murdered in her own bedroom. I heard the report, and they said you were leading the investigation." "Yeah. I hope you find him quickly," Louise said, as they walked back downstairs. Her parents must be devastated. "We're working some angles." "Then I won't keep you, even though I wish you could stay. I'm so glad you came by. Now I can be nervous without being nervous about why I'm nervous." "So you say." Eve paused at the door as something clicked. "What hotel?" "Sorry? Why do you need a car to pick you up at a hotel?" Louise shrugged, and her expression turned sheepish. "More obsession. I don't want Charles to see me before the wedding because of the ridiculous bad luck myth. But maybe it's not a myth, so why take the chance? And since I'm going to need all day to get ready and deal with details, I decided I'd stay in a hotel the night before, get my spa services there, have Trina come in, do my nails, hair, makeup, that sort of thing." Here, Eve realized, was something she could do, should do, as matron of honor. "Cancel that. You can't stay in a hotel room, alone, the night before the deal. You can stay at the house, where it's all happening anyway." And she thought, here was the major sacrifice for friendship. "Trina can do whatever you need there. Maybe you want a couple of women friends with you. It's a ritual thing, right?" Face glowing, Stunned, Louise shot out her hands to grip Eve's. "That would be absolutely amazing! Absolutely perfect! It would mean a lot to me." "Then it's done." "Thank you." Louise hugged Eve again. "Thank you. Go log it in on your board. I'll see you Friday night." 5 o'clock rehearsal," Louise called out. "Sure." Did she know that? Eve wondered. Rehearsal? Jesus, they had to do it all twice? She pushed a hand through her hair as she walked back to the car. They'd probably have more charts and timelines and... Shit! Ignoring the insulted look from the pair of women she passed, Eve snatched out her communicator. "Feeney, check back on the security. See if there's another glitch, a lag, any anomaly previous to the night of the murder. Not too close," she added. "He wouldn't rehearse it, time it, too close to the actual murder." "You want me to pull off this, to wade through weeks? What if he'd been in the house before, cased it? Wait, let me talk to McMasters first, see if he noticed any blip." She cut Feeney off, tried McMasters as she quickened her pace to the car. "Captain, can you tell me if you experienced any problems with your security system over the past 6 months, even minor glitches?" "No." His eyes seemed to have sunken into his skull. "I run a system check weekly as a precaution. The upgrades added a few months ago claim that's unnecessary, but..." "What upgrades?" She got behind the wheel. "The maintenance company automatically informs us if and when upgrades are available." "When did you last upgrade?" "I'm not sure. I think sometime in March. I coordinated it with our annual maintenance check." "Does the company do the upgrades and the check in-house or on-site?" "Both." "I need the name of your maintenance company." "Security Plus. We've used them for years. They're top-rated." "Do you think someone there—" "I'm going to cover that angle, Captain. We're going to cover them all. I'll get back to you." She pushed her way uptown while she hit Feeney again. "Start in March," she told him. "McMasters got an upgrade on the system in March, and his maintenance company came in to add it. Company's Security Plus, and I'll run that down." "It would take balls to walk right into the house that way. And brains. He'd get a first-hand look at the system. Where it is, how it works, right on site. But we've already checked out the company. It's what we do. I've got the upgrade and the tech who plugged it in. He's clean, and he's 20 years too old to fit our guy. Worked for the company 15 years. Damn it. Maybe this guy's connected. Maybe he's got the same system and got the same upgrade. He'd get the same notice. Maybe he doesn't rehearse on site, but he damn well practiced. Run it anyway. I'll run down other clients with the same system, the same upgrades." "Save yourself the time. I'll get a man to run that down. It'll be quicker. Get back to me." "Wait! Shit! Wait! Does this company have more than one location?" "They've got a dozen in the metro area, counting New Jersey. He could still work for them. Work for them, be a client, or both." It felt right. "Let's push this. I'm in the field, then I'm working at home. Send me everything you get." "You asked for it," Feeney muttered, and clicked off. Chapter 13. To save time, Eve assigned 2 of her detectives to retrieve the stuffed toy from the crime scene and hand-deliver it to the lab. She wanted to push on the possible connection to the security company. When she walked into the house, she gave Somerset one brief glance. "Why don't you just outfit a droid in one of those funeral director suits and have it lurk in the foyer? It'd be livelier. Then I would miss your daily attempts at wit. I only need to attempt, as the target comes in at half." She bounded up the stairs, pleased. Half-wit, she thought, pretty good one. She went straight to her office, shedding her jacket on the way to her desk to check her incomings. The lengthy list of names from Peach Lapkoff proved the woman fast and efficient. Eve wished she had her on the payroll. Peabody had come through with the list of vendors within the city that carried all the items in question and added a memo that she'd be in the field checking them. She read over the list of Security Plus locations in Manhattan, the data on the tech who'd worked at McMasters's, and fought impatience when there was nothing incoming from Yancey before she got coffee. With it, she circled her board. One connection. Just one solid link, that's all I need. If you couldn't access the house and the system prior to the night of the murder, you'd still want to walk it through, wouldn't you? You're so careful, so precise. Working for the company, you could access the data without sending up any flag, or maybe you're good enough to hack into it from outside. She turned and circled back. I don't think so. Outside poses too many variables. But maybe you don't have to do that, because the Vic's given you enough data about the layout. That's not as precise, not as detailed, but it would be enough. She stopped, drinking coffee, rolling up to her toes, back to her heels. Maybe there's no glitch for us to find, because you could test that on your own. Solid E skills, but not genius. If you were stellar, you could have found a way to bypass the cameras without setting up a flag with a remote before you went in, but you had to do it from the inside. Input the virus to corrupt the hard drive. The system's too good for your skill set. She angled her head as she continued to study the board. I wonder, does it piss you off that you're good but not brilliant? Not exceptional enough to bypass the security cams? Not exceptional enough to get past McMasters's, the enemy's, security block? Does that get under your skin? I bet. Yeah, I bet that's a pisser for you, because he's rich enough, smart enough, careful enough to have the very best, and you can't quite slither through the very best. She worked to try to fit some of the new pieces together, then sat, feet up, eyes closed to try to think them together. Clients the smartest way, the safest way, she thought. But the systems are high dollar, extreme high, and require a private home for install. But it doesn't have to be your home. A friend's, a relative's, a client's. She thought of fresh questions and sat up to nag Feeney again. Incoming signaled and presented her with a list of employees and clients with a negative cross-reference already done, from Rourke. She cross-checked both lists with the fresh data from Columbia and hit another negative. Annoyed, she pushed up the pace. You're there. You're in there, you bastard. She circled, paced, sat. Worked it a dozen different ways from a dozen different launch points. And while she worked, Carleen Robbins died. In the loft, he checked and rechecked details. He'd logged her out of the building hours before and had sent her fiancé a very sweet text so she wouldn't be missed. He dressed, then placed his tools as well as her link, her PPC, and her memo book in his bag. Once again, he shut down the cameras, uploaded his virus. He walked out of the building and headed home. Cop work, Rourke thought, was bloody tedious. He had no doubt he'd be doing considerable more of it very shortly. But when he walked into the house, he was determined he'd be doing none of it until he'd had a decent meal and an hour to clear the buggering e-junk out of his head. "This is a change," Somerset commented. "You coming home late for dinner without notice and looking annoyed and tired. Then don't tempt me to insult you as Eve does." She's in her office, and has been since she got home. Is there any progress? Not nearly enough, considering. He continued up, and found her where he'd thought he would, at her desk, hunched over data and coffee. She pushed to her feet when he came in, but he pointed a finger to stop her before she spoke. "We're having a meal, since all you've had is coffee and a candy bar." She blinked, then noted she'd neglected to dispose of the wrapper. "I need to know if I'll tell you what there is to tell you, but I damn well want some food." "Okay." It occurred to her that he'd had less sleep than she had, and was juggling his work with hers. "I'll get it." His brows lifted. "Will you now?" "Yeah. How about a steak? We can probably both use the boost." "I damn well could." He reached out as she walked by, stroked her hair. "Thanks for that." While she went into the kitchen, he opened a bottle of wine. Deliberately, he turned his back on her murder board to keep it out of his head for a few minutes. A little clearing out time, he thought as he sipped. His brows rose again when she rolled out the dinner for two on a table when he'd assumed they'd eat at her desk. "Let's eat by the windows," she said, and nodded to the wine as she pushed the table toward them. "I could use a glass of that." He poured a second glass, then went to her, tapped the shallow dent in her chin, kissed her. "Hello, Lieutenant." "Hi, civilian. Let's take a breather." "I could use one nearly as much as I could use that red meat." "Okay." She sat, stabbed her fork into one of the salads she'd programmed with him in mind. "I went by to see Louise at her new place." Now his brows winged up. "Aren't you full of surprises?" "I was almost there anyway, and—" "Okay, I figured she wouldn't be there, so I could just leave a note and get, friend credit." Looking at her, listening to her, he laughed for the first time in hours. Never change. Well, it should have worked, but she was there, planting flowers, which who would expect? Astonishing. I don't have to eat sarcasm to recognize the flavor. Anyway, I had to go in and go through the place. I have to say it looks like them. Smooth and sophisticated, and now she's whacked with happy, which kind of infects anyone within a 10-foot radius. She stuffed salad in her mouth to get it over with. Like an airborne virus. God, you romantic fool. No wonder I adore you. She offered a smirk. So while I was infected, she's talking about how she's going to stay in a hotel the night before the wedding because she doesn't want Charles to see her on the day of, and she's got to get rubbed and polished and painted. I said she could stay here. She should, of course. And then I said how she'd probably want her women friends with her. I don't know where that came from. It just came out of the wacky, happy infection. It wasn't until I had some distance, and it was too damn late, that I realized one of those women will be Trina. Has to be. So now I've opened it all up to a bunch of women with wedding mania, one of whom will come at me. Oh, yes, she will. With gunk and goo. Her heart, Rourke thought, would always win out over her sense of self-preservation when it came to those who mattered to her. But think of the friend credit you'll accumulate. I don't know if it's worth it. Plus, murder, he said when she trailed off. You've already given me a breather and red meat. You don't have to stop yourself from talking about it. You look tired and irritable, and you almost never do. That's my job. He thought of Somerset's annoyed and tired, and felt the scowl take hold before he could stop it. I was both. I'm better at it. He laughed again. Got me there. I enjoy e-work as a rule, particularly when there's a challenge involved. But this is like trying to unravel a ball of string one thread at a time. Maybe we won't need it. I have other threads, and I'm tying them together. Yancey's working on his face. I've got various contact points, and when I pin him on one, there'll be others. I think he may be in the e-business, and he can afford a lot of toys, including the same security system involved. It's your system. You update it regularly. As technology emerges, refinements, options, yes. A customer would be given the option to add any or all of the new features or refinements, which McMaster's did in March. The timing's too damn good. A couple of weeks later, Dina meets her killer. I can't connect the killer on McMaster's to the tech who did the updates, but there's going to be one, to him or to the company. Security Plus. It's not mine. We bid out service and maintenance to companies, and customers have the option of choosing from them or, at their risk, using an independent. Security Plus is a solid organization and a service center for most top-of-the-line systems. But you upgraded the system in March. I can check. While you're at it, can you find out who bought the same system as McMaster's within the last 6 months? Year, she corrected. A year, and had the same upgrades done in March. He spent a lot of time on this project. He'd get the upgrades, too. He'd get every one of them. I'll warn you, it sells very well to a certain level of clientele, and most will spring for the upgrades. Something's going to cross eventually. The system, his employment, his education, his face, his motive, it's going to cross. It damn well had to cross. Then it's going to cross again and again. Then we're going to take that ball of string and shove it down his throat. I look forward to helping with that. For the girl, her parents, for you. And for the very selfish reason the fucker compromised my system. All good reasons. I'll get the data for you. It might take a bit. She indulged in another sip of wine. Why don't you set up a run and search, and we'll finish the breather with a swim. He angled his head. A swim? Would that be a euphemism? Maybe. I'll set it up. She wanted the water. A good, strong swim, both literally and euphemistically. She needed the physical to offset the hours and hours of thinking. Maybe if she stopped thinking for just a little while, she'd go back to it with more clarity. Too many threads, she decided. She needed to find one, get a good grip on it. When she pulled, the rest would unravel. And she admitted she was still thinking. She didn't bother with the suit, and instead stripped down in the moist, fragrant heat and dived into the deep blue water. She felt him spear in beside her, and as she surfaced, began to cut through the water. She knew him, and his competitive nature. He'd match her pace, push himself, as they were matched in speed and ability in the water. They hit the wall at the same time, flipped, and raced back. The rhythm, fast, hard, beat striking beat, did its job. Impossible to think when every muscle worked to its full potential, when the heart began to pound from the exertion. At 5 laps, they were still stroke for stroke, kick for kick. She pushed, a little more, and a little more yet, slicing through the deep, dreamy blue, stretching for another inch while the water flew up from the power of scissoring legs. A little faster, a little harder, digging down for the speed and the power. She caught the blur of his face as she tipped hers up to grab air. Again, she thought, again, and curled her body, pumped her legs to drive herself off the wall. Beside him, true as a shadow, she struck out through the clear, the cool, the blue. She lost track of the number of laps, of time, of everything but the motion, the pace, the sheer physical push and pleasure of spurring herself and him. Challenge and motion, skin and water, speed and need. And when he caught her, slick, wet body to slick, wet body in mid-stroke, she was ready for him. Searching, their mouths came together, cool from the water, hot from hunger. With quick, frantic bites, she answered the urgency of the kiss, while her racing heart pressed to his. She wrapped her legs around his waist, too desperate to care if they sank like stones. Now. She'd go mad if it wasn't now. She captured him even as he gripped her hips, and those hips plunged, demanding more, taking more. When he gave her more, shoving her back to the wall, bracing her, her head fell back on a single choked cry. Strong, sleek, he thought as he ravaged her neck, and always so much his. Love and lust, need and pleasure swirled inside him as water fumed up in the storm of their mating. With him, again with him, beat for beat, demand for demand, in this last frantic lap of the race. She chained herself to him, arms and legs locked like shackles as her mouth fused to his once more. And strong and sleek, she quivered for him as he drove them both to the finish. He lowered his brow to her shoulder, then managed to grip the edge when she started to slide. Have a care. He could barely murmur it. Or they'll find us both floating face down in the morning. Okay. But she curled into him. Need a minute. You're not alone. I had no idea swimming laps made such intense foreplay. My idea. There. You've collected sex credits and friend credits in the same day. The sound she made was half laugh, half sigh. Louise is all nervous about the wedding, about all the details being perfect. She has charts and timelines, and told me how she's a wreck of nerves and didn't expect to be. It's an exceptionally important day. Yeah, but I said she's nervous about the minutiae because she's not nervous about the marriage, about Charles, what they're doing and why. He brushed his cheek to hers as he drew back to study her. Aren't you the wise one? I wasn't nervous about the details of the wedding stuff when we got married. I barely paid attention to them. Dumped it on you. You did. He kissed the tip of her nose. But then you were distracted by a serial killer. No, that's not it. I mean, yeah, that was a factor. She brushed his hair, wet black silk, away from his face. But I figured out I wasn't nervous about the minutiae, because I was nervous about the rest. About marriage. You. What we were doing, and why. I thought that was the crazy part of it. You, me, marriage. She cupped his face in her hands, looked into his eyes. I'm really happy I was wrong. I'm really happy. It surged through him, everything she was to him. There, too, you're not alone. She brought her lips to his again, softer now, sweeter, then eased back. That's enough of that. Breather's over. She wiggled free, pushed to the head of the pool to climb out. When he stepped out, she tossed him a towel. As breathers go, it was exceptional. Yeah, well, anything worth doing. He'd think that. Rourke wrapped a towel around his waist. And our transition is complete. Well, my head's cleared. I think he's good at what he does. Careful. Doesn't want too much attention. But he's the reliable guy, the one who gets it done without the fanfare. People would say, "Oh yeah, murdering bastard's reliable. I bet he hates that." Why so? Tossing on a robe, she walked to the elevator. She'd change into soft clothes for the rest of the night's work. Because he's better than that. Better than they are. He's young, he's good-looking, charming, efficient, smart, and skilled enough to come up with, or get someone else to come up with, this E-virus that's got all you geeks stumped. "We're not stumped," Rourke corrected with some annoyance as they rode to the bedroom. "The bleedin' investigation is ongoing, and we're pursuing all shagging avenues." While it amused her to hear him quote the usual departmental line, with the addition of the Irish, she shrugged. "Point's the same. He's not going to be in management, not even middle management, unless it requires wearing a name tag. He'll be the clerk or tech or laborer who never bitches about getting work or OT dumped on him, who plods through the work, gets it done, but doesn't object when his boss or coworker or supervisor takes all or most of the credit." In the bedroom, she pulled on a support tank, underwear. And he'd hate it, the way he'd hate not being able to beat McMasters' security from the outside. "You think so?" "I know so, because I'm looking at you. You're pissed off because he's done something E-wise you haven't been able to figure out. Yet," she added, not bothering to disguise a grin when those blue eyes fired. "It's frustrating." "You're making it more so," Rourke muttered. "You'll deal. But the point is, the average guy is a shell, a suit he has to wear that probably doesn't fit very well. The little things oppose a good fit. Leaving the glass, making the vid, spending hours on the kill, and doing it inside the house. Easier ways, safer ways, but he's got to show off a little." Intrigued, Rourke continued to dress. "And what does all this tell you?" "Well, adding in he's young, and that's going to factor even with his sense of patience and control. He's going to make more mistakes. Maybe just little ones, show-offy ones, but he'll make them. And I'll be able to use his need to shed that ordinary suit when I have him in interview. He'll want to tell me. And for now," she scooped a hand through her damp hair, "it tells me if he works for Security Plus, he'll be one of the geeks. Wherever he works, he takes home a decent salary, but damn it, not enough to afford that system. He has to be a geek for either the manufacturer or a service company. I had Cairo get me the names of every male under 30 who works for that arm." He spoke of his redoubtable admin. "The rest of the geeks and I have been running them throughout the day. None of them are standing out, and none have made a tidy fit with your profile. Profiles can be off. That was good work, getting the data, taking it into EDD. Perhaps I'll ask for a raise." "I just gave you one." She shot him a grin as they walked out of the bedroom. "I like a service company better. It's more in keeping. Service, don't create. No splash. I just serviced you, and I distinctly recall splashing. Okay, now we're even on the sex jokes. It's only fair. Eve, he could be an independent consultant, a brain trust, a troubleshooter. The field is wide and open. He may not work for any one company. Shit! She had to pace. That would be even better for him, wouldn't it? Someone who comes in, fixes things, or gives advice, but doesn't actually do the day-to-day. It's perfect. Damn it. I'm going to work through it all again, piece by piece. Add in the data, you get me. Shuffle it with the Columbia data. Then, one thing you haven't considered, Rourke interrupted. He's young, smart, skilled, and he has no scruples. There are other ways for someone like that to make money. Enough to buy a top-flight system and the residence to put it. You steal it. Steal it? In the grand old E tradition. Hack into accounts, siphon funds off. Keep that mid-level too. Nothing too big. He knows how to use someone else's ID to get what he wants. Identity theft's a profitable business if you're talented. She rubbed her hands together as the idea took on weight. You risk getting caught, but he's willing to risk. He's careful and keeps the risk low. Why work, or work very hard, when you can just take? It's an angle. It's a good one. Her desk link signaled even as she walked into her office. She charged for it, scanned the readout quickly. Yancey, give me something good. I had a second session with each of the wits. I had to give them, and me, a break between, but I know we need to push. I think I've got something, or something close. Lola's more sure than Marta, but show me! Hold on. Neither of them saw his eyes because of the shades. Those and the cap hid part of his face. I've projected the most likely, probability 87 and change for those features. Eyes, eyebrows, forehead. Marta got a glimpse of the forehead, the upper face when he pulled off the cap, but show me, Eve demanded. Coming through, on screen and hard copy, projected, and with cap and shades. She leaned over her unit, studied the images that popped in split screen. Rourke walked to the printout, sliding out its slot. Young, she thought. Early to mid-20s by her cop gauge. Caucasian male with even, attractive, somewhat feminine features. Small, straight nose, full lips, soft eyes, a bit heavy-lidded. The face was oval, almost classically so, and the hair dark, shaggy, trendy. She studied the image with it, where the features were obscured by the cap and shades, and nodded. You gave me good, Yancey. If you're confident with it, we can send it out. No media. Team members only for now. He's going to come to the Vic's memorial, odds are. I don't want to alert him, scare him off. Get this to the other members with a lock on it. I'm going to start an image search, see if I can ID the bastard. Good luck. You gave me more than luck. This could make the difference. Send it out, Yancey, and go home. You can count on it. When Yancey signed off, Eve considered her options, then contacted Jamie. Hey, Dallas. You're going to have an image coming through, she said without preamble. Take it and get over to Columbia. I'm going to set it up for you. I want you to start using their imaging program. See if you can get me a match. It's him. It's what we've got. This is locked, Jamie. Nobody but you, or McNabb if you need him. It doesn't go to any of your e-pals. I get it. I know. I'll work it, Dallas. I'll get you cleared. Work good, she said, then blew out a breath and once again contacted Peach Lapkoff. Well, Lieutenant, we're getting to be best friends. I apologize for interrupting your evening. We have an image, and I'm sending Jamie over to the university as an expert consultant civilian to work with your imaging program. Now? Now. I need you to clear this, Dr. Lapkoff, and to keep it confidential. I can't afford a leak. I'll take care of it personally. You're making my job easier. My grandfather would expect no less. She's okay, Eve mumbled as she broke transmission. So, she nodded at the images on screen. There you are, fucker. Now, who are you? Computer, initiate search and match. All data on individual and current images begin with New York City residents. Acknowledged. Initiating. Auxiliary search, same images, same directive, for match with students listed in file Lapkov-Columbia-C. Acknowledged. Initiating auxiliary search. Could get lucky there. Find him on the short list before Jamie's halfway to Morningside Heights. Okay, Now, when I get the data you're running, I can add that into the mix and, he nudged her aside, tapped a quick series of keys. It's finished, a few minutes ago. And yes, we did an upgrade on that system the 3rd week in March. You want a 3rd search with this data, I take it? Affirmative. He ordered the task himself. I'd say it's time for more coffee, and I should take myself off to the lab to have mine. We may not need... That's not the point, is it? I'm not going to let that git beat me. Carry on, Lieutenant, and so will I. She got her own coffee, then added both sketches to her board. As her computer worked, she circled the board and considered Rourke's theory. Hacking or ID theft? A boy had to hone his craft, didn't he? And a younger version of the man on her board might have made a couple of mistakes. Slipped a little as he learned all the ins and outs. A little smudge on his juvenile record, she mused. We can add that in. Yes, we can. We can add that possibility. Maybe back home, wherever the hell home was. Sticks close to the truth, she recalled. He'd told Dina he'd had a little brush with the law over illegals. Maybe he'd had them with cybercrimes instead. She let the computer continue its search and sat with her PPC to run criminal, focus on juvenile offenses with the data she'd accrued from Rourke and Columbia. It didn't surprise her to find so many. The cop in her was more surprised when anyone got through life without a smudge or a bump or a bust. She began the laborious process of scanning, eliminating, separating into possibles. Once again, she lost track of time and nearly bobbled her 3rd mug of coffee when her link signaled. Dallas. Jamie's face told her what she wanted to hear. I've got him. I think I've got him. It's a 97.3 probability match. It's from 5 years back, and he only had a semester and a half in, but send him to me, on screen, now, she ordered when the transmission hummed. She stared at the ID photo. Good work, Jamie. Shut everything down there. Wipe the search. It's him, isn't it? It's the bastard who killed Dina. She looked into Jamie's tired and furious eyes. You did good work, she repeated. We'll brief in the morning. Go home, get some sleep. She knew he wanted to argue. It was clear on his face. But he pulled it in. Yes, sir. She cut transmission, then turned back to the screen to study another young, attractive face. Hello, Darren Pauly. You son of a bitch. In the lab, Rourke finessed, twisted, prodded. He'd grabbed the amorphous tail of the ghost and was fighting to hold it. Do you see it? He demanded. On a wall screen, Feeney's eyes were narrowed to slits. I've got eyes, don't I? You need to recalibrate the bypass, then I'm bloody well doing that. Rourke swiveled to another comp, keyed in another code. I can box it from here. On another screen, McNabb paced. If we ride the back end from here, keep working the enhance, Feeney snapped. I've got it. Rourke, not now. The order shot out at Eve from Rourke and from the 2 males on the wall screens. Jesus, wall of geek, she muttered, then saw the other image, a shadow on shadows. You're pulling him out. We've got him, but by our bleeding fingernails. Quiet. If we can't lock this, we'll have to do it all again. As she watched, the screen began to blur with white dots. She heard McNabb say, No, damn it, no, it's another strain. Jesus, not this time, Rourke snapped. The pattern's there. Reverse the code every other sequence. Eve could see the light sheen of sweat on Feeney's face, hear the steely determination in Rourke's voice. The dots on screen faded. We did it! McNabb cried out. Not quite yet. Rourke's voice eased slightly. But we bloody well will. She didn't know what they were doing, but the shadow on screen shimmered so she feared it would vanish. Then it steadied, stilled. "Locked!" McNabb called. "We locked the bastard! Rockin' freakin' A!" He leaped up into a victory dance. "Christ!" Rourke leaned back. "I could use a pint." "I'm damn well having one." "Good work, every damn one of us," Feeney said. Is that it?" As Eve gestured to the shadow, every eye, on screen or in the room, turned a jaundiced look at her. "We broke through the virus," Rourke told her. "We pieced together this image from distorted pixels. We performed a bloody miracle. And no, that's not it. That's it for now. We'll start enhancing, defining, cleaning it up," Feeney told her, then took a long pull from a bottle of brew. "It's gonna take hours, maybe a day, but it's there, and we can pull it out. And while we're doing that, we've got the sequence and coding locked down to get the rest of it. We'll be able to give you the little son of a bitch walking right in the door. That'll be a cap on it. Meanwhile, thanks to Jamie, I've got a name and a point of origin. Darren Pauley, age 23. Data claims he lives in Sundown, Alabama, south of Mobile, with his father, Vincent Pauley. I've got no connection to either Pauley with McMasters, yet, but he fits right down to his shy smile." "He's no more in Alabama than my ass is," Feeney put in. "No, but his father is. I ran him, and he's gainfully employed, living with his wife and 12-year-old daughter in Sundown." "Could be a blind," Feeney suggested. "Could, but the family resemblance is striking. He needs to be interviewed, now and face-to-face." Rourke glanced at the equipment he'd begun to enjoy again. "I suppose we're going to Alabama this evening." "You suppose correctly." Chapter 14. She had to appreciate being married to a man who could call up one of his own private jets in a finger-snap and pilot it if he had a mind to. In this case, he did, which was a big advantage. She could sit, continue doing runs, argue with Peabody, bounce theories off her personal pilot, and basically ignore the view out the windscreen. "I'd have been ready in 5 minutes, Peabody complained. Her face sulked on screen, while in the background, McNabb continued his e-work in incomprehensible geek. "It would have taken you 30 minutes to get to the transpo. He's not going to be there, Peabody. You're not going to miss the collar, for Christ's sake. And I need you right where you are, digging down to find a New York address or contact for Darren Pauley. Employment, driver's license, criminal, finances, medical, each and every fucking thing." "I could do that while you can have a plane ride another time." Peabody's pout perked just a little. "When?" "God! Dig! Now! I will! Am!" "And work the shoes and the outfit angle. Check to see if he has a credit or debit under that name. If not, we're going to cross the data you have with mails with the initials DP. He used Darian Powders's ID. Stick with the familiar, so maybe he has other aliases with those initials." "That's good. That's it. Bank a few hours sleep because we're briefing a full team at 700. Book the conference room. I'm out," Eve said, and broke transmission. "While I find myself, as always, excited by your commanding demeanor," Rourke said, "this member of the team isn't available at 7 tomorrow." She suppressed the urge to swear, because, damn it, she could have used him. "Civilians get a pass. I can reorder a few things if Feeney can use me, and be available to him about the same time I managed it today. If it works for you." He's not going to be in Alabama. He needs the payoff of seeing firsthand McMasters devastated, and he's been in New York for some time. Maybe not for 5 years, maybe not the whole time since his stint at Columbia, but for a while now. Keeping an eye on things, spinning his web. He's going to come to the memorial, so I can't release the sketch to the media and tip him off, which I may do by pushing at his father. Then why are you? Wait until after the memorial. Calculated risk. She wanted to stand up, pace, but the size of the plane, the expanse of the night, the emptiness outside the windshield kept her in place. Off chance he is there. Very off chance, but it can't be ignored. Better chance his father knows where he is, and I can get it out of him. Then shut the father's communications down until we take the bastard down. The other end of it is, I get nothing. The father tips Polly off, and he's in the wind. But you don't think so. Family man. Long marriage. Another kid. No criminal, other than a minor bust for disturbing the peace when he was in his 20s. Solid employment record, mid-level salary, small house in the burbs, mortgage. Is this guy going to risk his wife and daughter, that little house, the job, the life, to dodge a police investigation into the rape murder of a girl? Risk charges of obstruction, accessory after the fact, and anything else I can use to pressure him? Depends, I'd say, on how much he loves his son and how far he'd go to protect him. I wouldn't understand that kind of love, the kind that shields monsters. I don't think it is love. If he does love this sick son of a bitch, I'll use that. He needs help. Help us to help him. If I don't find him, someone else might. He killed a cop's kid, and someone else might put that above the law. She drummed her fingers on her thigh, tried to ignore the shimmy of the plane as they started to descend. I've got to take another risk. She tagged Baxter at home. Take the sketch, she ordered without preamble. Get Trueheart and canvass the coffee houses, clubs, hangouts around the university and on campus. Now? No, gee, whenever you feel like it. Jamie worked an imaging program at Columbia. Check in with him. Let him know you're in the field. And if it isn't too much trouble, if it doesn't interfere with your plans for the evening, Jesus, Dallas, bust my balls. Your balls have never interested me, Baxter. Again, ouch. Take the sketch around McMasters's neighborhood. Anything pops, tag me. Otherwise, briefing at 700, Central, conference room. Fine, fine. Where the hell are you? I'm about to be in Alabama. Her stomach flipped. I hope, sincerely, in one piece. Peabody has the details if you need them. Move it, Baxter. Moving it. Lieutenant Dallas, who had charged through a firefight to do the job, closed her eyes with her stomach quivering as they dipped toward touchdown. She was better when they were zipping along the roads in some spiffy topless rental with the heavy southern air whipping around her head. A little late for a cop call to a family man, she said. Good. It gives us another advantage. It's not that late. We're on Central Time, he told her. We're an hour earlier here. She pressed her fingers to her eyes. So, we're here before we left. How does anyone keep their brain from frizzing over stuff like this? Unable to resist, Rourke gave her a poke and a grin. And when we go back, we'll lose an hour. See? It's senseless. How can you lose an hour? Where does it go? Can someone else find it? Does it get reported to the Lost Time Division? Darling Eve, I have to inform you the world is not flat, nor is New York its center. The first part, okay, but the second? Maybe it should be. Things would be simpler. He slowed, sliding onto a suburban street where the trees were plentiful and the houses jammed so close, Eve wondered why the occupants didn't just live in apartments. They'd probably have more privacy. Tiny yards spread until the wash of street and security lights and the scent of grass, along with something deep and sweet, wound through the air. Following the vehicle's navigational assistant, Rourke turned left at a corner, then stopped at a house, much like all the other houses, in the middle of the block. Eve frowned at the house. Had she become spoiled and jaded, living in the enormity of what Rourke had built, or was the house the size of your average shoebox? 2 little cars sat, nose to butt, in the narrow driveway. Low-growing flowers crawled along its verge. Lights beamed against the window glass. In their glow, she saw a bike parked beside the front stoop. These people couldn't afford to send a kid to Columbia, unless he bagged a scholarship, and that's out of profile. How could they pay that kind of freight? Well, the wise and foresighted often begin saving and investing for college educations while the child is still in the womb. Even then, yes, it would take considerable. She got out, started toward the house, stopped dead with her hand resting on the butt of her weapon. "Did you hear that?" she demanded, as she cocked her head at the repetitive basso belch that rose into the steamy air. "Of course I hear it. I'm standing right here. What the hell is it?" "I'm not entirely sure, but I think it may be some sort of frog." "Frog? Seriously? The green hopping things?" She scanned the dark and the streams of streetlights. "It sounds really big. Like alien frog big." "I don't have much personal experience with frogs, but I don't believe they have alien frogs in Alabama. At least not the sort that require stunning with a police issue. We'll see about that." Just in case, she kept her hand on her weapon. Through the front window, she saw the movement of the entertainment screen, and the man kicked back in a recliner, the woman with her feet curled up on the sofa. "Quiet evening at home in front of the screen," Eve murmured. Would they, if they had any part in... What's she doing? The woman. What's she doing with those sticks and the fuzzy thread? "I have no idea. Why should I have the answers to these things?" "Because," she said, and made him laugh. "Well, at a guess again, it appears to be some sort of craft." She continued toward the door, studying the sticks, the yarn, the woman. It popped out of some file of buried facts. "Knitting!" Eve punched Rourke's shoulder. "I got one. She's knitting." "If you say so. I saw that stuff, the sticks, the thread, somewhere, some case. She's knitting. He's watching the screen and having a beer, and the girl's bike is parked by the door, and not chained down. These aren't master criminals who helped plan the murder of a teenager, and if they're involved in hacking or identity fraud, I'll take up knitting." All that from a glance through the living room window? Security? Minimal. And right now it's not even activated. No curtains drawn, nothing to hide here. She stepped to the door, knocked. In a moment, the woman opened the door, without checking and asking who was there. Her easy smile shifted to surprise, but didn't lose any of its welcome. "Well, hi. What can I do for y'all?" The voice was as warm and sweet as the air. She brushed back at her honey-blonde hair the way some women did when caught unawares. "We're looking for Darren Pauley." "Oh, goodness. I think he lives up in Chicago or something. We haven't seen him in—" "Who is it, Mimi?" "They're looking for Darren, honey." "I don't mean to have you standing here in the doorway, but—" Eve pulled out her badge, watched Mimi's eyes widen on it, even as Vincent Pauley stepped to the door. "What's all this about? Police? New York police? He's in trouble? Darren's in trouble? Well, hell." He said it on a sigh, something resigned, sad, unsurprised all at once. "We'd better talk inside." He gestured them in, while his wife rubbed his arm in comfort. "Why don't I get us all some tea? It's a warm night. I bet you could use something cold." "Mama?" A little girl looked down over the banister from the top of the stairs to the right. "You go on back to bed, Jenny. It's just some people to talk to Daddy. Go on now, you've got a big day tomorrow." The girl blinked sleepy eyes at Eve, then slipped back upstairs. "We're all going to Play World tomorrow, along with Jenny's best friend and her parents. 2 days of amusement and water parks. Lord help us. And I'm babbling. Let me get that tea." She scooted away. Eve wondered if her hurry was to get away or to get back quickly. Either case, she and Rourke were left with Vincent Pauley of the handsome face and sorrowful eyes. "Let's have a seat. Screen off," he ordered, and the comedy, chuckling away, shut down. "I guess I always wondered if I'd get police at the door sometime or other about Darren. It's been years since I even laid eyes on him. I can't tell you where he is. He doesn't keep in touch." "When did you last see your son, Mr. Pauley?" He smiled, but there was bitter around the edges. "I don't know that he is my son." He rubbed his eyes. "God, some things never stop coming up behind you, do they? I was with his mother when he was born, and had been with her for months before. I put my name on the records. I thought he was mine, but I didn't know she'd been with someone else before she was with me, while she was with me. I wasn't yet 20, green as grass and dirt stupid with it." "Don't say that, Vinny." Mimi came in, carrying a tray with a big pitcher, several glasses full of half-moon slices of ice. Rourke rose. "Let me help you with that, Mrs. Pauley." "Oh, thank you. Don't you have a nice accent? Are you from England?" "Ireland, a long while ago." "My grandmother's grandmother on my father's side, she was from Ireland, from somewhere called Innis." She pronounced it wrong, with a long I at the start, but Rourke smiled. "A lovely little town. I have people not far from there." "And you came all the way to America to be a policeman?" "He's a consultant," Eve said firmly, as Rourke smothered a laugh. "Darren's mother is listed as Inga Sorensen, deceased. That's the name she was using when I was with her, and I left it that way on the records. I don't know if it was her name. I don't know if she's alive or dead. I'm told she's dead, but why don't you tell me when you last saw him or spoke with him?" "I guess maybe 6 years ago, or 7. 7, Mimi confirmed. "Early spring, because I was putting in the bedding plants out back and Jenny was in kindergarten. Vinny was at work, and I was alone here. I was afraid to let them in, so I called Vinny, and he came right home." "Them?" Eve repeated, and saw Mimi slide her gaze toward her husband. "Darren, and the man who may be his father," Vinny said. "The man he considers his father, and the one Inga was with before me, and maybe during me, for all I know." "My brother." "There's no brother listed on your records, Mr. Pauley." "No. I had him taken off. It cost me a lot of money, and it's illegal, I guess, but I needed to do it. I needed it before I could ask Mimi to marry me." "He's a bad man, a very bad man. Vinny's nothing like him, officer." "Lieutenant Dallas." "How is he a bad man?" Eve asked. "He does what he wants, takes what he wants, hurts who he wants," Vinny told her. "He always did, even when we were kids. He took off when we were 16. "We were," Rourke repeated. "You're twins, then?" "Fraternal, not identical." The distinction seemed an important point for Vinny, "but we look a lot alike." I'd never mistake them. There's something scary in his eyes. Mimi shivered. Something mean. Just not right in them. And I'm sorry, Vinny, it's in that boy's eyes, too. No matter how sweet he smiles or how polite he talks, it's in his eyes. Maybe it is. Anyway, they weren't here long. They wanted to stay a few days. God knows why, or what they'd done they needed to put up here. I said Darren could stay, but Vance had to go. He wouldn't stay without Vance. I asked him about his mother. Why wasn't his mother with him? He's the one who said she was dead. He said she'd been dead for years. Murdered, he said. How? He didn't tell me. I was shocked, and I asked him how, when, who. All he said was he knew who was responsible, and he had plans. Mimi's right. Something not right in his eyes when he said that. I could see it. He had plans. I wanted them both away from my family. Vinny glanced toward the stairs. I wanted them away from Mimi and Jenny. Even if he's mine, I didn't want him near my girls. That's the hard part, you know. Even if he's mine. We're yours, Mimi whispered. That's what matters. Vinny nodded, took a long drink from the frosty glass. I wasn't 20 when Inga... She was beautiful. Sorry, sweetie. That's all right. Mimi took his hand, gave it a hard squeeze. So am I. He brought their joined hands to his lips, pressed them hard to her knuckles. You sure are. You sure are. Go on and tell them about it, Mimi prompted. Stop worrying yourself and tell them. All right. I fell for her, for Inga, for who I thought she was. I don't know if she'd run away from my brother, or if they planned it all together, to dupe me, to use me so she'd have somewhere safe to stay while she was nesting. It was hard, not knowing. Not so much anymore, but back then when it happened, it was hard. And so I paid to have Vance's name taken off my data. Nobody's going to give you grief over that, Mr. Pauley, Eve assured him. He nodded. Well, that's good to know. Anyways, Inga left when Darren was a couple months old. Took whatever wasn't nailed down in my place. My car, cleaned out the savings I had, even the little account I started for the boy before he was even born. All there was this video cube from my brother, laughing, telling me thanks for filling in for him. I found out he'd been arrested near to a year before for some kind of fraud or something. I guess maybe he sent Inga to me so I'd fill in. And when he got out, he took 'em. Just like that. I never saw her again. Never saw Vance or the boy again until that day Mimi called me home. I hired a private investigator to try to find them, but I couldn't afford him for very long. Never came to nothing, but I wanted to try. I don't know if he was mine, the boy, but back then he felt like mine. You did the best you could. He smiled at Mimi, but his eyes were damp. It felt like giving up. I guess it was. I was mad a long time, and then, well, I met Mimi. I put it behind me until they showed up here a few years back. And I don't know where they went from here. We got an email from Darren about 3 years ago. He said he was in college, in Chicago, how he was making something of himself, studying hard. He sounded sincere, Mimi put in. I guess he did, Vinny said with a sigh. He asked if we could maybe help him out a little. Money. Knowing Vance, I checked it out, and he was registered at the college like he said. So I sent him $1,000. And never heard a word back, Mimi finished. But right after that, Somebody accessed our bank account. That was just our emergency account, thank the Lord, where Vinny got the money he sent Darren. It only had another $5,000 in it. He took 4 of it. He did it, Vinny, she said when her husband looked ready to protest. He sighed, nodded. Yeah, I expect he did. Vinny wouldn't report it to the police. If he's mine, he's entitled to something. And I could be finished there. It's all he's entitled to. I tried to contact him through the college, but they said he wasn't registered. They had no record of him. I argued because they damn well had 2 weeks before, but I didn't get anywhere. How much were they entitled to? Eve wondered. We believe the man you know as Darren Pauley is and has been in New York. We believe he has committed various cyber crimes and engaged in forms of identity theft. Vinny lowered his head to his hands. Like Vance. Just like Vance. What do I tell my parents? Do I tell them? Mr. Pauley, there's more. There's harder. And within the next 48 hours, it's going to be in the media. He lifted his face to meet her eyes, and his were full of fear. The man you know as Darren Pauley is the primary suspect in the rape-murder of a 16-year-old girl, the daughter of a decorated police officer. No. No, no, Mimi. She put her arms around him, and though her face registered shock and horror, it didn't show disbelief. Her eyes met Eve's as she held her husband, and she nodded. I was afraid of him. When he looked at me, I was afraid. That girl, we heard about it. We heard about it this morning on the bedroom screen when we were getting dressed. They said your name, Lieutenant Dallas. I'd forgotten. I need anything you can remember, any detail you can give me on Darren, your brother, Inga Sorensen. I think they may have hit my parents up for money a few times. Vinny rubbed his eyes again. We don't talk about it, or them, but it's hard to say no to your own. Let's find out. Let me do that. Let me talk to them, explain, somehow. I'll just use the other room. Is that all right? Go ahead. What do we do now? Mimi asked. What should we do? If he comes here, I don't believe he will. You've got nothing he wants. But I'll talk to your local police. If he contacts you, you should stay calm, behave naturally, and contact your local police and me immediately. We're going on vacation tomorrow. And you should, Eve told her. Go exactly as you planned. Get out of this. Enjoy your daughter, Rourke added. You have a good family. This isn't part of it. On the drive back to Transpo, Eve stared up at the sky. Just more victims. She's a sensitive. At least she has a whiff of it, he added, when Eve turned her head to study him. Just the sense I got from her, and one I think could explain why she saw what's inside that boy. Maybe he wasn't as adept at hiding it, but I think she saw inside and it frightened her. She was right to be. Settling down, she started a standard run on Vance Pauley. And she was right when she said Vance was a bad man. Lots of trouble here. The juvie's unsealed, so somebody beat me to that along the way. He had trouble starting at 9. Truancy, theft, destruction of private property, cyberbullying, hacking, assault, battery. At bloody 9? I'm moving through. 12 on the first assault. It was the ID fraud that had him in during the Inga period. Then he drops off, just like that. He's got a mile-long sheet from childhood to the age of 21, then nothing. Got smarter. Or Inga was smarter and ran the games, taught him. And I've got nothing on her. Nothing on that name that corresponds to the age, the description Paulie gave me, the location she lived when she was with him. She's listed on Darren's records as his mother. Date of death, May 16, 2041. He'd have been 4. But there is no death record corresponding. She'll be in McMasters's files. Not under that name, necessarily, but she's the motive. The reason for the plan he had even 7 years ago. Yeah, and I'll find her. She pulled out her link when it signaled. Dallas. Are you seriously in Alabama? Baxter demanded. I'm on my way to Transpo, and will be heading back. Could you pick up some barbecue? There's nothing like Southern barbecue. Baxter, it's your ass getting barbecued if you're tagging me for nothing. Can I have barbecue if I've got something? Jesus, Dallas, you're going to scare my appetite away with that face. Okay, we got a hit. Girl working the bar at a club that caters to barely legal college types. She made the sketch. She says she had some classes with this guy. He really did go to Columbia. Better yet, she's a grad student, working her way through her master's, and says she saw him, you're gonna love it, at a party on New Year's freaking Eve. At Powders's. At Powders's. Tells us she was there solo, and hey, why not? So she put a little hit on him. He wasn't into it. Believe me, a man would be crazy not to be. Right, Trueheart? She's very pretty. Hot! Steaming, finger-burning hot. He sighed the sigh of a patient tutor. My work is never done with this boy. Write it up. That's where the boy's work is never done. So we hide ourselves, what yourselves? Hide ourselves over to Powders's and got confirmation. He, his roommate, and his unfortunately underage twist all recognized him. Just somebody they'd seen around now and then, but the girl noticed him party night. She said she always notices frosty guys, and gave our own Trueheart a little flutter. Sir, she did not. You need to be more observant, my young apprentice. So, we've got wits put him in Powders's on the night the ID was lifted. It's good. It's good. Dallas, it's too damn late to go knocking on doors at McMasters's. It's only... Shit. An hour gained, an hour lost. She just hated it. You'll hit it after briefing tomorrow. We've got a couple more maybes here and there. Shilly's the solid. Shilly. I know. She even has a steaming, finger-burning name. About that barbecue... She cut him off. The PA's going to be pleased with that when we take him down, she said to Rourke. It's nice case building. If you manage to clean up that hard drive, get me that picture of him going in the door, and we will, we'll put him away. But we have to find him first. Got his face, she mumbled. Got a name. Not the one he's using now. No, not the one he's used with Dina. That was David, but a name. Got his connection, his kinship. She noted they were about to enter the transpo station. I can start the search for Inga, whatever name she was using, on the way home. I could find her faster, I'd wager, if you'd like to pilot. Ha ha. You'd enjoy flying more if you'd learn the controls. I'd rather pretend I'm on the ground. Rourke sent her a quick smile. And how many vehicles have you wrecked, had blown up, or destroyed in the last, 2 years? Think about that, then imagine it happening when I'm at the wheel at 30,000 feet. Good point. I'll do the flying. Do that, Ace. He parked. They had something. The Paulies. A solid base. A strong connection to each other. Each of them solid in their own right, from my perception, and more yet together. I wouldn't argue. He feels responsible and feels a kind of grief over Darren, even though it's very unlikely he's the father. Blood still, either way. Blood's a strong tie. Kinship, as you said. And a good man like that, he'd feel it regardless. A bad man can feel it too, she said, and got out of the car to fly home. Chapter 15. She'd been Irene Schultz, at least in June of 2039, when a young Jonah McMasters had collared her for fraud, possession of illegal substances, and soliciting sex without a license. Her male companion, one Victor Patterson, had been questioned and released, though McMasters's case notes indicated his complicity. Lack of evidence against him and the woman's confession made it impossible to hold and charge him. A male child, Damien Patterson, had been removed by Child Services into foster care during the investigation, and subsequently returned to his father. Schultz had taken a deal and had done 18 months. Case closed. It has to be her, Eve said, as she and Rourke walked back into the house. Everything fits. 2 months after her release, she poofs. And so do Patterson and the kid. Vanish. No further data on record. Picked up new identities. That's the pattern. She headed up the stairs. Change ID, move locations, start a new game. But here's a new angle. From the case notes, it's clear McMasters believed Patterson, or Paulie, was part of the fraud. He let her take the rap, and she let him. She went down for it. More, Vinny said nothing about illegals. His brother's got no illegals bumps on his record. That's new. Where'd it come from? It didn't fit. It didn't play, Eve thought. And the solicitation? These are stupid risks for these kind of grifters. Stupid. And it doesn't come off she'd been stupid. The woman played Vinny for a year. She knew how to run a game, long and short. Then, boom, she goes down not just for fraud, but possession and solicitation? It's off. Sex and drugs are quick money if you need it, Rourke commented. And big money if you know how to play them. That's telling. Eve paused on the stairs, considered. Quick and big. It might fit Paulie. Greed, impatience, it might. And it's telling, Rourke added, that when she made this deal for the 18, she didn't roll on Paulie. It would be SOP, wouldn't it, to offer her a still lighter sentence if she implicated her partner? Yeah, it would. And there would have been some sympathy for her. Young mother, clean record, or so it appeared. She went with the public defender. She moved into her office, straight to her computer. I've got the name and the name of the APA from McMasters's case notes. But he wouldn't have the negotiations in here. I need his memory on this. She didn't die in prison. No, she didn't die in prison. Why is McMasters to blame for her death, whenever and wherever and however it happened? It's illogical, and in his twisted way, he's logical. She paced to the board, around it. Something not in the case files, the notes. Something not on record? But he's a kid. Hell, almost a baby, really, right? So how does he know what happened? How does he know McMasters has to pay? She pinned up Irene's mugshot. Because Paulie tells him, she concluded, studying the photograph, the harsh and weary eyes of the woman. Paulie tells him how it went down, from his point of view anyway, or how he wants it to play. It can't be, yeah, I let your mother take the full rap while I walked. No, it can't be that. As she circled, spoke, talked it out, Rourke eased a hip onto the corner of her desk. He loved watching her work, watching her recreate, dig down. What kind of man lets the mother of his child take the hit? How can you stand back, let her fall while you walk? She thought of Rizzo Banks. I looked at this guy. Had to check him out. Young guy. His older brother made him an addict, played him into the sex game. Then when the bus came, left the kid and tried to save himself. And that's how he remembers his brother, leaving him and trying to save his own ass. Darren Pauly would have been too young to remember. Yeah. Eve nodded. Yeah. So Vance Pauly can write the story however he wants. They work together, no question, but she goes down alone. He can't let it come off like that to his son, or he's a coward, a user. McMasters railroaded her? You can make that play. You can always make it play that the cops screwed with you, and still, 1.5 years in prison against the rape and murder of the cop's child 20 years later? Rourke looked at the photos, the stark differences on her board. Very imbalanced. Symbols. Mira said it was all symbolic. So there's more. Has to be. Something between her release and her death. Something that Pauly can point back to? Something about her arrest, her time in, that led to her death? She pushed at her hair, tried to put herself in Darren Pauly's place. If Darren told Vinnie the truth about when she died, and why lie about that? It was about 2 years after the arrest, about 6 months after her release. What happened during that 6 months? I need to find her dead. That's what I need to find, and track back from there. You have considerably more data on her now. You'd be able to streamline the search you've already done. Exactly. Allow me. Computer. Access results of search of female victims of rape, murder by strangulation and suffocation, and refine with DOD 2041. Victims with initials IS. Acknowledged. Computer, Eve added, input victim's age as between 20 and 28, and as having given birth to at least one child. Right you are, Rourke commented. She had to smile at him. You did okay. For a civilian. Acknowledged. File accessed. Search commenced. Working. No, Rourke said when she turned toward the kitchen. No more coffee. Not at this hour. You'll never sleep. And while the answers you hope to get with this search are vital, they won't help you catch your man tonight. It was hard to argue, even though she wanted the damn coffee. She stuck her hands in her pockets. It wasn't just the comp that could give her answers. He's got to have another ID. Has to be using one. Why isn't it popping? Why do we only get Darren Pauly? Change your hair and eye color, even skin tone, some features. All perfectly legal and even fashionable. While he may have elected to use the same basic look for the student ID he used with Dina and his Darren Pauly ID, he's likely to have a half-dozen others with enough variation to slip by a search. More hair or less, a variance of coloring and some subtle shift in features to pass for mixed race. And with some skill and some money, it's very easy to keep an ID off the grid entirely. If he works, he has to have one that would pass and would be on the grid, at least initially. It's routine to do a quick background check before hiring. Depends who's hiring, but yes, most routinely. But one doesn't have to stick with the same. Once hired, how often is an employee's ID run through the grid, especially if, as you've theorized, he keeps out of trouble, stays steady? So he uses one look for his time at Columbia, possibly another for his approach to Dina, and maybe varies it otherwise. Different looks and personalities for different marks. Mavis worked that way back when. She itched for coffee, but hooked her thumbs in her front pockets and focused on the job. Mira's profile suggests he lives alone. Maybe so, maybe. But maybe he's still hooked up with his old man. A partnership like that, it would continually reinforce the mission, wouldn't it? And it would help him maintain that control, that patience, because he'd always have someone to talk to about it, to share his success with, to brag to. Someone to cheer him on, Rourke added, to help with the legwork, the research, the income. Maybe he doesn't work at all. The income source is the grift. They're good at it, and it teaches him how to blend, to acclimate, how to get along. That fits profile. Task complete, the computer announced. One result from search. Display. On wall screen 1, Eve ordered. Ilya Schooner, age 25, born in North Dakota, parents deceased, no sibs. Easier if you eliminate any family, as their data would need to be generated. Yeah, but she's got the kid on record. David Pruitt this time, and lists Val Pruitt as husband and next of kin, as father of the boy. She looks different from the ID and mugshots taken as Irene Schultz. Longer hair, lighter hair, curly, change of eye color, fuller lips, sharper cheeks, the mole beside her top lip. She's shaved off a year on her age. The neck's longer, the eyebrows thicker and higher. Much of what can be done by some e-tweaking, if the subject doesn't want to deal with more permanent facial adjustments. Who really notices some of the more subtle differences, except a cop? And much of it's just put down to whim. She changed her hair, wanted green eyes instead of blue. She died with this face, or a close proximity, in Chicago, where she had her address at the time, in May of 2041. Rape-murder by strangulation. I need more than that. I need the case file, the investigator. Eve, it's too late to push Chicago PD to search for a file for a murder 19 years ago. You'd have better luck in the morning. I can get some data through IRCCA now, and, computer, search for David Pruitt. Date of birth October 6, 2037. Mother Schooner, Ilya. Father Pruitt, Val. Second search for Val Pruitt. Same data. Acknowledged. Working. They won't be in the database. No, but I want to confirm that. At some point, wouldn't they repeat an ID? You've gone through all that time, trouble, expense. Why not update it, reuse it? An excellent point. And meanwhile, I can tap IRCCA and put through an official request for the case file. All right, then, but you have to be done for the night. With coffee, she could probably push through another hour, maybe 2, and would be doing little more than accessing data that could be done while she gave it a rest. How hard would it be to set up a search for minor variations like this? She brought up Inga's ID photo, splitting the screen, adding in a 5-year age span, the initials. Setting it up, easy enough. The results? They'd be all over the bloody place. She's a very attractive woman in her early to mid-20s with a certain set of initials and features with a slight variance. Have you any idea how many there might be in the world who fit that basic description? Stick with the U.S. And I'm thinking him, Darren, David, Damien. And still, I'll wade through the results. All you have to do is get them. I'll set it up, then we're going to bed. That's a deal. She woke just after 5 to the blessed scent of coffee. Opening one eye, she saw Rourke by the auto chef, sipping a tall mug and watching her. "I thought the timing worked," he said, as he lifted a second mug and brought it to her. "Thanks. Have you already started today's quest for world economic domination?" "That's not scheduled till 6, which I calculated was about the time you'd start today's quest for truth, justice, and ass-kicking." "Sounds about right." "I've got a good feeling. With what we've got, what we're getting, we may be able to pin him down today. I can put together enough to haul him in. If EDD gets me the image of him walking into the house, I've got more. Motive, means, opportunity. It's all there. Circumstantial, but strong. I like an optimistic cop." She felt more so after she'd showered, dressed, had a second cup of coffee and a waffle. In her office, she checked for incoming on the wild hope that someone on the graveyard shift at Chicago PD decided to do a good deed. No luck there, she noted, but she'd push that again, and soon. She checked the results of the search Rourke had run at her request, and felt that optimism drop several notches. 333,000 possibles? Shit. She noted he'd run a secondary search, adding a current New York address. That cut it down to slightly more than 13,000. And he'd run those results against people who'd purchased the security system. The man thought like a cop, she decided, even if the result came up goose egg. There had to be another angle, another way to whittle down those possibles. Back burner, she decided, until she'd updated her reports and prepped for the briefing. It took her most of the hour, and restored most of her earlier optimism. Just before 7, she contacted Whitney. "Commander, I've just sent you an updated report." "Yes, it's coming in now. Highlight it." She did so, smothering the urge to get to her feet, to stand, as she preferred when giving orals. "I feel," she continued, "we're stacking the building blocks of a solid case and refining our search for the suspect. It's my belief Captain McMasters may be able to provide more details and more insights into the matter of the arrest, interrogation, and sentencing of Irene Schultz, and that will further assist us in apprehending Darren Pauley." "When do you brief your team?" "They're arriving now, sir." She signaled Peabody, McNabb, and Jamie to silence as they came in chattering. "I'll have the captain in my office at 9. He's agreed to issue a short statement to the media at noon. We'll need to do the same, and to stand with him. He will not take questions, but you will. 5-minute duration." Crap, 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 she thought. "Yes, sir." "Brief your team, Lieutenant. I'll contact Chicago from here. Give them a push on the information you need." "Thank you, Commander." She ended the conversation just as Somerset wheeled in a long buffet table, and Trueheart came through the door, pushing the other end. "God, doesn't anybody think about anything but food?" she demanded. "Thinking is often clearer when the body is properly attended." Somerset stepped ably out of the way of the stampede. Eve saw his gaze track to the murder board, and knew it lingered on the crime scene photos of Dina. He looked back at Eve. "I wish you all the clearest of thoughts." When he left the room, she rose, got coffee. "Settle down, people. This is a briefing, not a stuff-your-face contest. Screens on," she ordered. "This is our suspect," she began. "Born Darren Pauley, age 23. And this is what we know or believe we know about him." She moved from the suspect to the man believed to be his father, and from there to the woman who'd been his mother. She's the key in his lock, Eve said. Whitney is reinforcing my overnight request to Chicago for the files on her murder and the request to speak directly with the primary and other investigators on that case. I can get media reports, Jamie suggested. It's like 20 years back, but I could dig up any media coverage of the murder. All right. The data from IRCCA states she was both raped and sodomized repeatedly, possibly by more than one attacker. She was not bound, which explains why this didn't pop on like crimes. She was beaten, more severely than our Vic, and also showed signs of illegals use. She gestured to the board where she'd noted the similarities between the murders of Dina McMasters and Ilya Schooner. Evidence indicates she was partially smothered with a pillow found on scene and was strangled with the bed sheets. She was found in a mid-level LC flop by maid service and had been dead, according to the report, for 8 hours. No witnesses came forward. None who were interviewed gave the police any salient information. Shock and amazement, Baxter muttered. She was not a licensed companion, Eve continued. However, when interviewed, Victor Patterson stated that they were experiencing some family difficulties as she had begun to prostitute herself to finance a growing drug problem. He was alibied for the time in question. He could have had it done, Baxter speculated. If she'd gone on the junk, was a liability to the game, he might have wanted to get rid of her. Possible, but unlikely. Look at the background. She brought his sheet up on screen. Bust, bust, trouble, trouble, right up until he got out of prison and ran off with her. Then nothing. He's skimmed under the surface since. And on her, nothing. Not a damn thing before she took the fall for the fraud. Did he get that smart in prison? My money says she was the brains, she was the smarts. But something changed once she did the time. That's the turn. Peabody, get data from her stretch in Rikers. Find somebody who remembers her. Can do. Maybe it was just the time in itself, Peabody suggested. It's like you said. She had nothing prior. Free as a bird, doing things her way. Then, bam, she's in a cage for 1.5 years. Soured her, Eve considered. Shook her confidence. And if she'd gotten a taste for illegals on the outside, that could be fed inside, expanded, exploited. She's not the same person coming out as she was going in. Peabody studied the mugshot. She looks pretty rough on the going in. Yeah, she does. Not the beautiful, vibrant type Vinnie Pauley remembered just a couple years before. The wrong guy. Trueheart blinked when all eyes shifted to him. The longer-term exposure to Pauley, the wrong guy. His influence maybe started her on a downturn. It could fit. The timing, the changes. What we know, Eve added, is between the Inga Vinnie Pauley knew and the Ilya who died bad in a Chicago sex flop, there was a big slide. And it would appear that for a chunk of that, and for years after, Vance Pauley had influence over Darren Pauley. How about the security imaging on the victim's house? I've got that. McNabb rose, held up a disk. Okay if I plug it in? Go ahead. He went to her desk. Display screen 3. You can see there's more definition, he began. I can. It's slow. It's not like a routine clean and enhance, and can't work at that pace. We were able to capture and lock the image, but it's severely corrupted. The pixels have to be repaired every level, every step. Feeney and I captured and locked 2 more last night using the same procedure we worked out, and we've got those in process. I think that's all we're going to retrieve. We're going to work on a way to speed the process, Feeney put in. We're on that, but no promises. I'm meeting with Whitney and McMasters at 9, and hope to pick through McMasters' memory of the arrest of Irene Schultz, any other data he might have. Peabody will pursue the shoes wardrobe angle. Baxter and Trueheart will recanvass the area around the crime scene with a sketch. At noon, McMasters will issue a statement to the media, as will I. I will briefly take questions. I've initiated another search with the current results over 13,000 possibles. When she explained it, Trueheart cleared his throat. Maybe, if they owned the security system, the father bought it, used one of his aliases. Good thought. Run that. We brief at Central at 1600, at which time I'll have selected the other members of the team to cover the memorial. We'll rebrief, unless we have this fucker by then, at 700 tomorrow, full team. Now get out there and find this bastard. Baxter, 1 minute. She walked into the kitchen, came back with a bag which she tossed to him. When he looked inside, his face beamed like the sun. Holy shit! We got us some Alabama barbecue. I love this woman. Saved the love for Rourke. He dealt with it. Move out. Peabody, with me. Peabody waited until they were out of the house, in the car, and Eve sped down toward the gates. Okay, I know we're in deep investigative mode, and we have a lot of threads to tug, then tie together, but everyone has their specific thread or threads. I'll be all over the retail outlets ASAP. And so, I thought we could take just a few minutes to talk about the wedding. Louise has a handle on that. I know because I went by and talked to her about it. I did that duty. You really did, and more. She filled me in, totally, Peabody said with a happy gleam in her eyes. Inviting her to stay Friday night and have the rest of us was abso-mag of you, Dallas. It was a moment of weakness. One Eve prayed she wouldn't regret as she swung downtown. What is, exactly, the rest? You know, the usual. Me, Mavis, Nadine, Trina, maybe Rio, if she can make it, she added, thinking of the APA. And, Trina's bringing another consultant, so we'll all get beautiful. But the best part is, we'll all be there for Louise. With her. So, I was wondering if we could set up a kind of bridal suite for her. What does that mean? I'm not going to have her camp on the lawn. She'll have a room, a suite, whatever. Yeah, but can we sort of bride it up? Flowers, champagne, candles. I've got some my cousin made that are really soothing. Girl food, music, set the mood. Eve said nothing for a moment. I should have thought of that, right? No, that's what I'm here for. It's all going to be mag, and this is just like a bonus round for her. It's fine. All fine. Okay, I thought we could... No, that was a few minutes. I want Jenkinson and Reinecke on the memorial detail. Make sure they get the details on the time and place of the briefings. I'm going to ask McMasters for recommendations on 2 of his detectives for that duty as well. And we'll want half a dozen uniforms, at least half of them from McMasters' division. Getting cops from McMasters' division's a good move. Any cop who can make it will be there anyway. I want that place covered, but we need to keep the watch for the suspect tight. The more cops who know his face, the better chance one of them will try for him, tip him off, or scare him off. He has to know the place will be packed with cops there to pay respects. That might scare him off anyway. I don't think so. Eve wormed through a gap between a maxi bus and a rapid cab. He'll like it. Like the idea of being able to walk right in. Another needle in the eye. As far as he knows, we've got nothing. After the media conference today, he'll still think we've got nothing. Eve intended to make sure of it. The minute she walked into Homicide, Eve smelled donuts and thought, Nadine. She gave the detectives in uniforms in the bullpen one long, steely stare, then strode to her office. As she expected, the star reporter sat in the visitor's chair. Nadine sipped coffee, no doubt caged from Eve's own auto-chef. She shot Eve a fluttery look out of amused green eyes and fluffed her streaky blonde, always camera-ready hair. "Nearly 9 o'clock, Nadine said. "Late for you to be checking in." "Not too late for me to boot you out. Come on, Dallas. I've laid back off the McMaster story." Amusement faded. "I've reported it respectfully and stuck with the statements from the department liaison. I know McMasters. I worked the crime beat. I'd hoped, for a lot of reasons, you'd be able to close this one quickly. That's not happening." Eve stepped over to get coffee for herself. "There's a media conference scheduled for noon. I'm aware, and I'll be there. Give me a jump." "I can't do it. Can't and won't," she added before Nadine could speak. "You've got something. I know you, and you've got something." Eyes narrowed, Nadine jabbed a finger toward Eve. "Do you have a suspect? How close are you to making an arrest? And you know me well enough to know I'm not going to answer any of that." "Off the record." Nadine held up her hands to signal no recorder. "I might be able to help." She had in the past, no question. But here, Eve thought, it couldn't be done. "You're going to say no. Before you do, let me tell you that when you've worked the crime beat the way I have, you get to see how cops work, the good, the bad, the indifferent. You see what it is to do the job you're doing. Now this kid, this cop's kid, is murdered this way, and it comes practically on the heels of Detective Coltrane's murder. It's hard to stand back from that. I can be objective, Dallas, because that's my job, but it matters." Eve contemplated her coffee. "Maybe you'd want to do a segment on your show on high-end security systems." "Isn't that odd? I was just considering doing a segment on high-end home security systems." "Spooky." Eve cocked her hip, slid a hand into her pocket as she drank. "A lot of experts feel the Interface Total Home 5500 is one of the best, if you can afford it. You know, as a cop, I have to wonder, do people shell out for something like that because they want to be secure or because they have something to hide?" Nadine gave her slow, feline smile. "That's an interesting angle. Maybe. You know, thousands of people in New York bought that system and pay for the regular updates and maintenance. Security Plus, being a big and trusted service agent. Probably most of them are just careful, law-abiding types. Then again, it only takes one. It would be hard to find that one who bought it for reasons other than law-abiding ones. A long, tedious process," Eve agreed easily, "even if you, say, decided to check out those customers with certain initials, like DP or even VP. That would narrow it down some, but odds are you'd have to wade through hundreds." "True, but reporters and their research staffs are hardwired to wade through the tedious." "Yeah, cops wouldn't know anything about that." Eve smiled thinly. "Go away, Nadine. I have a meeting. I'll see you at noon." Nadine rose, started for the door. and I'm looking forward to the upcoming wedding festivities, including the slumber party." "Shut up!" With a laugh, Nadine sauntered out, and finishing her coffee, Eve thought at least she'd come up with a possible way to cut down on those possibles. Chapter 16. Eve walked into Whitney's office to find both men standing. Though McMasters still looked pale, and there were lines dug deep around his eyes and mouth that hadn't been there even at their last meeting, he seemed straighter, she thought. And the cold, hard look in his eyes told her he was ready. "Detective Peabody is handling some assignments and about to pursue a lead," Eve began. "I thought it better for her to stay on top of that than to attend this meeting." "Jack told me you... The commander informs me you have a possible lead that connects to an old case of mine." "I do. We were able to identify an individual through image matching with the sketch Detective Yancey composited from the two witnesses. He's identified as Darren Pauley, with a residence listed in Alabama." "Alabama?" "Captain, we believe this identification is falsified, and that this subject may be involved in fraud, cybercrime, and identity theft. I spoke with Vincent Pauley, who is listed as the subject's father on this identification." She ran through it briefly, watched McMasters struggle to pinpoint the names, the details, the case. 20 years ago? I believe it was 21 years. We are accessing all data on the investigation, the individuals involved. You got the collar, Captain. You worked with a detective named Frisco, who went down in the line 6 years later. Frisco trained me. He was a good man, solid cop. I have a copy of the file. Looking through it might jump your memory." "Use my desk," Whitney told him, and plugged in the disk Eve offered. "Meanwhile, Lieutenant," he gestured her a few feet away, "you'll have the file on the Ilya schooner murder this morning. A Lieutenant Politi, retired, was primary on that investigation. He'll contact you. I have the name and contact for a Kim Sung, who was a guard assigned to Irene Schultz's cell block during her incarceration." "Thank you, sir. The information should be helpful." "I remember a few tricks." "I know this," McMasters murmured. "I remember this. I was still in uniform, hadn't taken the detective's exam yet. Frisco let me take the lead on it. We got a tip from one of our weasels on this woman running scams. She'd solicit a John, then she'd copy his ID, his credit card. Next thing he knew, he'd have all these bogus charges, or he'd find his bank account lighter by a few thousand. A lot of marks don't report that, especially if they're married or involved or have something more to lose." McMasters studied the screen, nodding slowly. "Yeah, I remember this. I remember her. She had, apparently, been targeting the type least likely to make noise. But she scammed the weasel's brother, and that rolled it out to us. Frisco and I set up a sting. I posed as the mark, and we trolled the area where she was known to work." "And she bit," Eve prompted when McMasters fell silent. "Sorry, it takes me back. Before Dina was born. When Carol and I were just beginning. When Frisco was alive. He was a tough bastard." "Sorry," he repeated, bringing himself back. "Yes, she bit the second night. It was clean and simple. We busted her on the solicitation without a license, found illegals on her, and a cloner." His eyes narrowed as if he worked to see clearly back through 2 decades. "Yeah, that little cloner. It was slick, I remember that, too. Barely the size of her palm. Pretty damn slick, considering it was 20 years back. She had my ID on her, too. I'd never felt her lift it. She was stoned, and she still pulled the civilian ID I'd put in my pocket without me feeling the grab, even though I'd been waiting for it. She'd been using? Eve asked. Yeah. She didn't have the look of a long-timer, of the street, but she was high. She had ups and exotica on her, and both in her system. Maybe she needed them to have sex with the marks. How'd she play it? Eve asked him. Did she try to barter, work a deal, bitch, cry? No, none of the usual. The impression I'm remembering is she seemed shaken, a little scared. That's what I'm remembering, and that she wanted her call right off. You see that here in the notes. She wouldn't say anything about anything until she'd made her call. But she didn't call a lawyer like we figured she would. She cried then. That's right, he mumbled. She started crying during the call. I could see her through the glass, the tears running down her face, and I felt... Go ahead, Eve prompted. It's not important, not relevant. I remember I felt bad for her, sitting there, crying, looking so tired and defeated. I guess I said something like it to Frisco, and he told me to toughen up, in more colorful language. McMaster smiled very faintly. He could be a hard-ass. We stood by, and when she finished, she asked for a court-appointed. You went to see the man going by Patterson. She wouldn't talk until she'd talked to the lawyer, and it was late, middle of the night by then, so we didn't think we'd get a go with her until morning. And we figured she'd contacted this guy, the one listed as her husband, as her kid's father. Contacting him so he'd have time to get rid of or conceal anything incriminating. Had to be, McMasters agreed. What the hell did the guy think she was doing all night? Playing bridge? So while she was in the tank, we went over to her residence. You could see, 10 seconds in, you could see he was wrong. He was wrong, Patterson. But the apartment was clean. No illegals, no evidence of fraud. Child Services took the kid, and we took him in for questioning. That night? Eve prompted. Yeah. Frisco and I both wanted to get him in the box, push him. But he played it innocent, and he never came off that. He claimed to believe she worked nights at some dive-off broad. He was sweating, McMasters added as he looked back. I can still see the sweat rolling down his face, like the tears had with hers. Maybe if we'd had more time to work him, but her lawyer told us to get the APA her client wanted to deal. He took a breath, working it out in his head. We figured she was going to roll on the husband, implicate him to deal down. We pulled off him, went in to talk to her. She confessed. Just like that? Just like that. Her lawyer wasn't happy, you could see that. The APA hadn't even gotten there yet, but she insisted she wanted to get it done. Claimed an addiction to exotica, and that it had caused her to prostitute. Took the full rap. Claimed she bought the cloner on the black market. She wouldn't flip on Patterson. We pushed there, and when the APA got into it, he offered her a better deal if she pulled the husband in. But she wouldn't. They dealt her 18 months, and he walked. They gave him back the kid. Frisco used to say, sometimes slime slides. This was one of those times. Was she afraid of him? Hell no. McMasters let out a half-laugh. She loved him. It was all over her. She loved the son of a bitch, and he knew it. He let her take the fall. More we figured, When Frisco and I talked about it, we figured during that call, when she started crying, the bastard talked her into taking the fall. It fits, Eve said quietly. It runs true. You can know something without being able to prove it, without being able to make a case. Even now, 20 years later, the frustration flashed clearly on McMasters's face. We made the case on her. We closed the case. She did the time and she earned it, but... McMasters shook his head. It was the law, but it wasn't right. Not through to the core of it. Patterson let her go down, alone, and he played the shocked husband, the desperate father. We did their financials, you can see here in the file. They didn't have much more than 2 months' rent in their account. Where did the thousands she'd scammed go? She said to her illegals habit in gambling, but she couldn't tell us where she'd gambled it away. It was bullshit. They had it squirreled, but she never shook off that stand. She stuck firm that she'd spent the money and he hadn't been any part of it, hadn't known. And he comes to her sentencing with tears in his eyes, holding the little boy, with the boy crying for his mother. It was... He broke off, got slowly to his feet. In place of frustration, a cop's memory of a case that hadn't gone down quite right, came shock. The boy. It's the boy you think killed Dina? It's leaning that way, yes. But, for God's sake, he would do that? He would do that to an innocent girl because I once arrested his mother? Because she did less than 2 years? Irene Schultz, a.k.a. Ilya Schooner, was beaten, raped, and murdered by strangulation in Chicago in May of 2041. He slid back into the chair as if his legs dissolved. Patterson? No, he was alibied. I'll have the full file later this morning, and we'll reach out to the primary on the investigation, but he looks clear on it. How could he blame me? How could he blame me for that and kill my child? I don't have the answer for you. Captain, did Paulie, Patterson, did he threaten you in any way? No, just the opposite. He cooperated fully on the surface. Played the, there must be some mistake, please, can I see my wife? He never asked for a lawyer. When I pushed the illegals, the cloner in his face, he put on the shock, the disbelief, then the shame. He played it like a symphony. You said it was the middle of the night when you pulled him in. But she didn't try to stall, try to get her PD to push for a bail hearing? No. We stalled some, let them stew and caught a couple hours of sleep in the crib. The APA wasn't coming in until morning anyway. It didn't make any difference in her statement. I felt for her. God damn it, I felt for her. She protected him, and he let her. I felt for her and that little boy. The little boy crying for her. Now my daughter's dead. Sometimes, Eve thought, having the answers didn't ease the pain. Even as she went down to her office to search for more answers, she felt the weight of that on the back of her neck. She found the Chicago file in her incoming and sat down to read it through. She'd given it a first pass when Lieutenant Politi contacted her via link. I appreciate you reaching out, Lieutenant. Happy to. Just because I took my 30 a couple years ago doesn't mean I'm sailing on Lake Michigan. Cap said this was about an old homicide. Ilya Schooner. That's right. He'd retired young, Eve thought. He couldn't have been more than 65, with a full head of dark hair, clear brown eyes. Either the job hadn't put the years on his face, or he'd spent a chunk of his pension getting face treatments. Rape murder, she said. Vic was female, Mid-20s. I remember, he interrupted. I was working the South Side back then. It was rough. Hadn't come back far from the urbans. Scary time. I bet. They'd worked her pretty good. Cap said he sent you the file. That's right. So, you can see, they worked on her. Took some time to mess her up that bad. You say they. The ME reports state it appeared she was struck by both a left and a right-handed attacker, but it's not conclusive. The stallions worked in pairs back then. Eve scrolled down to his notes. The gang that held sway on that area held the illegals and sex trade. The stallions were the illegals and sex trade on the South Side. They held it more than a decade. She infringed. For them, it was business. Somebody tries to cut into your business, you take them out. Hard. But you looked at the husband. Yeah, we looked hard, too. Seemed overkill, even for the stallions. Unless she was cutting big. And if she was cutting big, where was the cut? Rules of play. They'd have warned her off first. Or if she was any good, maybe give her a chance to work for them. Politi tapped the side of his nose. It didn't smell right. You couldn't tie him in, the husband? Alibied right and tight. Had the kid at home. About the time she was getting the shit raped out of her, he was knocking on a neighbor's door to ask for help since the kid was sick and his wife was, he said, at work. Neighbor verified. Yeah, I see that. But it didn't smell right. We're knocking on doors, and everybody says how he keeps to himself, hardly says boo, stays with the kid at night, takes him off during the day while the woman sleeps or goes off on his own. But that night, the night he needs an alibi, he knocks on somebody's door. Sure was convenient. You think he set her up? Thought it. Felt it. See, the stallions back then, they'd initiate a member or a business partner. Beat down or gangbang, take your choice. You take the beating or the banging, then you give them their cut of your business. Sex and drugs, she thought. Quick money, big money. You think she went with them for that voluntarily? Maybe. Or maybe he gave her over. They'd take a trade, especially a woman. I'll tell you, that's the way it smelled to me. But there wasn't one shred of evidence pointing that way. She was the meal ticket from what I can find, not that they had anything much to show for it. Just a couple months' rent in the financials, Eve interrupted. Not hefty chunks. That's right. Not a hand-to-mouth kind of thing, but not your caviar and bubble wine either. Under the radar, Eve voiced. You could say. So maybe he gave her over to the stallions and things got out of hand. I don't know, but it was just too damn pat with him. He comes up with the line about how they were having marital problems and she was having trouble with illegals, but the neighbors said they never heard them fighting, and they looked like a nice little family any time they went out together, except the woman looked kind of worn down. As she talked to him, Eve made her own notes, formed her own theories. This address, where she and the man and the boy lived, what kind of neighborhood was that? Solid middle. Working families, a lot of kids. They had a good apartment in a nice building, nothing flashy, but nice. The husband, he had some flash. Did he? Expensive wrist unit, shoes. The boy had plenty of trendy toys. They had upmarket electronics. He was working in e-repair, consulting sort of deal, and she was, according to him, a professional mother. But he hardly put in any time on the job and did most of the looking after the kid, according to the neighbors. I asked him about the wrist unit, said it was a birthday present from his wife. He was off, Politi said. My gut said he was off. But the evidence said he was clean. When Chicago had given her all it could, Eve sat back, closed her eyes. He was off, but came away clean. There was a pattern. He let the woman take the fall for him, just as he'd let the woman sleep with, live with his own brother, and like he may have let her scoop up John's and Mark's in gang territory. Sex, she thought. Did he like her to use sex to scam? Was that part of a thrill? When had the illegals come into it? When had she started using? McMasters said she might have needed them to have sex with her Marks. Maybe so. Not with a brother. It's kinship in a twisted way. They'd looked alike, and she'd lived the con of making a family. She pushed up, paced to the window and back, paced to her board and away. No, he hadn't knocked on a neighbor's door out of sheer coincidence the night of her murder. No way in hell. But it wouldn't have been just a cover for the cops. Couldn't be. They'd never have put him at the scene of the murder. Covering, though. Covering his own ass while she was being raped. He knew something was going to happen to her. Something bad. Something that could involve the cops coming to the door. A deal. A setup. A trade. But the boy grows up and goes after McMasters, mirroring the crime against his mother on McMasters' daughter. Why? Because McMasters was the arresting officer in another city 2 full years before his mother's murder? What kind of sense did that make, even for a sociopath? It didn't follow. She stopped, turned to stare at the board again. Unless... Dallas, I might have a line on... Who's the biggest influence in your life? Eve interrupted. I mean, who would you say gave you the foundation for what you are, how you think, what you believe? Peabody frowned over the question. Well, I like to think I think for myself, and there are a variety of factors in my life experience that cut the crap. Okay, at the base, my parents. Not that I go along with everything there, or I'd be in a commune raising goats or weaving flax, but the base is there. You're a cop, but with free-ager tendencies. She tapped Yancey's sketch as Peabody's frown deepened over the analysis. So who most influenced this one? His mother's murdered when he's about 4. Who'd be the biggest influence on what he believes, how he views the world? She jabbed her finger into Paulie's ID print. This one. He's a con artist, an operator. He taps his parents for money time and again, even though they know better. He's grease. He slides. His own brother has to pretend he doesn't exist to barricade himself. A smart and devious woman falls for him to the extent she takes an 18-month rap so he can skate. And she gets into possessing an illegals after they're hooked, not before, after. The wrong guy, Peabody offered. Like Trueheart said. Yeah, a really wrong guy. And if he tells the kid how his mother was lost, murdered, because the cops screwed with her, why wouldn't he believe it? Because they didn't? That doesn't matter. The kid's already predisposed to believe it. He's lived his whole life believing it and wanting to even the score. He's lived his whole life targeting marks, taking what he wants, living on the other side, and liking it. Planning out the ultimate con. Paulie let the woman take the fall for him, but that's not what the kid hears. Paulie covered his ass on the night she was killed, but that's not what the kid hears. When you keep hearing the same thing from the person who has the power, and Paulie had the power for years, you believe. Her father had held the power, Eve thought. He told her she was nothing. Told her the police would put her in a dark hole and leave her there to rot. And for a long time, she'd believed him to the extent she was as terrified of the police, of anyone in the system, as she was of the man who beat and raped her. Dallas? It's classic, Eve concluded. If you want to create something, someone, to obey, to believe, to become, You repeat. Punish or reward, that depends on your style, but you drill the message home. They killed your mother. They're to blame. They need to pay. It struck like a hammer in the gut. They, not he. It has to be they. The system, everyone who had a part in it. It's the system he hates. Oh, God damn it. We need a run, now, on every official connected to Irene Schultz's arrest and incarceration. Her lawyer, the APA, the judge, the warden, the CS rep who removed the kid, the head of CS at the time, the foster home. We need whereabouts, family whereabouts. Peabody's dark eyes went huge. He's going after someone else. One cop isn't enough. Eve launched herself at her unit, ordered an immediate run. He started it, but others are complicit. It's their fault his mother went away, their fault she was murdered. Took her away from him, so he's going to take something away from them. Frisco, the other cop, he went down. He's out of play. Can't punish the dead, can't make the dead suffer. Peabody, already working it on her PPC, nodded. Her lawyer's still in the city. A partner in a law firm downtown. Divorced, one child, male, age 15. We inform and get them covered. The APA's in Denver now, married, 2 minor children. We contact, inform local authorities. As she started down the line, her desk link signaled. She glanced, impatient, at the readout. Then her stomach sank. Dallas. Dispatch, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. Too late, Eve thought, as she pulled up outside the Soho loft. I'm too late. With Peabody, she walked past the officers outside the building and into the elevator. We want all security. Want to knock on all the doors. Contact Morris. Already done. Dallas, I informed Whitney. He's moved your media conference to 1600 and will keep a lid on this as long as possible. Eve stepped out of the elevator into the living area. Upmarket, she thought. Wealthy bohemian. Who owns it? DeLonghi, Eric, and Steuben, Samuel. Mid-divorce. The loft is on the market and currently untenanted. Lieutenant? One of the officers stepped to her. No visible signs of break-in. No visible sign of struggle or theft. She's in the bedroom. A real estate agent found her. He was showing the apartment to a couple of clients. My partner's got them in the second bedroom. Keep them sequestered. We'll work the scene first. She stopped at the kitchen, studied the single Go cup of coffee on the counter. Was that here when you arrived? Yes, sir. Record and bag, Peabody. She moved on, stopped at the bedroom doorway. Not a child this time, she thought, as she studied the body, but young, early 20s. Whose daughter was she? Victim is female, she began for the record. Early to mid-20s. Privacy screens are engaged here and throughout the living area. She scanned the room. There's no sign of struggle. Victim appears to be fully dressed. With her hands and feet sealed, Eve entered to examine the body. Ligature marks on ankles, facial bruising, bruising around the neck consistent with manual strangulation. ME to confirm. She crouched, angled herself to see the victim's wrists. She expected to see police restraints, as with Dina, but this victim's wrists were bound with some sort of colorful cord. Cording around wrists, deviation from Dina McMasters's homicide. Get the ID, TOD, Peabody. Blood on the sheets, she noted, consistent with violent rape. She hadn't been a virgin, not likely, but she'd suffered the same pain and terror. Bruising on thighs and around genital area. No underwear. She'll have been sodomized, too, and smothered repeatedly. It's not a fucking copycat. Why did he use cord instead of cuffs? Not a cop's kid, she concluded. The cuffs were another symbol. What's the cord symbolize? Victim is identified as Carleen Robbins, Peabody stated. Age 26, Lower West Side address with Cohab Hampton Anthony, employed by City Choice Realty. TOD is 1638, yesterday. Peabody looked over at Eve. That's before we had the sketch, before we had a name, before... She broke off when Eve held up a hand. Irrelevant. Look for her bag, her link, appointment book. You won't find them, but look. Flag for ME, she continued for the record. Talk screen priority. She's Janie Robbins's daughter, the child services agent who removed Darren Pauley into foster care during the Irene Schultz investigation. She came to show the apartment. He poses as a client, and all he needs to do is be ready when the right property comes up. Not a college student this time. That wouldn't do the job. No, this sort of property, young exec or trust fund baby. Arty type for this neighborhood, I'd say. Likes music or the arts, the scene. He brings her coffee. Nice gesture. Hey, I picked some up for you, too. Takes her out, sets her up, just like Dina. Except for the restraints. It plays for me. Dallas, there's no bag, no purse, nothing of hers. They've got a couple of comps, but they're for show. The security station's locked. I mastered it, and the cams are shut down. The disk's removed. The drive's been corrupted. There's building security on a place like this, too. We're going to roll her, then I want you to check that out. I'll start on the wits when I'm done here. When they rolled the body over, Eve bent down to examine the cords. Some kind of bungee cord? For kids. Peabody blew out of breath. You use it to hang stuff from their cribs or strollers so they can pull. Bright primary colors and designs, usually. Stimulate the eye. Child services. Symbolic, like the cuffs. He'd had fun with this, she thought, the little jabs and pokes. Check out building security and make sure EDD's on the way. She moved to the second bedroom, signaled the officer on duty to step out. All three people began to speak at once. Eve simply held up a hand, then pointed at the man sitting alone. You'd be the real estate agent. I'm Lieutenant Dallas. Name, please. Chip Wayne. I work for Astoria Real Estate. He took out a card, passed it to Eve. I had an appointment this morning with Mr. and Mrs. Gordon to show them this loft. It's just gone back on the market, and she held up a hand again. How do you gain access? It's a code. All listing agents are given a code for access and have to input their own ID code. What time did you arrive? We met outside just after 11. We had an 11 o'clock showing. We came up together and began with the living area. Mrs. Gordon wandered off to look at the bedrooms. We encourage clients to look around, and then Eve stopped him again. The place is furnished, but the records show it's been untenanted for 3 months. It's staging, rented by the owners, to, give the prospective buyers a better feel for how it looks, lived in. I don't know how she can be here. The log says the agent from City Choice showed it yesterday and logged out at 12:30. Is that so? The building is well secured. He looked almost pleadingly toward the couple huddled together in a chair. It's prime property. Quiet, safe. Yeah, safe. Eve looked over at the woman. Not much older than the victim, she judged. Shaking, teary, You found the body. I wanted to see the bedrooms, especially the master. We want a large master with a view if we can get it, And she was there, on the bed, dead. She looked dead. I screamed for Brent, and I ran away from her. Did you go into the room? Any of you? Nobody went in. I play a cop on screen. Gordon smiled weakly. City force? Maybe you've caught it. Sorry. It doesn't matter. Brash young detective. Maverick? Anyway, a lot of it's bullshit, I guess. But you get how you have to secure a crime scene. So we didn't go in or touch anything after Posey found the woman. We called 911. Okay. Mr. Wayne, how far in advance do you make these appointments for showings? It depends. In a case like this one, fast as you can. There was a contract on it, but it fell through. We heard about it yesterday, but City got the jump on us. They must have somebody on the inside, somebody at the lending company who gave them the heads up. I contacted the Gordons as soon as I got word, but we couldn't make it in until this morning. Why them, particularly? It's just what they're looking for. The location, the property, the price range, it's exactly what you've been looking for. Gordon gave him a look of quiet disbelief. Chip, you've got to be kidding. The owners are bound to be willing to renegotiate the price, considering we can— Brent, I want to go. Can't we leave, please? Give me your contact information, Eve told them, and you're free to go. We may need to talk to you again. Eve walked the loft again, made notes, ran it through her head while the sweepers began their part of the job. Cam's off on building security, too, and the virus. It looks like it infected that system. They're linked up with the individual security. It's not the same system as the first murder, Peabody continued, but it's the same brand, a commercial model. Also, the other residents aren't home. Word is everybody works days. The building is typically empty from around 9 in the morning to around 5 in the afternoon, weekdays. I started a background on the other residents. I'm not getting anything that clicks. He scoped it out. He wouldn't have had much time, but he did his homework. He was waiting for the opportunity and knows how to take advantage of it. She should have a record of the appointment on her office comp, something there. We'll get his name. Whatever name he used. Where's the cohab this time of day? He works from home, primarily. Research consultant. Their place is only a few blocks from the real estate agency. We'll take him first. The parents, they're in Brooklyn, right? Yeah. The mother works as a family counselor now. Eve nodded, took a last look before calling the elevator. It's all about family, isn't it? Chapter 17. Anthony Hampton wore casual office wear, a trim goatee, and high-end skids. He greeted Eve and Peabody with a quick smile and a harried look in green eyes that sparkled against warm brown skin. Ladies, what can I do for you today? Anthony Hampton? Yeah, that's me. I'm Lieutenant Dallas, NYPSD, with my partner, Detective Peabody. Cops? His smile turned to a grin as he studied the badges. That's a first. Is there a problem in the building? No, sir. We'd like to come in. Okay, sure, but— He glanced behind him. We're kind of in a mid-chaos around here. Getting married on Saturday. Eve felt the clench in her gut, but stepped inside. The hard, she realized, just became brutal. And brutal should always be done quickly. Mr. Hampton, I regret to inform you that your cohab, Carleen Robbins, is dead. What? Jesus, that's not funny. If this is one of Chad's sick jokes, Mr. Hampton, the body of Ms. Robbins was found this morning. She's been officially identified. I'm very sorry for your loss. Come on, that's fucking bullshit! The anger slapped out as he grabbed Eve's arm, shoved her toward the door. Get the hell out of here! Mr. Hampton? Eve countered the grip, muscled the man into a chair. Carleen was murdered in a loft in Soho where we believe she took a client for a showing. Did she take a client on a showing yesterday? That's what she does. That's what she's doing right now. He dragged out his pocket link. Right now! He punched a single key and shoved at his hair as a musical voice informed him Carleen was unavailable. Carleen, I need to talk to you. God damn it, Carleen, now! Whatever you're doing, I need to talk to you now. Anthony. Peabody crouched down, laid a hand over his. We're very sorry. She'll tag back. She will. His breathing began to heave and hitch. She's just busy. It's a crazy week. When did you last speak with her? Yesterday, when she left for work, but we texted a few times. She lives here, but she didn't come home last night. She had some work, a client on the hook, and then she was going to Tip's to do some wedding stuff. She stayed with Tip last night. Tip, I'll get a hold of Tip, and then... Eve let him play it out. Let him call the friend. Listen to her tell him she hadn't seen or heard from Carleen. She watched anger and disbelief take its horrible slide into grief. She's at work. She's at work. I can contact her boss, and she'll... Anthony. Peabody repeated his name in that same gentle way. His eyes changed, filled with desperate pain. But she can't be dead. That can't be true. When did she text you? I don't remember exactly. Here. He shoved the link at Peabody. It's logged. It's right in there. As Peabody took the link, stepped away to check its log, Eve pulled a chair over to face him, sat. Mr. Hampton, look at me now. Detective Peabody and I need your help. Carleen needs you to help us find who hurt her. How is she dead? How is she dead? We believe whoever she took to the loft killed her. Do you know who the client was? That can't be. This is all not real, not real. Who was the client? Eve repeated. It was some rich guy. Some wannabe artist from a rich family. Young guy. Have you met him? No, but do you know his name? She probably told me. I don't know. She'd have a memo book here, an appointment book. She keeps one here, one in her bag, one at work. Anal. In the office. He stared hard at Eve's face intensely, as if he had to focus on her to form each word. We share the office here. I work at home. And sometimes she does. We're getting married on Saturday. Can we get her book? Take her book? I don't care. Eve signaled Peabody. Do you know how this man, the one she was with yesterday, became her client? I'm not sure. She's been looking for the right place for him for a few weeks. Big fish. She said big fish. The Soho loft. That just popped up again. She was so excited. It was just the right property for him, she said. Exactly what he wanted, and the commission would be extreme. She had to move fast. Where's Carleen? We're going to take care of her now. Slowly, he shook his head side to side. She doesn't like to be taken care of. She takes care of herself. Are you sure? Are you really sure? Yes. He buried his face in his hands, began to rock, began to weep. Eve rose, moved quietly away to where Peabody waited. A text came into his link at 14:10, and another at 1803. She was bound and raped by the time the first went out, dead before the second. He had the friend's name, gave the word, spending the night, and so on, the way Hampton stated. The memo book lists an appointment with D.P. for yesterday at 9:30 a.m., the Soho address. I went back through it, and there are a couple others, and one, the initial one from the looks of it, that lists an appointment with Drew Pittering. Eve went back to Anthony to ask for permission to search through Carlene's things and to take both his link and the memo book. "Who can we call for you, Anthony?" Peabody asked him when they'd done all they could. "Let me call someone for you." My family. They're in town for the wedding. They're here, in the hotel. They're here for the wedding." When they walked back outside, Peabody pressed the heels of her hands to her eyes. "I know it's never easy, and notification just doesn't get to be routine, but it had to be one of the worst. All the wedding stuff lying around. It killed me." Eve pushed it aside, viciously, as she had inside the apartment. Hampton didn't recognize the sketch, but Darren wouldn't need to stalk her here. Cohab works at home. Makes it too hard to take her there. But her line of work, that makes it easy to take her in a locked, empty space. You pose as a rich guy, young, attractive, and I bet charming sticks in there. She'd check it out. That's routine. Check out his ID, but he'd have covered that. I ran the name, along with the image and his age, and I got nothing. He's already wiped it. But she'd have checked him out. Maybe there's something on her comps here or at work. It's not going to have his real address, but it's another pin in the map. You're cutting it close to the media conference. Fucking media. Eve raked at her hair. I need you to go by her office, get whatever you can. What about notifying her parents? Oh, Jesus, Dallas, don't make me do that solo. Take a grief counselor with you. And get the parents into Central. I want to talk to the mother. She considered the fact Peabody would have to get to Brooklyn and back. You take the vehicle. I'll catch the subway back to the house. Okay. Dallas, we couldn't have stopped this. We couldn't, Peabody insisted. We had nothing to connect Carlene to Dina. Nothing. He knew that. He counted on that. Maybe he's counting on us not being able to make the connection between the two of them yet. It's a big leap without the springboard. I'm going to give him more reason to count on that. On her way to the subway, Eve tagged Nadine. Sometimes the media had its uses. As usual, the media liaison tried to prepare Eve, and as usual, Eve threatened bodily harm. She walked into the media room at Central and took her position between Commander Whitney and Captain McMasters. The liaison stepped forward to outline the procedure, the rules, then asked the captain to give his statement. In full dress blues, McMasters took the podium. He stood like a cop, straight, with his eyes level. But he'd aged, Eve thought. Years in a matter of days. He'd gone from lanky to gaunt, from steady to brittle. Early Sunday morning, my daughter Dina was brutally murdered in her own home, in her own room, in her own bed. She was 16 years old, a beautiful, bright, loving young woman who had never in her short life caused harm. She was our only child. She loved music and shopping and spending time with her friends. Dina was a normal teenager with hopes and dreams, and those hopes and dreams, as they often are for the young, were to change the world. His smile was heartbreaking. She was a little shy and still passionate about her desire to help others. Family and friends who have come or called to comfort my wife and myself speak first, almost always, of Dina's sweet nature. It's a testament to her. I have been a police officer half my life. I believe the police will bring Dina's killer to justice. I ask you, as a police officer who has sworn to serve and protect, and as a father who was unable to protect his only child, to contact the NYPSD if you have any information on the person who murdered Dina. Questions rang out, of course, as he stepped away, despite the instructions of the liaison. Eve ignored them as she stepped to the podium. She stood silent, stony-eyed, until they faded away. I'm Lieutenant Dallas, and the primary investigator in the matter of the murder of Dina McMasters. A full team of investigators from Homicide, EDD, and Support Services is working this case. We are pursuing all leads and will continue to do so until the individual who murdered Dina McMasters is identified, apprehended, and charged. We believe Dina McMasters knew her killer. We believe she admitted him into the house on the Saturday evening, at which time her killer incapacitated her with a drug added to her soft drink. He then bound and raped her repeatedly over a period of several hours before strangling her. The investigative team will work diligently until we are able to exact justice for Dina McMasters. The questions rained again. Why do you think she knew her killer? From statements given by her family, her neighbors, and her friends, we don't believe Dina would have opened the door to a stranger, especially when she was alone in the house. Evidence leads us to conclude the attack occurred inside the house, and that Dina was unconscious and unable to defend herself or attempt to defend herself prior to being bound. What evidence? I will not discuss specific evidence on an ongoing investigation. She continued, answering questions, dismissing others, circling more. Lieutenant, Nadine First with Now and Channel 75. How is the rape murder of Carleen Robbins, whose body was discovered this morning in Soho, connected to Dina McMasters? It was a perfectly timed bomb. Reporters scrambled, shouting, checking links and PPCs. I'm here to answer questions pertaining to the investigation of the Dina McMasters homicide. And I just gave you one. Nadine pushed forward. Isn't it true that the body of another victim was found only this morning? That she, too, was bound, raped, murdered by strangulation? Eve's stare might have bored through steel. We have not determined if the two cases are connected. But there are very specific parallels, and there are specific differences. What differences? Eve allowed the leading edge of anger to snap out. I cannot and will not discuss the details of either of these investigations. Do you believe these two women were victims of a serial sexual predator? The bomb shot shrapnel throughout the room. Eve shouted over the chaos. We have drawn no such conclusion. We have drawn no conclusion at this time that these cases are related. But you don't discount the possibility of serial or copycat. I will not speculate. I will not feed you, any of you, speculation or conclusions so you can bump your ratings. Two women, one barely old enough to qualify for the term, are dead. That should be enough to spin your current media cycle. She strode away, fury in every step. Lieutenant! Whitney's sharp command stopped her. With me, now! Yes, sir. She followed him into the media-ready room, where he closed the door. Well, your performance was exceptional. I hope to God it generates exceptional results. We couldn't keep a lid on the Robbins homicide for long. Bringing it out like this, it makes it look like we're caught flat-footed, like we're still a dozen steps behind. If he thinks we're looking at serial or copycat, he'll feel smug. We have a chance at the memorial tomorrow, and we may be able to get a line on him through the connections. One or more members of the connected families may have been approached by him in some way. If he still thinks he's got room, he may try for the next on his list, and soon. Work it. Brief your team. And consider yourself thoroughly dressed down for allowing a media leak of this nature to get through. Yes, sir. She headed straight to her office, putting what she hoped was enough restrained fury on her face in her stride to ward off any cops who might approach her to offer support or to wheedle information. Rourke turned from the auto chef as she slammed her office door to punctuate the moment. He held out a mug of coffee. Victor spoils, he said. Huh? Just a little reward for your part in that well-timed duet. I think it should play very well and be lapped up by most. On the other hand, I know you and Nadine. She wouldn't have ambushed you that way, and you'd have taken her down harder if she had. Let's hope the intended audience does some of the lapping. I don't like using Carleen Robbins that way. It doesn't diminish the truth or what you'll do. A day late for her, and a hell of a lot more than $1 short. She would think that way, he knew. It made her what she was. I hear, as the grapevine climbs quickly, that you were already taking steps to inform and protect those connected to this old McMaster's arrest when you were called to the scene of this second murder. I knew it was connected to McMaster's, something on the job. I knew it was personal, and I believed it was a mirror of another crime, but it took me 2 days to find it. Eve, don't do this. The data wasn't there to be found. There was no Irene Schultz to show up on your search of rape-murder victims. The very nature of who these people are, were, may be tomorrow, makes it tricky and time-consuming to find them. Consider the fact you found this connection at all, and will save the lives of other targets. I know you can't save them all. I know it. But when you have to swallow that, hours would have made the difference. It doesn't go down easy. She was getting married on Saturday. Robbins. Ah, well. Following instinct, he put his hands on her shoulders, drew her in. I'm standing in that apartment where she lived with the man she was marrying in a couple days, and I'm seeing all that wedding junk, like at Louise's. God damn it, Rourke. He said nothing. There was nothing to be said. I know you can't save them all, she repeated. I know you can't catch them all, and even some you catch will slither through the system, but this one's not going to. Sick, smug son of a bitch. All right, then. What's next? She stepped away. We interview all those involved in the Irene Schultz matter, and we find out if he's made contact with anyone's daughter, son, sister, brother, mother, father, second cousin twice removed. We set up for tomorrow's memorial. We work the case. We push on the electronics. And why aren't you huddled with your EDD pals? We'll discuss that at the briefing. Then let's get started. In the conference room, Eve gave a brief overview of the investigation for the benefit of the members she'd added to the team. She followed it with a report on the early steps of the Robbins case. Peabody. After the notification to Hampton, I went to City Choice. I spoke with the Vic's supervisor and 2 of her co-workers. None of them could identify the suspect by the pictures we have. It's not unusual for a client not to come into the offices, and in fact, more usual for the real estate agent to meet same at a property or another location. Handy for him. All 3 individuals I spoke with recall the Vic speaking of a Drew Pittering, and one specifically recalls the Vic telling her she'd tapped a new client when he contacted her. Her office log lists a contact from Pittering on May 15th, with the note he was looking most specifically for space in Soho and his preferences for same. It also lists meeting him at 2 properties in that sector and providing him with 2 virtual tours of other locations. Finally, it lists her appointment with him at the Soho loft for 9:30 a.m. yesterday. Reinecke, Jenkinson, you'll follow up with the other properties. Knock on doors. Show the photo. Peabody, she repeated. EDD has all the electronics from her home and her workspace, as well as those from the crime scene. With a grief counselor, I notified the victim's parents. She let out a breath. When questioned, Janie Robbins did not immediately recall Irene Schultz or the case. She agreed to come into Central today to speak with the lieutenant, and stated she would look through her archive of case notes and files to try to refresh herself on the matter. The fact is, she was pretty shaken up, and I'm not sure she was taking in any of the details on this old case. I left them with the grief counselor, and they'll be escorted in shortly. Okay, good work. Feeney, progress? I'm going to pass this to the civilian. When Eve looked toward Rourke, Feeney shook his head. Wrong, civilian. Brief the lieutenant, Jamie. McNabb and I have been putting in some long hours on this, and back with Feeney and Rourke and a couple of the others upstairs. But we just couldn't figure any way to speed the cleaning process, not with the extent of the corruption. Then Rourke said something about trying to split another Matrix clone on a second JPL and merge texels with the corrupt pixels and stir up the PPI to defuck the bit mapping. Did you say defuck? Eve asked. Is that a technical term? It just sort of expresses the procedure. See, for this particular application, the regions are made up of supixels, and when infected, the standard triad— Stop the madness! She resisted, barely, just slapping her hands over her ears. I'm begging you! Well, it's Frosty Max if you get how it works and why. When Rourke talked about the clone and merge, I started thinking maybe we could go rad and do a merge and ramp. Input an HIP to counteract, then extrapolate, do the clone, and restart the defuck from that point. Makes me proud, Feeney said, as Eve pressed her fingers to her eyes. Will somebody just give me the progress in English? Picture's worth 1,000. Put it up, Jamie, Feeney ordered. Roger that. Using a remote, Jamie displayed an image on screen. Eve shifted, stepped back. There, on screen, Darren Pauley was captured in mid-step as he climbed the stairs to the victim's front door. He wore a cap, which she identified as from Columbia, shades, and a shy smile. Dina, young, pretty, beaming, stood in the open doorway, her hand held out for his. Excellent, Eve murmured. Bloody brilliant, Rourke stated. I wouldn't have thought of it if you hadn't started the ball. Jamie nodded toward Rourke. And you were the one who actually did the conversion, and Rourke shot a finger at Jamie. Bloody brilliant. Well, though he shrugged, pleasure shone on Jamie's face. Yeah. The PA will have to be a complete screw-up not to cage this bastard for first degree. But we have to catch him first. Can you do the same with the Soho security? Now that we've identified the virus, have the process? Feeney bared his teeth in a smile. We'll have all of the McMasters and the Soho vids for you before end of shift. Nice work, all of you. Damn nice work. He's wearing a backpack, handy for holding his supplies. The same shoes the wit ID'd from the park. That brings me to retail, Peabody put in. I've got a strong lead on the shoes and the rest. An outlet right on campus, which unfortunately screwed my downtown hunch. The shoes, the sweatshirt, sweatpants, cap, shades, backpack, airboard, several T-shirts, and a windbreaker were purchased there by a Donald Petrie on March 31st. Address? The address that came up is in Ohio, and actually is the home of one Donald Petrie, age 68, who was pretty steamed when he got the charges for a bunch of stuff from a college outlet in New York. He reported the fraud in mid-April upon getting the bill. I've got the name of the clerk whose ID number was on the sale. I haven't yet been able to contact. She's a student at the university. We'll run it down. Tomorrow's memorial, Eve continued, and outlined the plan. Toward the end of the briefing, Eve received word the Robbinses were being escorted into Central. Because she wanted privacy, she directed them to be taken to Interview A. She gathered the case file on Irene Schultz and the mugshot. She found them sitting together at the table, hands linked. She supposed the best term for the way they looked would be shell-shocked. Mr. and Mrs. Robbins, I'm Lieutenant Dallas. You remembered Detective Peabody. We want to thank you for coming in like this, and to offer our sincere sympathy for your loss. I talked to her yesterday morning. Janie's voice quavered. When she was on her way to that appointment. I wanted to tell her my sister and her family were getting in this morning. My niece, her cousin, is one of the bridesmaids. We were going to have a get-together tonight. She was so excited about the wedding, and she was so confident she'd make this sale. She was so happy. She talked to you about this man? Not really. She just said it was the perfect client for the perfect property, and the sale would be the perfect wedding gift. I have her dress, her wedding dress. Disbelief swirled with the grief in Janie's eyes. I'm keeping it because she doesn't want Tony to see it. It's in the closet in her bedroom at home. Peabody put a cup of water on the table, laid a hand on Janie's shoulder before taking her seat across the table. He didn't care about her, Mrs. Robbins, but I do. Eve waited until the woman looked at her again, focused on her. I care about Carleen, and with your help I'm going to find the person responsible and see that he pays for what he did to her. She didn't do anything to him. Owen Robbins stared out of shattered eyes. She never hurt anyone. He doesn't care, Eve repeated. Not about Carleen, not about 16-year-old Dina McMasters. He cares about what he sees as payback. He cares about hurting everyone he believes took something from him. Irene Schultz. That's all he cares about. Eve took the photo from the file, laid it on the table. I need you to try to remember her. I looked back at my archives. It was so long ago. I believed in the work, believed in putting the welfare and best interest of the child above all. Still, it was never easy to remove a child from the home, even when it was best. I lasted almost 10 years, a long time. Then we moved to Brooklyn, and I counsel families. I tried to help. I always did. I understand. I don't really remember her, this woman. Not clearly, I'm sorry. There were so many. Too many. My notes, I brought them. You can have them. I made note that the living conditions seemed very good, and the child well cared for. Temporary removal was based on the mother's arrest and the suspicion that the father was complicit. There were no friends or relatives, so the boy was placed with a foster family, and he was returned to the father within 48 hours. I don't understand how he could take my child's life because I put him in a safe place for 2 days. He wasn't harmed. Do you remember anything about the father? I have in my notes he was upset, but polite. That he appeared to relate well to the child, showed concern for him. He packed toys and clothes for the child himself, and soothed the boy when he said goodbye. I would have testified to that in court had it become necessary. Her lips trembled until she had to press them hard together to still them. It's important to make note of the relationship, the environment. I have in my notes that in the initial observation he appeared to be a good parent. As he was cleared of any knowledge of his wife's illegal activities, the child was returned to him. There were no follow-ups, and the case was closed. All right. Thank you. It's no help. None of it helps Carleen. I think your notes and impressions will be a great help. I'm going to have you taken back home. I have to ask you not to speak to the media. They'll come. They'll push. For the sake of other children he may have targeted, I'm going to ask you to say nothing to anyone about this conversation, for the best interest of the child, Mrs. Robbins. You'll keep us informed about... You'll tell us? You have my word. Rising, she went to the door, signaled the uniforms waiting. These officers will take you back home. We need to go to Tony. They'll take you there. They'll take you wherever you need to go. Peabody watched them go. It was good of you to tell them they helped. They really didn't. We can't know what might help. It breaks my heart, Dallas. Instead of going to their daughter's wedding, they'll go to her funeral. Then let's make damn sure it's the last funeral he's responsible for. Chapter 18. When Eve found Rourke in her office again, she frowned. Why are you still here? They don't need me in EDD at this point. I can deal with some of my own work as easily from here as anywhere, with the benefit of being with my wife. I'm going back in the field. I have to go by the morgue, then track down the student who sold the suspect his gear. I've nothing more interesting to do. She considered it. She could leave Peabody to write and file the reports, nag the lab, run the probabilities on which target might be next. Fine. You're with me. My favorite place. With the work dumped on Peabody, Eve took the morgue first. You don't need to go in. I don't expect any surprises here, no revelations. It's just procedure. In any case, he continued down the white tunnel with her. I remember when we brought Nixie here, he said, speaking of the little girl whose family had been slaughtered in a home invasion. Brutal. But then, I suppose it always is. She's doing well with Elizabeth and Richard and young Kevin. They're making a family. I think she's able to do that because you gave her resolution. She's tough. She'll make it okay. She paused outside the doors to Morris's suite. The one who's responsible for what's in there? He didn't have to crawl through his mother's blood like Nixie did. He didn't have his entire family slaughtered in their own beds. He doesn't have half Nixie's spine. He's weak, and I'm going to give him one hell of a resolution. There, Rourke thought. There she was. She could feel the blame and the pain. Perhaps she needed to, but she could and would always come back to purpose. Morris wore morning black today, with a shirt of deep red. Music wove quietly through the air as he closed the Y-cut on Carleen with sure strokes. "You're done with her?" "I started on her immediately." "Hello, Rourke." "Morris. How are you?" "Better than I was. I hoped I wouldn't see either of you until the wedding, and under much happier circumstances." "I pushed the talk screen," he told Eve, "and found the same combination, though I might have missed it if I hadn't been specifically looking. She'd been dosed approximately 6.5 hours prior to death, and in a lesser amount than our first." He realized he didn't need her to be out as long, Eve concluded, and he didn't have as much time to work on her, or didn't want to take as much time. Other than that, and the use of elasticized cord rather than police restraints, the method remains the same. Bound, ankles and wrists. Ankle restraints removed and reapplied. Multiple rapes, vaginal and anal. An almost casual beating, considering the violence of the rapes. Sporadic smothering and choking. Cause of death, manual strangulation. She fought, as evidenced by the abrasions, lacerations, contusions on her wrists and ankles. He varies in small ways to suit the circumstances, but sticks with the overall method. "There's one other variation," Morris said. "She was pregnant." Shit. It punched straight through her. God damn it. Under a week along, she may not have known. Eve shoved at her hair. She didn't bother to curse again. "Her people are going to come in. Her parents, her cohab. They were getting married Saturday." Morris released a long sigh. Fate's a cruel bastard. Fuck fate. People are cruel bastards. There's no need to tell her people about the pregnancy unless they ask. Not yet, anyway. No, there's not. He stepped back. First the virgin, now the bride. What? Eve's head came up, her eyes sharpened. Wait, what comes after? After? Virgin? Bride? What's next? If it's a kind of progression. Logical? Organized. What's after bride? Newlywed? Morris suggested. Wife. For some. Rourke looked down at Carleen with pity. Pregnancy. Motherhood. A cynic might say divorce often fits in there at some point. It might be a way of selecting the order, even the specific Vic. You drive. I want to work it. Thanks, Morris. She had her PPC out even as she strode back down the tunnel. It would be monumentally fortunate, from his point of view, Rourke said, for him to be able to find the proper victims for the sort of progression you're proposing. I don't think so. They don't have to be female, though I imagine he prefers. Newlywed, either sex. Then you could say husband instead of wife, expectant father, and so on. He's got kids, grandkids, siblings, parents, maybe extended family to choose from. She slid into the car. I told Peabody to work probability on stage of contact. McMasters, then the CS supervisor, the CS rep, the PD. Maybe he's picking them in order of appearance, or maybe this way. But there has to be some sort of selection process. A timetable for trolling them, researching them, arranging the meet, developing the relationship. And there's overlap. He contacted Carleen while he was working Dina. Started the second round before finishing the first. So, by that criteria, he started round 3. Yeah, and maybe beyond that. I figured the PD most likely, and we're on her, but she doesn't have anyone who fits this other progression. Eve shook her head as she scanned the data. She's been divorced 6 years, no kids. She has a sister, married over 25 years. That's no newlywed. A niece and a nephew, neither married. You don't have to be married to be pregnant, or to have a relationship that results in a pregnancy. Good point. Could be one of them for that stage. If so, could be the sister for the wife. The long-term kind. We'll keep them covered. But I don't think they're next. Speaking of next, where am I going? Huh? Columbia. I need to find the clerk. She lists a dorm as her address, and a retail place as her employment. She hasn't answered her link, and hasn't returned any of Peabody's requests for contact. I just want to tie that one up. Then why not go to the orchard? Trees? And pick a peach. He used the in-dash link to do it himself. Dressed in a power red suit and shoes that emphasized her height and made Eve's ankles throb when she noted them, Peach Lapkoff waited outside the administration building. Those razor-sharp eyes took on a sultry hue as she held out both hands to Rourke. "It's wonderful to see you." Eve stood by, brows raised as they bussed cheeks. "And you," Rourke said. "You look brilliant." "I'm off to reach into the deep pockets of some alumni shortly. It's best to look the part." "Lieutenant," she offered Eve her hand, "I found Fiona. She's been in a 2-day retreat. No communication devices allowed. I've had her pulled out as it seemed important enough to interrupt. She'll be brought here. I wasn't sure if you'd require my office or some other area." "It's not necessary. It shouldn't take long." "I heard the reports that there'd been another murder. Another young woman raped and murdered." "We can't confirm the cases are connected. The media doesn't have a problem throwing out speculations about a serial killer targeting young women. We have a lot of young women on campus. There's serious concern. I'd advise your students and staff to take sensible precautions, but the media's claims or speculations have no confirmation from the NYPSD." Peach continued to stare at Eve, as if trying to X-ray her brain. "I was worried when you requested Fiona Wallace be located, that you might have reason to believe she's in some danger." "Absolutely not. It pertains to a sale she made last March in Sports Center that may connect to the investigation." "I'm relieved." Peach's gaze shifted over Eve's head. "Here she comes." "Do you recognize all your students on site, Dr. Lapkoff?" "Peach," she said. "No, I don't. But I looked her up when you requested I locate her. Miss Wallace." "Dr. Lapkoff." The girl was no more than 20, with skin pale as the moon, and what looked to be several pounds of red hair piled on top of her head. She was slightly out of breath from, Eve concluded, the trip across campus and fear at being summoned by the president. "You're not in any trouble." The power female took on a faint maternal tone. "And you won't be penalized for the time out of the retreat. This is Lieutenant Dallas with the NYPSD. She hopes you can help her." "Help?" "Yes." "Would you like me to step away, Lieutenant?" "It's not necessary." "You work at Sports Center." "Yes, ma'am. I'm a year-round student, and I work there to help with living expenses. I've worked there for over a year now." "You were working there on March 31st. I'm not sure. Maybe. You sold several items to this man." Eve drew out the sketch. "Do you remember him?" "I'm not sure, exactly. It's over 2 months ago, and we're a really popular store. It can get really busy. I have a list of what he bought. It might help you remember." Eve started down the list, saw Fiona blink when she got to the shoes. "You remember?" "I do. It was a really big sale, and the shoes are really high. I remember because I told them they were going on sale for 1 day in just another week, 10%, and that's a lot when they go for 3.5 bills, you know. But he wanted them right then. He looked a little different from this picture. That's why I didn't recognize him right away. How so? His hair was a lot longer and wavy. He had mag hair. He was really cute. I guess I flirted with him a little, the way you do. Asked if he lived on campus and what his major was. I think he said he was living off campus. He was nice, but he didn't flirt back, so I figured he was seeing someone or I didn't push the buzzer for him. I made some joke about him hitting the jackpot or something because he was buying so much. I remember he smiled because, wow, killer smile, and he said, because I thought it was funny, "Clothes make the man." It seemed like a weird thing to say when he's buying sweatshirts and that kind of thing. I bagged it all up and he left. Have you seen him since? No, I don't think so. Okay, Fiona. Thanks. Did he do something illegal? We're interested in talking to him. If you do see him, do me a favor. Don't approach him and contact me. Eve handed her a card. Sure. Should I go back to the retreat now? Yes, Peach told her. Straight back. Yes, ma'am. Did that help? Peach asked as Fiona hurried off. It confirms some information, continues to establish pattern, and tells me he's got smug going up against careful, and sometimes smug wins. Yeah, that's helpful. As you've been. Thank you. I'm happy I could help, and I hope the media reports very soon that you've arrested this man. So do I. When they reached the car, Rourke asked, What's next? I need to go back over the list of names and data of those connected with the Irene Schultz arrest. I need to talk to them, all of them, and try to figure out his next target. They don't all live in New York. No. She got into the car. But he's got, apparently, an endless supply of IDs and credit to go with them. Maybe his next target's in New York, maybe not. I need to interview all the connections to possible targets to try to work it out. Not all the connections live in New York either, or in the city. You could, of course, shuttle around to and from or conduct the interviews via link. I'd rather a face-to-face, but it's not practical, so most of it will have to be by link. The problem is people expand. They get married and or have kids, the kids do the same, or they have sibs who do it. In 20-odd years, you've got a horde spiraling out of one person. People, and their propensity for progeny. Amused at her, Rourke shook his head. What can be done? What I'd like to do is get them all into Central, take them one at a time, then, if necessary, pool them all together to see if one person's answers jog something salient from another. I can arrange that. She slanted him a bland look as he drove them home. What? You'll have everyone transported to Central from wherever they happen to be? Not only impractical, but plenty of them won't go for it. Another problem with people is they have lives and can get fussy when asked to put them on hold to aid in a police investigation they may or may not believe really involves them. There's transporting, he said, and there's transporting. Well, sure, your transports are all slick and shiny, but, Eve, while I often have to travel for business or have someone brought in, how much more often do I conduct business halfway around the world, even off-planet, without leaving New York? Yeah, but you've got... She had a sudden memory of walking into his office unannounced while he conducted a meeting. A holographic meeting. It could work, she considered. We don't use holo for interviews, generally, because if you're dealing with a suspect, even witnesses in some cases, the defense will try to get anything gathered by that method tossed. It's tricky because it can be manipulated. You want to make it solid. You need a confession or hard evidence face-to-face on record, but you're not looking for a confession, not interviewing suspects or even people of interest. Yeah, it could work. I'll want to run it by an APA, make sure there's no procedural angle I need to cover. If any information I get leads to an arrest, we don't want some slick lawyer trying to claim the information was tainted, therefore blah blah. But I think we can do this. You used a hollow on Ricker. Yeah, and he's already doing life without possibility of parole. They can try to dance around the method for slapping him with conspiracy on Coltrane, but you order a cop's murder from the inside of an off-planet penal colony where hollow visitations and legal consultations are allowed? It's going to be hard for anyone to argue the method, and I cleared it first. Cleo wasn't part of the hollow, and she was allowed to view it. I didn't use any evidence, per se, from the hollow in drawing her confession, and I, again, cleared it first. The judge already tossed her lawyer's petition to dismiss on that one. I'm glad to hear it. I think we can use this, if the parties agree. It'd save hours of time, and have the next best to face-to-face. I just need to make sure our ass is covered on it. You cover the asses, and I'll set it up. How long to set it up? The basic program, 20 minutes at most. Then I'd need the coordinates of those you want to bring in. It would take a few minutes to triangulate each hollow. It bears repeating. You're handy to have around. She took out her link and contacted APA Share Rio. There was, as expected, some legal jumbo, but even with it, she would save considerable time. She continued to consult with Rio as she walked into the house and thought one advantage to legal crap was the opportunity to totally ignore Somerset. Once she got the nod, she began making the contacts and arrangements. She'd hit the halfway point when Rourke beeped through. The program's set, in the hollow room. I need those coordinates. I'll bring them to you. Peabody can make the rest of the contacts. 5 minutes. She routed the rest to her partner, then gathered what she needed. She used the elevator and stepped out into a larger and somehow swankier version of her home office. Appearances can count. One of these days, you might consider replacing that desk of yours with a workstation like this one. She frowned at the dark, shiny surface of the U-shaped console, its built-in D&C unit and sleek control panel. I like my desk. Yes, I know. He kissed her lightly, then pointed to a table at the rear of the room. Have a sandwich. We have sandwiches? Eat. You can station yourself at the desk if you like. Knowing you, I assume you'll be on your feet most of the time. Your interview subject can be placed at any chair or the sofa. The unit here and the wall screen are both fully operational should you need them. Slick, she thought. Very slick. It has to be recorded. It will be. Because he pointed at the table again, she picked up a sandwich. Let's bring Peabody in first. He nodded, used his own link. Peabody. Peabody's face went glowy at the sight of Rourke. Oh, hey. Hi. Hi. The lieutenant would like you to join us. Okay, wow. I've never hollowed before. I'll be gentle, he said, and made her giggle. There, I have you. Initiating. Little dots of light swirled, then the swirl became Peabody. Oh, gee, that was easy. It didn't feel weird. She looked around, blinking. It is weird, but it didn't feel weird. What's that? What? It's a sandwich. Oh, it's a panini. It really looks good. There's more over there. Help yourself. Thanks. Peabody turned to the table, reached out, and her hand passed straight through sandwich and tray. "That was just mean. I can't help myself because I'm not really here, but I am here. I don't understand hollow science. Every time McNabb tries to explain it to me, my brain goes to sleep." "Let's leave that to the geeks and be cops. Finish the contacts. Get the waivers. I'll connect with the PD again, then we'll bring her in." It was weird, Eve admitted, but it was also smooth and efficient. In moments, she had the former public defender sitting in her programmed office. "I appreciate the time, Ms. Drobsky." "It's no problem. I'd like to get this business resolved as soon as possible. It's unnerving. I'm sure it is. Your safety and the safety of your family is a priority. You have viable evidence that I or my family is being targeted? Evidence that substantially links this jeopardy to a defendant I represented more than 20 years ago? You're thinking like a lawyer. I'm thinking like a cop. Which one do you want to trust your life to and the lives of your family?" The woman shifted either in discomfort or annoyance. "I'm here, aren't I?" "You were shown an artist rendering of the suspect. Are you still certain you've never seen this man before? On-screen image, Darren Pauly." Drobsky studied the screen. "I haven't. Not to my knowledge." "You have a brother." "Yes, Lyle. As I told you, he's a financial consultant. I spoke with him, and he's been shown the sketch, as has his wife and their son. I'm concerned enough that I've been through this with my parents, and they live in Arizona. None of them recognize this man." "Who are you closest to?" "I'm sorry?" "In your family, who are you closest to?" "That's very difficult to—" "My father, I suppose. He's the reason I became a lawyer. I can promise you, Lieutenant, he's not naive or gullible enough to allow himself or my mother to be put in danger. And he's targeting women, isn't he? We don't rule out a change to male target. Who else is there?" "I don't have any other family." "Who else are you close to? Family isn't always blood." Oh, God. For the first time, Drobsky looked shaken. "Lincoln. Lincoln matters. We've been involved for over a year now. And my partner, Elise Wagman. We're very close. Have been since college. She's like my sister." "Peabody? On it. You think he might go after Lincoln or Elise? I need to tell them we're taking care of it right now. Is Elise married? Cohabbing?" "No. In fact, she just came out the other side of a difficult divorce. She has a daughter, my goddaughter, Rennie." "She's only 11. We'll take care of them." She saw Peabody give her the nod out of the corner of her eye. "Police officers are on their way to her residence right now, and to Lincoln's. When we've finished, I'll contact both of them myself and explain everything." "You really think it could be—" "I'm not going to take any chances. I want you to tell me everything you remember about the Irene Schultz case." "I remember it very well. I hadn't been a PD long, and I was still idealistic, green. I felt, since she didn't have any priors, she had a young child, I could make a good deal for her. I figured I'd get them to kick the illegals charge, the solicitation, maybe plead it down to a year and mandatory rehab. Maybe get part of the year in a halfway. Then, even before I talked to her, I got the whiff that they wanted her husband, and maybe I could get her straight into halfway in rehab with no cage time if she flipped on him. But she didn't. Wouldn't. She insisted, even to me, he had no part in what she'd done, no knowledge of it. I explained, tried to nudge her some, but she wouldn't budge. I tried the mom card. I really wanted to help her. She wouldn't be able to take care of her little boy if she was in prison. But she stuck. Worse, when the APA came in the next morning to deal, she insisted on taking the first round. I could have dealt it down to a year, but she wouldn't let me. I felt like a failure. Did you speak with the husband? Yeah. He was angry, outraged when I told him she'd taken the 18. He said she shouldn't do more than a year inside. I agreed with him, but he blamed me. When I told him she wouldn't let me try the deal, he calmed down some, even apologized. When we went into court, he brought the baby. A really beautiful baby. Her gaze went back to the wall screen. God, I held him. I held that baby while Irene and her husband had him in it. I actually held him. I felt sick when he cried for his mother, sick that I hadn't been able to do more. You get over that after a while, after being buried under the work, the system. That's when you have to get out, when you get over being sick you couldn't do more. When Eve felt she'd gotten everything she could, she brought in Elise Wagman, keeping Drobsky in place as both of them requested. The woman absorbed the information Eve gave her, took it all in without a flinch. I'm going to send my daughter to Colorado, to my mother, tonight. Lisi, you should go too. You should— Ms. Wagman? Eve interrupted Drobsky's worry. I understand your concern for your daughter's safety. The officers will assist you in any way they can with the arrangements for her transportation to your mother. I can't order you to stay, but I will ask you. If you have been targeted, any change in routine may tip him off. We can and will protect you. For how long? As long as necessary. Would you please take another look at the image on screen? A closer look. I'm just not sure either way. He may have longer hair or shorter. He could look just a little older. Longer hair, she murmured. It could be. Jesus, it could be. Longer hair and a beard. Dom Petrelli. Bingo, Eve thought. Even as she turned to order Peabody to run it, her partner was working her PPC. How do you know him? I do pro bono work out of a legal aid clinic, Lower East Side. About 3 weeks ago, when I was leaving, he came running up, out of breath, asked if I was Elise Wagman. He said he was a journalist and doing a spec piece on women in law with an emphasis on domestic cases. It's my specialty. He said he'd run behind, had tried to get there before the clinic closed, asked if he could just walk with me, ask me some questions. I didn't see the harm. He was charming and earnest and so interested in the work we're doing. He gave you his name, his credentials. Yes. I guess it was kind of quick. He was a bit fumbly, but we were right on the street. He just walked with me for a few blocks, asked the right sort of questions. He'd done some good background on the clinic. I was impressed and pleased. We can use some positive exposure. He bought me a cup of coffee from a glide cart and asked if he could contact me if he had any follow-ups. And did he? The next week, he was waiting outside the clinic when I closed up with coffee. I had some time, so we walked over to the park, sat on a bench, drank coffee while we did his follow-up. He was a little flirty. Nothing over the top or offensive. I was flattered. He's 20 years younger, easily, and I'm an idiot. No, he's very good at what he does. We talked, that's all, and it came out he's a fan of Zapato's films. Jesus, Drobsky murmured. I know. I'm a rabid fan, and we got into that, debating, dissecting. There was a mini-festival in Tribeca that weekend. You went out with him. Elise moistened her lips, pushed at her hair. Nervous, Eve thought, but equal parts embarrassed. I met him there Saturday night. We had drinks after, a little dinner. God, I actually told him I couldn't ask him back to my place because of my daughter, which was an obvious way of saying let's go to his. And he said his roommate's mother was visiting and it would be awkward. Then he kissed me and put me in a cab. He kissed me, she repeated, pressing her hand to her lips. We went out again the next week. Just lunch, soy dogs down on the wharf. He made me feel young, sexy, and eager, she confessed, because he said he wanted me to have a little more time. I told him about the divorce and my daughter. I told him about my girl. He wanted me to have more time because he wanted me to be sure. When are you seeing him again? A week from Friday. He's working this weekend. Not if I can help it, Eve thought. Chapter 19. She's not the next in line, Eve said. He's playing her along, stringing it out. Divorced. That's a couple steps further along. He plays her perfectly. Changes his look, his image. Young, but not too young. Flirtatious, but not too. Interested in what interests her. Knowledgeable about those interests. She doesn't tell anybody about him because it's early days yet, Peabody put in. And she feels a little foolish contemplating an affair with someone 20 years younger. He doesn't have a house link, he tells her. His pocket's broken. He hasn't gotten around to replacing it. He doesn't want her contacting him yet. He needs to keep her anxious and off balance. He's got the power. But she's not next. Somebody else is. Concern covered Peabody's face as she studied the images of possible targets Eve had displayed on the rear wall screen. And probably this weekend. He doesn't get another one. Let's take the child services supervisor, then the APA. She downed coffee between interviews and gave Peabody a 20-minute break to grab a sandwich of her own. She began to see the steps, the stages, the story that took place 20 years before, and thought she understood the players, their roles, their choices. She went down for him, Rourke concluded. He conned her into it, or convinced her, in that call she made after the bust. We can't both go down, baby. Who'll take care of the boy? That may be, Eve agreed. But he'd already been in once. Prints on file. They'd bust him hard on the ID fraud if she admitted he'd been involved, and he'd do more than the 18 months for the second offense. He'd use that. You'll do a year, sugar, and I'll be there for you. If they look at me, it's 5 to 7. You got that right. He had more on the line than she did. And he'd need her to go down quick and clean, make it easy for the cops and the PA. No fuss, no muss, no looking too hard at him. And more, I think more, if they both went down, there'd be no one to maintain their identities. He could push that. The center wouldn't hold, and they'd be exposed for what they were. A lot more than a year and a half at stake. And she's the one who got caught, wasn't she? She's the one who got careless. Why should they lose it all when she could suck it up? That's my take, Eve agreed. He'd already gone in once, and he wasn't going back. Some time, some dealing, some pleading hardship, she could have gotten off with a year, and part of that, maybe most, in a halfway. Mandatory rehab. But that would have made it risky for him. The quicker she goes down, the quicker he's clear. But it's more, I think. Sliding her hands into her pockets, she wandered the room so familiar. An illusion, but familiar. And remembered. With my mother, I'm vague. It's blurry with only a few clear flashes. But I knew she hated the fact of me. But she had me, and she stayed at least long enough for me to have a few pictures in my head to remember specific events. As Darren Pauly does? Whatever he remembers, or has been taught to remember, is different. I know I wasn't a child to either of them. I was a commodity, a potential income. But did they come up with that together, or did one convince the other? That's a question I'll never have the answer to, and isn't important. She wouldn't let it be important. But in this case, maybe it is. Why she chose, or they chose, to have the boy, Rourke continued. She's the player, the brains, the front man. He's the manipulator who likes the flash, and she taught him what she knew. The sex, the drugs, that's cheap money and lacks finesse. Quick and greedy, like you said. She had to have finesse to play Pauly for a year. And the kid? He should have been baggage. She should have shucked that off. She didn't. So she either wanted the kid, or she wanted Pauly. Maybe both. The kid wasn't a commodity. Maybe a cover, but even that's a stretch. Easier to move, to blend, to work the grift without an infant to tend to, Rourke agreed. When Pauly got out, they could have left the kid with Vinny, poofed. Taking them both, the woman Vinny loved, the child he thought was his. It's cruel. Fits the pattern. She was clean and healthy, and they had a decent stake, one they stole from Vinny, and in a couple of years she's using and soliciting. And it shapes up that he was running the show. Easy money, Rourke concurred, with her doing the work. It's Pauly. He was her weakness. She whored for him and dealt for him, and somewhere along the line he started running the show, looking for easier money, more flash, more cash. By the time she did her 18 and they shifted to Chicago, he was in full charge. She took a breath. That's the way it was. That's the way I remember it. The way it felt to me when I remember them together, or get those flashes of events. She was a junkie and a whore, and he ran the show. So maybe I'm projecting. I don't think so. She shook her head. That's for later. Maybe it'll be useful. We have to deal with it now. Let's get Peabody back and take the judge. He went to her first, took her face in his hands. Whatever you remember or feel, you need to know that whatever they were, they did one worthwhile thing in their miserable lives. And that was you. Whatever they were, they couldn't destroy that. They couldn't stop you from becoming. Judge Serenity Mimoto, a trim and tiny woman, studied the sketch of Darren Pauly on screen. He looks like his father. You remember the father? Mimoto cut intense eyes to Eve. Their striking azure color radiated against smooth hazelnut skin. I refreshed myself on the matter, and those involved, when your office contacted me earlier. I'm familiar with the details of the case. The defendant, through her attorney, had reached an agreement with the prosecutor. She pled guilty to all charges, with the APA recommending a sentence of 18 months. Taking into account the nonviolent nature of the crimes, the lack of previous criminal record, the defendant's cooperation and plea, I so ordered. She was remanded to the minimum security facility at Rikers. Mimoto nodded toward the screen again. And I remember him, the baby in his father's arms, crying for his mother. I allowed them a moment to say goodbye. She took the boy briefly, very briefly, then passed him to her attorney and embraced the man. I thought, so she has no comfort to give her son, but needs to take it from the father. You haven't seen him, the father or the son, since that day in court? No, I don't believe I have. If this young man's case comes before me when you've arrested him, I'll be forced to recuse myself due to this conversation and the previous connection. So I'll ask you, Lieutenant, do you have enough for an arrest? I believe we do, and we'll have more. Mimoto inclined her head. You hope I can provide you with some of that more? Yes, I do. And by doing so, prevent him from harming someone close to you. You pronounced the sentence that put his mother in prison. 6 months after her release, when she, her son, and her partner were going by different names, and I believe continuing the confidence games and illegals activities that resulted in her arrest and incarceration, she was raped and murdered in a manner nearly identical to that of my 2 victims. And you believe this is the man responsible for 2 murders, because he somehow blames his mother's death on her arrest and incarceration? Eve appreciated Mimoto's calm demeanor as much as her quick understanding. Yes, and I believe he's been indoctrinated to make that connection throughout his life. Mimoto lifted a sharp black eyebrow. That's for the psychiatrists and lawyers to sort out. He won't come after me. That's a pity, as it wouldn't be the first time I've been threatened or targeted in my 26 years on the bench. Someone in my family. I have a very large family, Lieutenant. Yes, Your Honor, you do. 4 siblings, all currently married, 3 children, also all currently married, 8 grandchildren, and another on the way. Ma'am, your oldest granddaughter is also married, and made me a great-grandmother only yesterday. Oh, that one hadn't made the data records yet, Eve thought. How did anyone keep track? Congratulations. A boy, Spiro Clayton, 7 pounds, 8 ounces. Nice, she supposed. Your husband, who has 4 siblings and so on, your parents, and all 4 of your grandparents, along with various aunts, uncles, cousins, nieces, nephews, and the progeny thereof. We are, one could say, legion. Exactly, Eve thought. Where to begin? I've found a pattern, Your Honor, a way he chooses his targets. From the breadth of your family, I don't doubt there would be a member who fit any of his criteria. However, I have established contact with 3 other potential targets, so fining down the remaining pattern to 2 of his requirements. I'm looking for someone you're close to, in that family, or someone you consider as family, who is recently married, or who has recently lost a spouse through death. A beginning and an end. The probability is extremely high these are the 2 parameters left. I should add, it's possible he hasn't yet made contact with the widow or widower. While this is, by pattern established, the last target, the newlywed will almost certainly be next, and may be targeted for this coming weekend. For the first time, the enigmatic face showed a frisson of fear. So soon. Lieutenant, we are, fortunately, long-lived in my family. We have suffered loss, of course. An aunt who was dear to me passed only a year ago. I'll take the information, but I believe the target will be female. Both his victims and the 3 targets we've established have been women. A cousin a few months ago. His wife. She pressed a finger to her temple. I'll have to check. She lives in Prague. My mother would have all the information. She's a family database. Someone closer. He doesn't want to hurt you, but devastate you. None of my children or grandchildren are recently married. 2 of the grandchildren are engaged. I have a niece who was married last summer, another who'll be married this fall, and— She trailed off, shaking her head. Let me take an hour or so on this. I'll contact my mother. She'll know. In fact, She'll have a list of everyone and their current address from the renewal ceremony invitations. Renewal? Yes. My parents decided to renew their wedding vows on Valentine's Day. She decided after 70 years they'd earned a booster shot, a massive party, and a second honeymoon. A second honeymoon? Like newlyweds? Yes. They're 89 and 93, and... Mimoto's face went blank with horror. Oh, my God! My mother? He's targeted my mother? It's possible. I want to bring her in. Sit tight, Your Honor. Peabody, I'm pulling up the number now. Put it on speaker when you have her linked, in case she wants to verify with her daughter. Then have 2 officers in plainclothes report to her residence to ensure her safety. We've got her, she assured Mimoto. She'll be covered. Within minutes, the hollow image of Charity Mimoto sat beside her daughter. For someone looking square-eyed at 90, Eve thought, the woman looked damn good. She was long, where her daughter was petite, raw-boned, while the judge was delicate, and her skin tone several shades deeper. But the eyes, intelligent and azure, were all but identical. Charity took one look at the wall screen. Why, it's Denny. He's shaved his little beard and fiddled with his hair, but sure, that's Denny all right. Do you have his full name, Mrs. Mimoto? Of course I do. Dennis, but he goes by Denny. Plimpton. He's that nice young boy I've been teaching to play piano. I teach piano a little to earn my mad money. He's taking lessons on the sly to surprise his mama. It's so sweet. Oh, dear Jesus. Are the police there yet? Mama, don't you or Daddy answer the door unless it's the police. Make them show... Sari, your grandma didn't raise a fool. With admirable aplomb, Charity crossed her long legs and got comfortable. What's this boy done, Lieutenant Dallas? Because it's hard for me to believe he's done anything to cause all this commotion. He couldn't be sweeter or more well-mannered. He's the prime suspect in 2 homicides. Murders? This boy? She started to laugh it off, then narrowed her eyes at Eve's face. Wait just 1 minute. I know you. Of course I do. I'm so fuddled up about all this business and beaming around like old Star Trek episodes I didn't see it. I've seen you on the news, and I saw you on it just today. About that little girl and the other one. You think this boy did that? Eve started to give the departmental line, then decided to cut through it. I know he did. How long have you been giving him lessons? Charity held up both hands, pushing them out as if to thrust the words back. Just a minute here. I've always been a good judge of character. Passed it on to you, didn't I, Serenity? I never saw any bad in that boy. But I'm looking right at you, Lieutenant, and I guess I can judge that. I've given him 5 lessons so far. Wednesday afternoons, though he had to switch one to a Thursday evening a couple back. Daddy plays golf Wednesday afternoons. You've been alone with this monster. Why did he switch the 1 lesson? Eve asked. He said he got called in to work. He's a computer programmer, and there was some glitch or other he had to take care of. It was raining that day, she added. My Deke doesn't play golf when it rains, so he was home all day. And once a month, Thursday evenings, he goes and plays poker with some of the boys. He wasn't home the Thursday evening this one came. Those soft blue eyes sharpened. That was smart, wasn't it? Smart to know all that, to make sure I'm the only one who's seen him. Why, he's a fucker, isn't he? Yes, ma'am, he is. Has he ever come to your home on a weekend?
No, but he asked to switch this week's lesson to Friday afternoon.
Lieutenant, my father, my husband, brothers, the grandsons, they're all going on a camping trip this weekend. They're leaving Friday. My mother would be home alone until Sunday. He must know.
Sure he knows. Didn't I tell him myself?
Charity slapped a hand to her own thigh.
I must have said something a couple weeks back about how glad I was going to be to have the house to myself for a couple days, and damned if I didn't tell him all about it. He asked where they camped, how long they'd be away. It was smooth when I think about it. All how he'd never gone camping, wasn't sure he'd like it, and last Wednesday he brought it up, making sure I see now that it was still on.
She gave a grimace of disgust.
He's planning on coming here to kill me. I'll kick that little bastard's ass to next week.
I bet you could, Eve said. But you're going to have to leave that part to me. Charity drew a deep breath, then gave Eve a look of approval.
You look like you could handle it. What do you want us to do?
It took time to lay it out, reassure, and to bring in the last name on her list, find the target, interview, and again reassure. At the end of it, a tired Peabody sighed.
We'll get him tomorrow, at the memorial. We'll get him then, and all the rest will just be precaution and backup. Because, well, we want him, but Louisa's wedding.
Don't even start. Tired herself, Eve scrubbed her hands over her face. Briefing tomorrow, as scheduled. We'll bring the rest of the team up to speed. I'll write it up. Go ahead and fill in McNabb and Jamie, since you're going to do that anyway. Then shut down. You need to be on full charge tomorrow.
I will, because we have to take him tomorrow, for the sake of law and justice. And true love.
Rourke, please. He smiled. Good night, Peabody, he said, and discharged the hollow. Okay, and peace reigns across the land. For a minute. I need the recording so I can disk copy. He offered it. And another is already transmitting to your unit. Now, come with me. I have to— Yes, I know you do. He took her hand, drew her to the elevator. If there was enough time, or I thought I could browbeat you into it, I'd see you took a hot bath and a relaxation session. But rather than argue for the next many minutes, he drew her into the bedroom. I don't have time for that either. Dear God, sex, 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 it's all you think about. He turned her toward the sitting area. There was candlelight, 2 glasses of wine, and— Is that cake? It is. I get cake? He pulled her back before she could pounce. It depends. He pulled a small case out of his pocket, watched her happy surprise, turned to annoyed scowl. I don't need a blocker. You do if you want cake. I know you have a headache. Overwork, stress, overthinking. It shows. Take the blocker like a good girl, and you'll have cake. It better be really good cake. She popped the blocker, then immediately grabbed the plate. One bite had her closing her eyes. Okay, it is really good. Worth it. 10 minutes for cake. Seems only fair. He tugged her down to sit. We found them all. She closed her eyes again, not in pleasure, but relief. All 5. Saved them all. No, not all. There are 5 women and their families who think differently. If we can take him tomorrow. She let it ride a moment, took another bite of cake.
The judge's mother? Something. Indeed she is. Do the math. 70 years into the marriage deal, and she's 90. 20 when she stepped into the deal, started popping out kids. 7 decades later, and it's still there. It's what Paulie wants to destroy. Not just the person, but the connection. Strangle them with their own family ties. A slow sip of wine went down smoothly. If we don't take him tomorrow, she'll hold up. She'll stand to it. I don't want to screw up the wedding, she said suddenly. I don't want to mess this up, but if one step at a time. She let out a huff of breath. Yeah, one step at a time. In the morning, Eve stood in the conference room outlining positioning and strategy for her team. Using a remote, she highlighted specific areas of the blueprint on screen. The 10-story building holds bereavement facilities on floors 1 through 3, offices and counseling centers for same, 4 and 5, showrooms and retail spaces on 6 and 7. 8 through 10 are hotel facilities offered to families and other attendants of the memorials and funerals held on site. One-stop shopping, Baxter commented. Yeah, and, well, creepy to her mind. Moreover, their preparation facilities in the basement comprise over 4,000 square feet and 2 outside entrances. There are 4 banks of elevators for a total of 12 cars, a glide between the hotel floors and the retail areas. Stairs here, 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 and here. She highlighted, serving all floors. Lots of ins, lots of outs, Feeney added. Plus, you have the main doors here, facing south, additional entrances west and east, and 2 egresses north. Both the size and the position of the building add complexity. The McMaster's Memorial is being held on level 2, southwest corner, which includes a large open terrace facing the park, as do all rooms on the west side. 3 other memorials and 2 viewings overlap the time frame of the McMasterses. 20 of the 22 hotel rooms are occupied. All offices, chapels, counseling centers, and retail markets will be open. Place will be jammed, McNabb pointed out. That could give him an advantage. We weren't able to persuade the owners or various managers to cooperate, and have no authority to compel them to do so. We'll focus on entrances and egresses, concentrating on the memorial areas. They consist of this room where the formal memorial will take place, and these 2 smaller parlors, all with access to the terrace and the corridor. She switched to a view of the memorial areas, with points already highlighted and numbered. We cover the exits, as assigned here, with rovers continually sweeping point to point. If and when he's spotted, we close off the exits, box him in. Those positioned at exits remain at their stations, while those roving move in. I want him taken fast and clean. Lieutenant, one of the uniforms from McMaster's squad signaled. The place is going to be jammed, but the memorial's going to be jammed with cops. That's an advantage for us. If we get the suspect's picture out, put the full blue on it. Making the picture department-wide gives us more eyes, and no control or focus. I want this tight, and I don't want the suspect tipped off because a cop gives him the hard eye. He's been on the grift all his life. He'll know what to look for. I don't want it there for him to find. Feeney. We have an E-team monitoring the security cams. The building has cameras at every entrance on all elevators and their retail areas. Any sighting will be relayed. If and when that happens, everyone is to remain at post, Eve continued. We want to lure him in, not scare him off. Now, any questions about the overview? She waited, scanned the room. All right, specific assignments. When she'd dismissed the team, Eve continued to study the screen, searching for flaws. A lot of ins and outs, she said, echoing Feeney.
We'll have them all covered.
Still, Peabody studied the screen as well.
It's a good point about all the cops that'll be there at some time during the 2 hours. If we broadcast the sketch through the department, it would be like a rabbit walking into the wolf den.
Too many opportunities for leaks and hotheads and mistakes. I thought rabbits hopped.
Well, yeah.
And if we're going to use that kind of analogy, bringing the department in would be like all those cooks burning the pie or whatever it is.
I think it's spoiling the broth.
Who eats broth?
Sick people, maybe.
Burning the pie makes more sense, because then nobody can eat it, sick or healthy. A small, tight team, she continued, while Peabody puzzled over pie. Then when he's in, we box and close. He's got no reason to be worried. He thinks we're chasing our tails.
Yeah, we're getting hammered by the media. Even knowing it's for the good of the cause, it's an ouch.
Suck it up, Eve ordered. He can walk right in, go right up to McMaster's, look him in the eye, and see the result of his work. Then that task is complete. Multitasking, that's what he does. He figures he'll have the third on his list, the judge's mother, Friday or Saturday, and the Robbins Memorial, Monday. He's free to move on to the next. She shut down the comp and screen, gathered the discs. Let's head over there now. I want to go through the place, top to bottom, before the team assembles. Not for the first time, Eve wished the McMasterses had chosen a smaller, less complex venue for their daughter's memorial. She stood in the large entrance foyer, all but smothered by the scent of lilies, and studied the various escape routes. Up, down, in, out, sideways, she thought. The place was a hive, and the staff a swarm of quiet bees in black suits. She crossed the slick marble floor toward the first bank of elevators.
"Excuse me. Is there any way I might help you?"
Eve looked at the sober face of the woman who stepped toward her. Security details for the McMasters family. Eve pulled out her badge.
"Of course."
The woman consulted a mini e-board.
"The McMasters memorial service will be held in Suite 200. That's the second floor. Would you like me to escort you?"
"I think we can find the second floor."
"Of course."
Sarcasm slid off her well-oiled composure as her eyes, her voice, continued to radiate an oddly efficient sympathy.
"Nicholas Cates is managing that program. I'll notify him of your arrival. Is there anything else I might help you with today?"
"No." Eve stepped into the elevator, called for the second floor.
She was just creepy, Peabody decided. I know she's supposed to be comforting or reassuring, but creepy is what she is, with that whispering in the graveyard voice. So's this whole place creepy. It's like the upscale death hotel.
Considering, Eve pursed her lips. I was thinking it's more like an exclusive spa of death. They give corpses manicures in the basement.
Ew!
Don't say ew. It's wussy.
Places like this make me feel wussy, especially now that I'm picturing some chatty death tech painting a DB's fingernails.
Maybe Trina should work here. They stepped off into another wide corridor, with more rivers of marble, more elaborate banks of flowers. As they walked, Eve glanced into open doorways to see respectfully black-suited staff already setting up for services. More flowers, she noted. Wall screens activated to do test runs of vids or photos the family of the dead chose.
"Lieutenant Dallas?"
A man with gold hair and an angelic face hurried toward her. He boasted the male version of the whispering in the graveyard voice Peabody had coined.
"I'm Nicholas Cates. My supervisor told me to expect you. I'm sorry I wasn't downstairs to greet you. What can I do to help?"
You can cancel the other services and viewings this morning and keep everyone not directly connected to the McMasters Memorial off this floor." He smiled sadly. "I'm afraid that's just not possible." "So I'm told. While we want to cooperate to the best of our ability, there are others, the departed and their loved ones, who must be considered." "Right. You've verified your internal security and all staff members on site?" "Of course. Everyone's accounted for. We've accommodated your electronics teams. They'll have use of my offices for the day." She moved past him into the main room of the suite. As with the others, preparations had begun. She ignored the flowers, the laughing young face of the dead on the wall screen, in images on easels, the glossy white coffin draped in pink and purple flowers, bold blossoms on ice. She checked the terraces, the parlors, the stairways, the restrooms, and the small meditation room across the corridor. All exits would be covered by electronic eyes and warm bodies. She and Peabody had completed runs of every staff member and secondary runs on every staff member assigned to duty that day. She would have plainclothes officers, including herself, mingling with the mourners, and all of them would be wired. Every cop under her command had been briefed and rebriefed on operation procedure. Nothing to do, she thought, but to do it. Chapter 20. 30 minutes before the memorial, the team in place, Eve watched the McMasterses and a small group of others file off the elevator. She moved aside as Kate's led them toward the suite for their private viewing. But Carol McMasters shook off her husband's supporting arm and whirled on her. "Why are you here?" she demanded. "Why aren't you out there doing your job? Do you think we want you here? Want your condolences? My baby is dead, and the monster who killed her is still out there. What good are you to us? What good are you?" "Carol, stop. Stop now." "I won't stop. I'll never stop. It's just another case to you, isn't it? Just another file. What good are you? It's all over the media that you have nothing. Nothing. What good are you?" As she began to weep, the older man beside her pulled her to him. "Come on now, Carol. Come on now. You need to sit down. You need to come with me." When he led her away, the others followed while McMasters looked helplessly after them. "I apologize, Lieutenant." "Don't. She wouldn't take a soother. She wouldn't take anything to help her get through. I didn't know she'd been watching the media reports until it was too late to stop her, and she's too upset to understand. It's partially my fault. In trying to comfort her, I told her you'd have him before today. I know better. I hoped you would, but I—" He shook his head, turned into the room. A moment later, Kate's closed the double doors. Carol's weeping battered against them like fists. "She was wrong, Dallas," Peabody said. "She was unfair." "Wrong, maybe. Unfair's a different thing. But focus on why we're here." She walked away from the door and the sound of weeping. "Feeney, eyes on?" "Eyes on," he said through her earpiece. "Peabody's right. You're wrong. That's all on that. Your man's coming in. Whitney and his missus, the commissioner, some brass from illegals. We're getting deliveries, north side, pretty regular. Flowers, messengers, what I take are blow-ups of dead people. Couple stiffs carted into the basement. Copy that. Keep me updated." She waited until the elevator opened. "Commissioner Tibble, Commander, Mrs. Whitney, the McMasterses are inside the suite for the family viewing." "We'll wait." Dark eyes hard, Tibble nodded. "Anything to report?" "Not at this time, sir." "I hope your strategy justifies the beating we're taking in the media." He looked toward the closed doors.
and results in some closure for the captain and his wife. We'll take him if he shows, Commissioner, and I believe he will. Alternate plans are being formulated to apprehend him tomorrow if— I don't want to hear about alternate plans, Lieutenant. Your suspect is in custody this afternoon or the sketch is released. He turned and walked to the window at the end of the corridor. Your plan to make the investigation appear stalled has worked better than we could have anticipated, Whitney told her. We're under a lot of pressure, Lieutenant. Understood, sir. Whitney and his wife stepped away to speak to other arrivals. That's not— Eve cut Peabody's mutter off with a look. Don't say it's unfair. I'm primary. I take the knock if there's a knock coming. Check in with the rest of the team. We're going to start filling up out here soon. I didn't expect you to make it for this, she said to Rourke. I adjusted a few things. He glanced toward her commander and the city's top cop. I'm glad I did, and might have some part in helping you finish this. He'll show. The probabilities say it, Mira says it, my gut says it. He'll show, and we'll box him in, take him down. Then, while the department takes a short round of applause from the media god, I'll have him in my box, and then— She stopped, took a couple of quiet breaths. Okay, I'm a little pissed off. Rourke trailed a hand down her arm. It looks good on you. No room for that. No room. One set of prints on the playbill. No match in any database. We get him, we'll match them, but it doesn't help us get him. She jammed her hands into the pockets of her black jacket. Nadine and her amazing research team haven't hit on any likelies on the security system clients. I've got some ideas there I'm still working, Rourke told her. Time's running. It needs to be today. She spotted Kate's coming out of the adjoining parlor to speak to Whitney and his wife, then lead them, along with Tibble, inside. We're green, she announced. She'd expected a large crowd, a lot of cops stopping to pay respects, and neighbors, Dina's school friends, their families. But there were more than she'd anticipated. She saw Jo Jennings and her family, the neighbor she'd spoken to on the morning of Dina's murder. She saw cops she recognized, and many more she didn't, but simply made as cops. Young, old, all in between. Dozens of teenagers mingled among the dress blues, the soft clothes. More than one burst into tears and had to be led away while images of Dina played over the wall screen. Eve exchanged a look with Nadine across the room, but kept her distance. She circled the room, again and again, studying faces, builds from different angles. Got another group approaching the main entrance, Feeney said in her ear. 9, mixed male, female, age range about 16 to 18. Hold on, another one's moving in with them. Male, ball cap, shades, dark hair, right build, No, it's not him. Whitney moved up beside her. Students from Dina's school were given permission to attend. He answered Eve's frustrated look with one of his own. Jonah wasn't aware. Carol had arranged for it. He hasn't come in any of the entrances. We'd have made him. We're only into the first hour. She watched Mira come in, then make her way through the crowd toward the grieving parents. Too many cops, she thought. Too many kids. She tracked staff as they offered little cups of water, thimble-sized cups of coffee or tea, or brought in yet more flowers. The air in the room was overripe, a garden of grief. People spilled onto the terrace, into both parlors, and their voices ebbed and flowed into a sea of sound. Through it, she listened to team members report status through her earbud. She started toward the terrace as much for some air as to do another sweep. As she reached the doorway, a crash had her whirling around. Screams, shouts exploded as the sea of sound became a sea of panic.
She pushed, shoved her way through, shouting for status, status, and yanked out her communicator. In front of her, people went down in an avalanche of flailing bodies. A shove from behind pitched her violently forward, slamming her down to her hands and knees. The communicator shot out of her fingers on impact, crunched under stampeding feet as she swore. She took a blow to the eye, to the nose as she went down, another to the small of the back as she fought her way back to her feet in a tidal wave of people rushing for the exits. Through the gaps, she saw a couple of uniforms muscling a male to the floor. The ball cap he wore fell off, and his shaggy brown hair flopped forward. Swiping blood off her face, she pushed forward again. And she saw him, standing at the edge of the chaos, looking across the tumult of panic to the glossy white coffin blanketed with pink and purple flowers. She saw the man who'd put Dina McMasters in that cold white coffin smile as he stared at the man who held his weeping wife beside it. In seconds, the wall of people surged again, blocking both her view and her forward progress. Second floor suite entrance, main, confirmed sighting. A woman fell into her. Eve simply pushed her aside, plowed on. Suspect is wearing a black suit, white shirt, staff ID. God damn it, move in! Only static sounded through her earpiece. And ahead of her, the doorway filled with fleeing people, forming a human barricade that cut her off. She pushed, dragged, bulled, while behind her she heard Whitney's commanding voice demand order. Too late, she thought, too fucking late. When she made the corridor, she searched right, left, spotted Trueheart helping an elderly woman into a chair. She reached over, grabbed him. Suspect is wearing a black suit, white shirt, black tie, staff ID. Hair short, medium blonde. Send it out. Now! Now! I want this building shut down. Nobody out. Yes, sir. She rushed for the stairs, all but leaping down them, bursting into the foyer. Oh, your nose is bleeding. Did a male, early 20s, short hair, medium blonde, staff suit and ID come through here? The woman who'd greeted her on arrival stared at the blood on Eve's face. Yes. I believe I just saw one of our assistants just— Where did he go? He just left. He looked as if he was in a hurry. Eve charged outside, scanned in every direction. She caught sight of the two cops she'd assigned to the main doors giving chase. Cursing, she leaped down to the sidewalk, kicking into a full-out sprint as she yanked out her link, patched through to dispatch. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, in foot pursuit of murder suspect heading north on 5th at 58th. White male, 23, slim build, blonde hair, wearing black suit, white shirt, black tie. She couldn't see him. Not through the wide stream of pedestrians flooding the sidewalk. She dodged, wove, eating up one, then a second. Even as she gained ground on the cops, she knew it was fruitless. When she caught them at the cross street, she didn't need to hear their report. It was clear on their faces. Lost him, Lieutenant. He had a solid blast when we got the alert, and he was moving fast. We barely caught sight of him. He just poofed in the crowd. Did he get by you? She demanded. How the hell did he get by you? Lieutenant, on watch for incoming. Wired into the EDD guys was up on any pot heading in. This guy walked out with a small group of staff. We'd just gotten an alert there was a ruckus upstairs, that we'd taken the suspect down. There was a lag between that and the notification the suspect was posing as staff and on. We pursued as soon as we got. We were lucky to even catch sight of him before. She cut it off with a lift of her hand. We'll debrief this clusterfuck at Central. Report back to your unit and await orders. She clipped back, furious, her face throbbing, and only shook her head when she saw Rourke moving quickly north toward her. We lost him, goddammit. Rourke took a handkerchief out of his pocket, handed it to her. Your nose is bleeding. I got clocked twice, maybe more in that riot. Knocked out my comm, trampled my communicator, and he walks right out, right under the noses of two cops. He did exactly what he'd come to do, and had the extra benefit of watching us act like morons. What the fuck happened? I don't know. He took her elbow to steer her through the Fifth Avenue throng. I saw you go down,
But by the time I was able to get through that massive panic, you were gone. I came after you when Trueheart said you'd gone in pursuit. A lot of good it did me. He was lost before I hit the sidewalk." As she approached the building, through the people congregating on the sidewalk, Peabody came down the main stairs. "Gone," Eve said. "Damn it!" Peabody hissed out of breath, then winced at Eve's face. "I thought I took a knock," she said, tapping ginger fingers to the bruise on her cheek. "You took harder. Let's go clean this mess up." "What do you know?" Eve demanded as they went back in. "The best I can get is some hair-trigger tackled some kid, and another cop helped him wrestle the kid to the ground and restrain him. Panic ensued. We've got all parties in one of the private parlors upstairs. Baxter's writing herd there. Whitney's with the McMasterses, and is to be advised when you're back on site. We had to call in MTs. People got bruised and bloodied. We've got a really big mess, Dallas. Clean up what you can on the periphery, and inform Whitney I'm talking to the officers and the civilian involved. My communicator's toast." "Why don't I speak to whoever manages this place?" Rourke suggested. "Smooth over what I can." "Couldn't hurt, but I'm going to speak to him later. Son of a bitch." Eve squared her shoulders and went up to the second level. The scent of lilies and roses was stronger now, probably because so many of them lay trampled. She skirted around broken glass, puddles of water, to where Trueheart stood outside a door. "We got the word on the suspect, Lieutenant." "Sorry. Baxter has the 2 officers involved here and the kid. We brought in an MT to look at the kid. He's got some bruises." "Perfect. Just perfect." She stepped inside, closed the door at her back. A male of about 18 sat in a blinding white chair while a grizzled MT checked his pupils. "I'm okay," the boy said. "Mostly just got the shit and the wind knocked out of me. I'm okay." "I get called to take a look at ya. I take a look at ya." The MT ran a wand over the bruise on the boy's jaw. Eve spared a glance toward the 2 cops slumped on a sofa of the same blinding white, flicked one to Baxter, who rolled his eyes heavenward. "Yeah," she thought, "call on that higher power. We're going to need it." "I'm Lieutenant Dallas," she told the boy. "Ah, yeah. Hi. I'm Zach. Can I just get out of here now? I need to find Kelly. I came with Kelly. She went to school with the dead girl. I just came with Kelly because she was freaked about seeing the dead girl." "What's Kelly's full name?" "Kelly Nims. Everything went whacked in there, and I don't know if she's okay." "Detective Baxter, have someone find Ms. Nims." "Yes, sir, right away." "Thanks. I'll feel better once I know she's frosted. We're tight, and, like I said, she was already freaked." He bore a surface resemblance to Paulie, she noted, the basic build, coloring, the shaggy hair. She noted the ball cap in his lap. "Zach, I'd like to apologize for the unfortunate occurrences and any inconvenience you've experienced, and also to assure you I'll look into this thoroughly and personally." "I was just standing there, then it's like I got hit by a maxi bus, and I'm chewing carpet, and everybody's yelling and running. I think somebody stepped on me. These guys, they put cuffs on me, and I could hear Kelly screaming. But the air's knocked out of me, you know. I couldn't do anything. It was weird, but—" He smiled a little. "Kind of iced, too. They said stuff about my rights and all. Am I supposed to call a lawyer?" She hoped to hell he didn't. Any lawyer worth a single billable hour would snatch him for a client and sue the department up the ass and out again. "You're not in any trouble, Zach. It was a mistake, a very regrettable one. Again, I hope you'll accept my personal apology." "Sure. No big, really." Baxter slipped back in. "Kelly's fine, Zach. She's waiting for you right outside." "Straight. So, can I go?" "Is he clear?"
Eve asked the MT.
Got a couple knocks, that's all.
The MT turned his gimlet eye on Eve.
You got worse.
If you give Detective Baxter your full name and contact information, Eve told Zach, the officer on the door will take you down to Kelly. If you have any questions or any problems, you can reach me at Cop Central.
That's major.
He put his cap back on, rose.
It's all been totally dolly.
At least. Baxter, lend me your recorder. Mine was damaged. She took his, pinned it on.
Want me to take a look at that face?
The MT asked. Not now.
Well.
He pulled a cold wrap out of his case, tossed it to her.
Get that on there anyway.
She waited until both Zach and the MT left, then turned to the two cops. Engage recorder. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, in interview with two hot-headed fuck-ups who have managed to completely undermine a precisely organized operation and allow a murder suspect to stroll away. Lieutenant, you do not speak until so ordered. Deliberately, she turned to the one who'd kept silent. Name, rank, house, division.
Officer Glenn Harrison, out of the 125, assigned to illegals under Captain McMasters.
You, same data. Officer Kyle Cunningham, out of the 125, assigned to illegals under Captain McMasters. And you two clowns decided to do my job for me today. We came to pay our respects, offer our support to the captain and his wife. It's all over how the investigation stalled. Is it? Eve said pleasantly, while Harrison shut his eyes at his companion's comment. That's the word, Cunningham said. And you decided to give the investigation a little momentum by manhandling a civilian, disrupting a memorial service, and causing general panic, during which time the actual suspect was able to elude those of us who are actually working the investigation. The kid looked like him. Her eyes went to slits. And how do you know that, Officer Cunningham? Just how have you come by any descriptive data on the suspect? Word gets around. So, on one hand, word gets around that the investigation is stalled, and on the other, word gets around that we have a description of a suspect. You decide to join those hands together and fuck up my op. A man who's killed 2 people is now in the wind due to your actions. The investigation is compromised. The department is now vulnerable to a civil suit, not only from a kid you tossed to the ground, but from this establishment and any other individuals who may have been injured or just decided to claim emotional hardship. You assholes! Look, I don't have to take this. Cunningham surged up. I got a look at the sketch, and the kid looked like him, even dressed like he did. I acted, which is more than homicide's been doing since the captain's girl got raped and murdered Sunday. Eve stepped forward. Sit your fat ass down, or I'll put it down. Like to see you try. Cunningham, for Christ's sake! Still on the sofa, Harrison rubbed a hand over his face. Officer Cunningham, you've earned yourself a 30-day rip for insubordination. Further determination of your status will be determined. You will sit when I tell you to sit, or you'll be looking at 60 days right off the top. The captain's my boss, he said, but he sat. And I am your superior in so many ways. But yeah, the captain's your boss. Your actions today have destroyed an operation that could have, damn well would have, seen to it that the man who raped and murdered Dina McMasters was in custody right fucking now. Who showed you the sketch? Cunningham jutted up his chin. I don't say nothing more until I have my rep. Your choice. She looked at Harrison. You? I didn't see the sketch, LT. I heard about it, but I didn't see it. Cunningham took the kid down, shouted out he had the bastard and needed assistance. I assisted. Write it up. Call your reps. Get out of my sight. When they filed out, Baxter came over, took the cold wrap, twisted to activate. Use it. Your eye's going black. She twisted, imagining for one happy moment the cold wrap was Cunningham's neck. Jesus Christ, Baxter. We're in the soup, and goddamn. I'd kick Cunningham's ass, but it's a waste of time. For what it's worth, I got a decent view on how it went, and it went quick. Harrison's telling it straight. He moved in to assist another officer. I can't see hanging him for it. That won't be up to me. I just caught sight of the bastard, Paulie. Just made him. Then the place went up like somebody yelled bomb. I couldn't get to him. Got pushed back, trapped in a corner. Trueheart carried some old woman out of it. She got knocked cold. We had him, Dallas. We'd have had him. Means Jack now. She dragged her hand through her hair. And now I have to go get my ass fried just like I fried Cunningham's. It's not right. It's not fucking right. My op, my soup. Peabody was waiting when Eve stepped out. The commander's in the meditation room, this level. We can go over now. I'll go over. Inform the team we'll debrief at the conference room in 1 hour. I'll inform the team and we'll go over. You're rank, but we're partners. I'm in this too. No point in both of us getting our asses kicked over it. There is to me. Fine. It's your ass. Every square inch. Trueheart, inform the team we debrief in 1 hour at Central Conference Room. It's heady to outrank someone, Peabody said as they continued on. At least I outrank him for the moment. Whitney's not going to bust you down to uniform. One of us leaked the sketch, and my money's on a uniform there. So after we're roasted, we do some roasting ourselves. Either way, it comes down to a foobar on this op. She stopped outside of the meditation room. Last chance. No, I'm in. Peabody opened the door herself. Jonah and Carol McMasters sat together on a small sofa. From her chair, Anna Whitney leaned forward and poured tea from a delicate pot into delicate cups. Whitney turned from the window. "We'll speak elsewhere," he said. But before he could move away from the window, Carol sprang up. "How could you let this happen? How could you? At Dina's memorial!" "Carol, stop, stop!" McMasters got to his feet. "It's a disgrace." "Yes, it is." He took his wife by the shoulders. "And it was my men who caused it, not the lieutenants. It was my men." "Regardless of that, this was my operation," Eve said, "and my responsibility." "I have no excuse, Mrs. McMasters, and my apologies are hardly adequate." "Is that supposed to mean something to me?" Her eyes burned with a fury Eve imagined hurt less than grief. "You take responsibility?" "No, but it's all I have. I should be standing here telling you I have the man who killed your daughter in custody. And I'm not. Nothing I say can mean anything to you." "Carol," Anna put the teapot down, "you've been a cop's wife too long to do this. You've been a cop's wife long enough to know everything that can be done is being done, and that lashing out at the lieutenant doesn't help Dina." She stood. "Now, come with me. We'll go sit with Dina while this is sorted out." She led Carol out, closed the door quietly behind her. "Lieutenant," Whitney said coolly, "report." She did so just as coolly and in careful detail. When she spoke of Harrison and Cunningham, McMasters rested his head in his hands. "Who leaked it?" Whitney demanded. "I'll debrief within the hour, sir. I will have that information within 1 hour and 5. "I expect you to have better control of your team, Lieutenant. I expect you to have the judgment and control to prevent this sort of leak in an operation under your command." "Yes, sir." "Jack." McMasters spoke wearily.
They were my men. And as the lieutenant correctly stated, this was her op and her responsibility.
Whitney turned his gaze pointedly to Eve.
Lieutenant, I'll need a full evaluation and written report tonight.
Yes, sir. I'll refine the team according to that evaluation and present you with a detailed overview of the alternate operation to apprehend the suspect tomorrow with the Momoto's cooperation.
If you expect me to sell not releasing Darren Pauly's sketch and some salient information to the public via the media to the commissioner, you'd better sell it to me.
If we release the sketch, let him know we're close, he'll be in the wind. He could already be in the wind, she thought, and that was a hard, hot ball in her belly. He's young, she continued, calmly, firmly, and he's patient. He can afford to wait a year, 5 years, before moving on another target if he goes rabbit now. He may select another. He'll alter his looks, which he was cautious enough to modify today, use his skill in ID fraud to take another identity or series of them, and settle back until Dina and Carleen Robbins are forgotten, until the other known targets are no longer protected.
She's right, Jack.
McMasters held up a hand, let it fall. Dallas was right about him coming here today. She's right about this. If I have any weight here, I want you and the commissioner to know I agree with the lieutenant. Eve took McMasters's weight and pushed with more of her own. Commander, if we release the sketch, we'll have morons like Cunningham flooding the tip line with sightings of teenagers and 20-somethings in ball caps, while Pauly closes shop here and moves on to wait his chance. If we release the sketch, he wins. If we let this play out, and frankly, Commander, it burns my ass, but if we allow the media to portray this fiasco today as a monumental screw-up, and we control that feed, he'll be only more confident, and he'll move on Mrs. Momoto tomorrow, as planned. Release it, and we lose the chance.
We'd have had him today, sir.
When Peabody spoke up, Eve glanced at her with a combination of surprise and annoyance.
That's not an excuse. It's a fact. We will need to interview staff members here and access their security, as it's obvious Darren Pauly gained access much earlier and was in the building prior to the memorial. But even with that, we'd have had him.
Whitney lifted his eyebrows.
You're confident of that, Detective?
Eve was pretty sure she heard Peabody gulp, but her partner continued in what passed for confidence.
Yes, sir. Detective Baxter made him, just as the lieutenant did. His communication to me was delayed due to the chaos Cunningham and Harrison created, the same chaos that injured Dallas and damaged her comms. Instead of entering the room where we could and would have boxed him, he slipped away rather than engage in the confusion and risk being interviewed as we are now interviewing a number of participants. That's his caution, sir, just as profiled. He behaved exactly as anticipated. He will behave as we anticipate tomorrow. And you're willing to risk lives on that?
Commander,
no!
Peabody interrupted Eve.
He asked me. I would risk mine on the lieutenant's judgment. It's easier to say so, since in this case mine runs the same path. I wouldn't risk lives, even my own, to save the department's face. That's what we'd be doing to publicize Pauly's face now. Risking lives to save face. That's my judgment, sir.
Jack, again, if it matters,
that's my judgment as well.
Whitney glanced at McMasters.
And mine. But it still has to be sold. I'll be speaking very shortly with Officers Harrison and Cunningham. They are your men, Jonah, but the fact remains the operation and the results are Dallas's responsibility.
Yes, sir, they are, Eve agreed.
You have 30 hours. I can hold the information for 30 hours. If the suspect isn't in custody at that time, we go public. Damn the leak, Lieutenant, and get it done.
Yes, sir. Captain, my sincerest regrets. I want in. McMasters pushed to his feet. The leak will cost you at least one man. I want to take his place. There were times, Eve thought, when you had to go with the gut. With the commander's permission, we could use you. Your call. I'll have Anna take Carol and your family home. I'll drive, Rourke said, when they prepared to head to Central. With a shrug, Eve slid in and gave herself the luxury of closing her eyes. She opened them again when something landed in her lap. She lifted her eyes at the candy bar. First cake, now candy. You look like you could use a lift. It could have been worse. Her head ached, her face throbbed, and her suspect was probably having a cold brew and a good laugh. I don't know how at this very minute, but it could have been worse. There could have been locusts, she decided, and tore the wrapping off the chocolate. That would have been worse. On a happier note, I don't believe the department will be troubled by a lawsuit from the bereavement company. She bit in, savored. What did you do? Buy the place? An interesting solution, but no. It was simply pointed out that the company held the lion's share of liability, as it was their security who allowed an intruder, which I assumed was a wiser term than suspect. She took another bite, sneered a little. You got that. That they allowed the intruder access to their facilities, into a memorial for a murdered minor where several people, including police officers, were injured. I believe those in charge now understand the ramifications and the possible consequences and publicity of a countersuit. That's why you wheel the deals. It is, yes. How's my favorite face? She turned to study him. You look okay. And fond as I am of what I see in the mirror, I like your face even more. It hurts. She allowed herself a momentary sulk. I'm glad it hurts, because it reminds me I fucked up. Ah, well, it's pity party time. Go on, then. You're among friends. I should have anticipated him infiltrating the staff. Why? Rourke glanced at her, tried not to smile when he watched her scowl over the next bite of candy. From where I'm sitting, it's more trouble than it was worth, or should have been. Because he's careful. It gave him better cover. Who looks at all those black suits and sees anything but another black suit? It gave him more access, let him choose his time, which was at peak, and added to the risk of being tapped by the senior staff members and managers who know the people assigned to each suite or memorial. I'll tell you why he went that way, took an unnecessary risk, if you want my view on it. I'll take your view on it. He could get a look at his work, close up. Another pat on the back from himself to himself. Adjusting his speed, Rourke snuck through a light on the yellow. He delivers some flowers, gives her a study, and I'll wager hoped to take himself some photos that he'd look back on fondly. God damn it, that's exactly what he'd do. She dragged a hand through her hair, pulled. I missed it. Easy to see it from this side, analyzing the whys after the fact. His youth is part of it, caution and impulse, and it's most likely she's his first kill. This is his mission, and he'd be careful not to risk it. Now, he's got the makings for a nice scrapbook. Let's keep this between us, for now. I let McMasters on the team. He doesn't need to hear this. Is that wise, letting him on? I'm going to find out. She took her time getting to the conference room. She wanted everyone assembled when she arrived. She moved in briskly, walking to the front of the room, waiting while Rourke took his seat. Captain McMasters is joining this team as of now. I'll be taking individual reports and analyses. Before I do, I want the individual who shared the sketch of the suspect with Detective Cunningham and possibly others to identify himself. She didn't need a raised hand, a confession, not when she saw Officer Flang's eyes cut away. Flang, explain yourself. Lieutenant, I was just trying to help. It was getting really crowded in there, and the more eyes we had, did I or did I not give a direct order regarding this, officer, when you brought up the issue in the pre-op briefing? Yes, sir, but I have to assume, officer, that you considered yourself more capable of leading today's operation than me, that you believe your judgment superior to mine. No, sir, I just thought you thought it was acceptable to disobey a direct order from a superior officer. You're mistaken. You're on report, Officer Flang, and you are dismissed. Lieutenant, don't speak. Her order chilled the room as Flang visibly withered under her stare. Further, if one more drop, a single drop of this leak slides out of the pipe, I will see to it that you're charged with obstruction of justice. I want a list of every name with whom you shared this information on my desk inside 15 minutes. Now, I repeat, officer, you are dismissed. The room was silent as a tomb as Flang left. If anyone else believes their judgment is better than mine, or that following orders is optional, there's the door. She waited 2 beats. Let the silence hum. Now, we're going to go over every step of this clusterfuck from every angle. Then we'll outline, streamline, refine, and re-refine the op for tomorrow. Feeney, Security. Chapter 21. Well into the evening, with every possible contingency addressed, dissected, and readdressed, Eve walked through the doors of home with Rourke. Somerset, looming as usual, cocked an eyebrow. I see you've had your monthly facial, Lieutenant. Trina will be here tomorrow. Maybe she can decorpse yours. Eve scowled her way up the steps. Damn it, that was weak. His was better. His was good. Just one more thing to be pissed about. I'm surprised you have the energy to bicker. I want an hour in the whirlpool. She rolled her tense shoulders and winced as the movement sent something new throbbing. That sounds good. I've got aches making themselves known all over. Start the tub, why don't you? And we'll both have a whirl. I'm getting us both a very big glass of wine. We covered it all. She went into the bathroom to order on the water, the temperature. As the wide scoop of tub began to fill, she went over the steps and stages of tomorrow's operation. I can't think of anything we left out. It's a smaller space, more controlled, no excess civilians. As long as Mrs. Momoto holds her own, just long enough to get him inside. Better for the case if he drops the Mickey, but we can take him before that if she looks shaky. We have enough. Today's botch, he thought, had shaken her confidence, had her second-guessing. Put it aside for a bit. You'll overthink it. He came in with 2 glasses of wine, very large. The contingency op was always the better scenario. I wanted to take him today, shut him down, but... Her mouth dropped open when Rourke shed his shirt. Holy shit! I didn't know you got hit. He glanced at the mirror and the symphony of bruises along his ribs. My second favorite face avoided any violent contact, but a good deal of the rest of me feels like it's been 10 rounds with the champ, and the worse for it. It was a bloody madhouse in there. We're lucky nobody had to make use of the facilities. She stripped off her own shirt, and Rourke traced his fingertips over her bruises. Ouch! That's exactly right. After peeling off the rest of her clothes, she sank into the hot water. Oh, God! Thank you, Jesus. When we're done with this, we'll play doctor. He stepped in, cursed. Bloody hell, Eve! It's hot enough to flay the skin! She opened one eye to peer up at him. It'll feel good when you're all the way in. Jets on. Oh, Mama! He had to laugh as he slid in the wide tub beside her. Maybe losing a few layers of skin, especially the bruised and battered layers, wasn't such a bad idea. In any case, sharing a tub of hot next to bloody boiling, churning water with his wife at the end of the day, made up for quite a bit. He picked up his wine, took a long sip. I might feel next to human once I finish this. Come on, tough guy. Dublin street rat. You've had your ribs pounded before. Older now, aren't I? He closed his eyes, let the hot water beat and froth over the aches. But not softer. To prove it, she trailed her hand down his chest, found him, stroked him. Nope, not softer. His lips curved. So, you're wanting to stir up more than some hot water. Figure I owe you. She shifted positions until she straddled him, watched amusement and lust light in his eyes. How many times do you figure I've gotten you bruised or bloody since we met? I stopped counting long ago. His hands stroked down her back as she opened, took him in. Ah, there now. Better than the wine for making me forget my troubles. She took the wine from him, sipping even as she rose and fell, rose and fell. It's all for medicinal purposes. I'm an excellent patient. She brought the glass to his lips, tipped before setting it aside, before laying her lips to his. It's good, she murmured against his mouth. It's good. Slow and fluid, with the water swirling and lapping, the steam from the heat rising, they moved together. Here, with as much comfort as passion, she laid her head on his shoulder, let her body rock them both to pleasure. The crest, a long liquid shimmer, brought a quiet sigh. It's good to be home, she told him. Always. Now that we're feeling human, let's just stay in here and wallow. He wrapped his arms around her, closed his eyes again, and wallowed. Easy sex and a long soak soothed the aches. Still, he wouldn't let her dress until he'd run a wand over the bruises to help them heal and gotten another cold wrap for her face. Give me the wand, she ordered. Your bruises are worse than mine. He gave her the wand, but turned her so she could see herself in the mirror. Oh, crap! She poked at her purpling eye. Crap! Even with the wand and the cold pack, that's not going to be gone by Saturday. It won't be your first wedding with a shiner. You had one for hours. Trina will cover the worst of it. Don't remind me. Damn it, do I have to call Louise? Say anything about tomorrow? Somerset's taken care of it. It's all managed. There was a rehearsal thing. Rourke kissed her lightly. Managed. Well, hell. Now he has something else to sniff at me about. I want to check in with Baxter and Trueheart. Just make sure everything's in place at the Momotos. Do that if it helps you relax. I have a couple of things to check on myself. Then I want a meal. They retreated to opposite ends of the bedroom with pocket links. When he'd finished, Eve was sitting down, frowning into space. Problem? No, they're in. The house is secured. They'll take shifts through the night, just in case. Baxter said Mrs. Momoto and her husband are okay about it. More than okay. They want to do it. They're revved to do it. You spoke with them both yourself just a few hours ago. I know, and they agreed. They're solid. It's just I expected some nerves, more questions from them, a need for more assurances. Instead, they cooked dinner. Like with ingredients, right there in the kitchen. Baxter said they went out and bought stuff especially after I talked to them so they could make this big home-cooked meal for him and Trueheart. Appreciation lit Rourke's face. What do they have? Roast chicken. A real clucker. Mashed potatoes and gravy, green beans. The real deal, too. It must have cost them. And they had lemon meringue pie for dessert. They did all that for a couple of cops. Baxter's in love with her, by the way. She's going to open the door of her house tomorrow to a man she knows wants to kill her, intends to rape her, brutalize her, and kill her. And she baked a pie for a couple of cops. It's more surprising for you to be treated with courtesy and kindness. They made up a guest room so the one-off shift can catch some sleep. Yeah, it's more surprising. He wants to snuff that out. He wants to end the kind of person who would do that, would think of those things. And that doesn't surprise me. I was sitting here asking myself if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It makes you a good cop. And the fact that you'd ask yourself the question makes you a better one. He leaned down to kiss her bruised eye. Why don't we see if there's any roast chicken to be had around here? Deke and Charity Momoto lived in a pleasant single-family home in White Plains. The old established neighborhood had weathered the years well and benefited from the updates and influxes of wealthy young suburbanites. Big leafy trees and pretty gardens dotted a landscape where the lawns were trimmed, the sidewalks even, and the paint was fresh. "We've been here 53 years," Charity told Eve. "We wanted to put down roots when we started our family, and in a neighborhood where kids had yards to play in. My Deke's handy, so he's done a lot of fixing up over the years. A man who can fix a leaky toilet's as good as a billionaire from where I sit. Is your man handy around the house?" she asked, wagging a finger at Eve's wedding ring. She decided it was probably the first time and the last she'd actively wonder if Rourke had ever fixed a toilet. In his way. Deke built the sunroom with his own 2 hands and finished off the downstairs so we have a nice big family room. I've lost track of the times he remodeled the kitchen or one of the baths. We like to keep up. It's a very nice house, Mrs. Momoto, but Eve was more interested in the layout than new countertops. A good place to raise children, and a good place when the grands came along and the greats. We haven't said anything about all this to the family. Usually most of us know what's going on with the rest of us, so this isn't our way. I appreciate your cooperation, Mrs. Momoto. Our concerns are to keep you safe and to apprehend this man. We're going to do both today, then get out of your way. Oh, now, you haven't been in our way. Charity made waving gestures with her hands. We enjoyed having David and Troy, she added, obviously pleased to be on a first-name basis with Baxter and Trueheart. Such nice young men. Have a muffin, she invited, holding out a cloth-lined bowl to Eve. I baked them fresh this morning. Go on. You could use some meat on your bones. Thank you, Mrs. Momoto. I'd like to go over with you what we need you to do and say, where officers will be posted. Your safety is the first priority. You sit right down here. I'll get us some coffee, and we'll talk. Eve ate the muffin. Truly exceptional. Drank the coffee. Not half bad, considering how spoiled she was, and carefully went over every step of the plan. With the talk of leaky toilets and baked goods, Eve had concerns the woman didn't fully understand the risk, the seriousness. The tabletop discussion served the dual purpose of fully informing her bait and relieving Eve's mind. The woman asked the right questions, gave the right answers. However homey she appeared in her shiny kitchen with its display board crammed with children's drawings, she owned a shrewd mind and a steel spine. Do you have any other questions? Is there anything you're uncomfortable with or uneasy about? You need to stop worrying. Charity patted Eve's hand. You're a worrier, like my serenity. I can see it. Worrying gives you tension headaches and bad digestion. Mrs. Momoto, I have to ask you, aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid when I've got the police all through the house? Those soothing and exotic eyes peered out of the old face. Are you going to let him hurt me? No, ma'am. I promise you he won't hurt you. But we are asking you to open your door to a murderer. And I also have to tell you again, we could take him outside. We have enough for an arrest. But it's going to help slam dunk your case down the road if you take him inside, and after he tries to drug me. I've got a judge for a daughter, and plenty of lawyers in the family. Cops, too. I know what's what. She leaned forward. Do you know what I want, honey? I want you to take that little fucker down, and take him hard, and I want a piece of it. Eve's lips twitched at the sound of the expletive in the pretty suburban kitchen. That's what we'll do. Good. How about another muffin? No, really. Eve pushed back from the table just as McMasters came in. Sorry to interrupt. Mrs. Momoto, your husband wondered if you could give him a hand with something when you had a minute. Can't find his lucky socks. She shook her head as she got to her feet. 70 years, and he can never put his hand on them. You help yourself to that coffee. As she walked by McMasters, she patted a hand on his arm. We'll get him today, and your girl can rest easy. McMasters's face tightened as he stared at the floor. That's part of it, Eve said as she crossed to him. It's what we do. The best we can do. I need to ask you something, Jonah, and I need to hear the truth. Is getting him going to be enough? McMasters brought his gaze back to Eve's. You need to know if you can trust me. I need to know if I can trust you. I'm not in your position, but that doesn't mean I don't understand the conflict. I've thought about killing him. How easy it would be. You know I've thought of it. If you said you hadn't, I wouldn't believe you. She couldn't read his face, his eyes. He was too good a cop to show what was in his mind. I like to think you'd have weighed the satisfaction of it against the consequences, leaving your wife alone when she needs you most. There are plenty of other consequences, but they're not going to weigh real heavy for you right now. I want to kill him. I want him to suffer. I wish I could say the badge, what it stands for, what it is to me would stop me from killing him. I wish I could say knowing you'd take me down for it and I'd leave Carol alone would stop me. What will? I want him to suffer. I think I'll wake up every morning of my life and my first thought will be my girl's gone. He took a breath, slow in, slow out. I want to wake up every morning for the rest of my life with the second thought of knowing he's still paying for it. Every day, every hour for the rest of my life, I'll know that. So will my wife. I need to be here when that suffering begins. You can trust me. And if that's not enough, he reached for the weapon on his hip, offered it. You gave me the answer, she told him. Nodding, he holstered his weapon. Eve went upstairs as the Momoto men loaded up a pair of ATs for their camping trip. She, along with Feeney, watched the outside activity from the EDD setup in Deke Momoto's den. Photographs and sports paraphernalia crowded the room. An enormous recliner faced an entertainment screen flanked by shelves jammed with more photographs and countless trophies. The old man played baseball back in high school, through college and into AA. Got picked up by the Yankees, played a season. Hit .352. Intrigued, Eve gave the memorabilia a closer study. What position? Catcher. Then he bunged up his knee, and that was that. Went into teaching and coached high school ball. Moved up to principal, then to county administrator, some politicking. Worked construction most summers. Hell of a guy, Feeney added with obvious admiration. He was up here quizzing me on the equipment. Hope I'm half as sharp at his age. She turned from the shelves. Am I doing the right thing, Feeney? Letting McMasters in on this? He leaned back in his chair. Does it feel like the right thing? Yeah. Yeah, it does. Then you've got to go with it. Moving back to the screen, Eve watched the Momotos. Charity stood, hands on her hips, giving orders while her men loaded. Just another morning, from the looks of it, Eve thought. Another summer morning in the suburbs. Family calling out to one another, laughing, ribbing each other. She watched Mr. Momoto give his wife an enthusiastic hug, saw his lips move as he whispered in her ear. Is he worried? Feeney shook his head. You'd think he would be. I asked, thinking I'd give him the pep talk, but he said his Cherry can handle herself. He was proud of it, I have to say. I'm half inclined to think she'd take this bastard down without us. Maybe so. Eve laid a hand on Feeney's shoulder. Let's do it for her. There they go, she mumbled, as the last of the men piled in an AT. Charity stood, blithely waving goodbye, then turned, strolled back toward the house, pausing to stoop and pull a few weeds out of a flower bed on the way. In moments, Eve heard the sound of piano music drifting up the stairs. Nice, Feeney commented after a few bars. Nice to hear a classic, and hear it played with some style. Yeah, I guess. Eve stepped to the privacy-screened window to scan the street from another viewpoint. What is it, Beethoven or something? Kid. Feeney let out a windy sigh. I don't know where I went wrong with you. You got no culture. That's Springsteen. That's the boss. Boss of who? Feeney shook his head in disgust. Hopeless. Get out of here and send Jamie in. We're on the clock now, and besides, he can be educated about classic music. Fine. Check the eyes and ears one more time, she told him as she walked out. Let's make sure they're a go everywhere we need them. She did another walkthrough of the house, checking on the position of her men, running checks on all comms. No mistakes, she thought. Not this time. She joined Peabody in what Charity called her sitting room, just off the living area. The music's nice, Peabody commented. Yeah, so I'm told. He'll tag her first on her pocket link, so she'll be ready for him, quick to open the door. And it's a way of making sure she's alone, that the house is empty. It's the same pattern as Dina. Good neighborhood. Most of the residents at work. She set out something to drink, to eat. That's her habit, her way. He knows it. It's nearly time, Peabody added. And she just keeps playing the piano. She'd make a good cop. Eve glanced at the mini-screen that gave her a full view of the living area. She had men posted inside and out, some of them, like herself and Peabody, literally steps away from Charity Momoto. No, Eve wouldn't let him hurt her. But she needed him inside. He wouldn't hear the cage door slam down, she thought. Wouldn't know he'd walked into the trap. "We got him," Jenkinson said in her ear. "Heading east on foot, 2 blocks. Navy shirt, brown pants, ball cap, black shades. He's wearing a black backpack and carrying some flowers." Eve thought of the flowers he'd brought to Dina. "Roger that. Hold your position. All positions, hold. Teams A and B, wait until he's in the box, inside the box, then move to secondary position. Sound it off." She waited until she'd received an acknowledgement from each team leader. "Mrs. Momoto?" "Yes, dear." "He's on his way, just a couple blocks away. Are you okay?" "I'm just fine. How are you?" Eve shook her head at the woman's unshakable aplomb. "We're good. He's bringing you flowers. I want you to do everything we rehearsed, but then you're going to want to put those flowers in water. You excuse yourself and go to the kitchen." "That's when he'll drug my lemonade, won't he?" "That's likely. You stay in the kitchen. We've got you, Mrs. Momoto." "I'm sure you do. But let's get him." Her pocket link beeped. "I bet we know who that is. Don't worry. Hello?" On screen, Eve watched Charity smile at the link. She angled it, just as she'd been instructed, so Eve could see his face on the link display from her screen. "There you are, you bastard," she thought. "Keep coming. Just keep on coming."
"Hello, Denny. I was just thinking about you."
"Hi, Mrs. M. I'm running a couple minutes late. Just wanted you to know, and to make sure we're still on, that your husband and all got off okay."
"Of course we're still on. I've got us a nice pitcher of lemonade and some muffins. My men are on their way to the wilds."
She laughed easily.
"It'll be nice to have a little company before I settle into my solitude."
"Aw, you didn't have to go to all that trouble, Mrs. M. But if those are your muffins, I'm walking faster. I'll be there in 1 minute." "Yeah, come on," Eve thought, as various teams relayed his progress through her earpiece. "Come right on in, you son of a bitch."
"Well, I'll pour that lemonade," Charity said cheerfully. "See you in a minute."
Charity shut down the link, set it on top of the piano.
"How'd I do?"
"Perfect," Eve said.
"I believe I might have missed my calling," she said as she rose to pour the drinks. "I could have been a screen star."
Eve watched her eyes go fierce, saw her take a long, deep breath, before her face turned harmlessly pleasant again.
"Here we go," Charity murmured, and started toward the door.
"Turning up the walk," Feeney told her. "Hold positions. We do this by the numbers. No chatter. Wait for my go." She watched Charity open the front door, and the quick, charming grin on Darren Pauley's face. "You look real nice today, Mrs. M."
"Oh, listen to you. Come on in here. Oh, look at those daisies. Aren't they pretty?"
"I just wanted to thank you for letting me take my lesson today."
"That's the sweetest thing."
Charity sniffed at the flowers.
"Take a minute to sit down. Have some lemonade. I bet the walk made you thirsty."
"I guess it did."
"A young man like you's always hungry. You have a muffin."
"Thanks." He shrugged off his backpack, set it beside a chair before removing his cap, his shades. Charity stood where she was, smiling at him.
"How's your mama doing?"
"Oh, she's fine. I wish she didn't work so hard. Wish I could do more for her."
"I bet you're doing more than she'd ever think to ask," Charity said.
And Eve hoped she was the only one who heard the underlying ice in the tone.
"Won't she be surprised when you play for her? I don't know another boy your age who'd go to so much trouble to please his mama." I owe her everything. I bet your family feels the same about you, especially your kids. Are you sure you're going to be all right here on your own? Alone until Sunday, didn't you say? Oh, I'll be fine, and happy to have the place to myself until Deke and the boys get back Sunday. Now you have a muffin while I go put these pretty daisies in water. I won't be a minute. Okay. Charity strolled out of the room, didn't break stride even when she sent one fiercely satisfied glance in Eve's direction. As her footsteps echoed away, Darren took a small vial out of his pocket, tipped the contents into her glass. Go. All positions, go. Weapon drawn, Eve rushed the room only seconds before a half-dozen cops did the same. Hello, Darren, Eve said. She smiled as he stared at her. Hands behind your head, now, on your knees. What's this about? He obeyed, but turned his head side to side, with the perfect mix of fear and confusion on his face. My name's Denny. Denny Plimpton. I have identification. I bet you do. Darren Pauley, a.k.a. Denny Plimpton, among others, you're under arrest for murder. 2 counts. Eve gripped his wrist, yanked his arm behind his back. She looked up and into McMasters's eyes. Captain, would you read this son of a bitch his rights? McMasters cleared the rust from his voice. He looked down at the weapon in his hand, then slowly holstered it. You have the right to remain silent, he began, as he secured Darren's wrists in restraints. Thought you were playing her, didn't you, Darren? Eve hauled him to his feet. Playing an old woman. But she played you. She played you like a piano. This time, you're the mark. The frightened boy fell away, and he smiled. And when he smiled, turning his face toward McMasters, the shadow of the monster slouched behind his eyes. Maybe you'll get intent to rob, but that's all you'll get. Eve jerked him around so he faced her. Keep telling yourself that, Darren. Look what I found. Baxter held up a pair of the cutaway restraints bailiffs carried in courtrooms. There's a recorder here, too. A can of Seal-It and, He held up another vial and a small package of pills. I bet these contain illegal substances. Bag it, log it, bring it. And the contents of Mrs. Momoto's glass. Transport this thing into Central. Book him. I'll be in real soon. We'll chat. Get him out. She shoved Darren toward Jenkinson, then walked up to McMasters. You did the job. You maintained. We've got him now. You should go home. Tell your wife we've got him now. Be with her. I'd like to observe your interview. His face was like stone, pale and sharply carved. We'll let him sweat a while. You've got time to go home. Tell your wife. She needs to hear this from you. Yes, you're right. He held out his hand. Thank you, Lieutenant. Captain. He started for the door, stopped, turned. I thought about it. Even after what we talked about, I could have taken him out. Clean line, one stream. I could have done it. Now I have to think about that. Bastard did his job there, Eve murmured. Cracked the foundation of a damn good cop. I think, with some time, the foundation's gonna prove solid. He did the job, like you said, Peabody pointed out. It was good, you having him read the bastard his rights. Yeah. Contact the judge. Assure her that her mother's safe and it's done. We can contact her father, but I assume she'll want to do that herself. She turned away. All right, boys and girls, good work. Let's close it down. At Central,
Eve formally notified her commander, the PA's office, contacted Mira with a request she observe. She wrote a report. She sat, her boots on her desk, and drank a cup of coffee. Peabody tapped on the door jamb.
"He's been booked and processed, and he's been sitting in interview for an hour."
"Mm-hmm."
"Rio and the commander are here. McMasters just came in, and Mira's on her way."
"I'm up on that."
"Don't you think we ought to start working him?"
"Feeling twitchy?"
"No." "Yes. Well, Nadine's chomping to break the story."
"Not yet. Nothing yet."
"Well, we're supposed to be back, with the rehearsal. I know they're using stand-ins, but if we wrapped this, we could still—"
Eve merely turned her head, stared.
"And, we should talk about how we're going at him," Peabody decided on the spot. "And if we leave him sitting too long, he might start thinking lawyer."
"He's not going to lawyer. What name is he going to use? What address? His ID's bogus. Besides, what good did a lawyer do his mother? That's what he's thinking. Fuck lawyers, fuck all of us. He's too smart to go down. Or, if we get lucky, he'll go down a hero in his own mind."
"Well, how do we work him?" "Oh, let me guess." Peabody rolled her eyes. "I'm good cop."
No good cop. A quick, almost childish delight bloomed on Peabody's face.
"I don't have to be good. I can be bad."
"We hit hard. Getting the confession isn't the tricky part."
"It's not?"
"He'll want to confess after he understands we've got him cold. He'll want the hero badge. The tricky part? Getting him to flip on his father." She dropped her feet to the floor. "Let's do it." Eve walked into interview, dropped her file on the table, took a seat. Peabody took the chair beside her. "Record on," she said, and read in all the data, including every known alias she'd discovered. She noted the quick jump of a muscle in Darren's jaw, and knew the depth of her knowledge caught him off guard. "Legally, I'm covered, using the name on your birth records," she said conversationally. "But I like to be thorough, seeing as you've used so many names, including the two used when you murdered Dina McMasters and Carleen Robbins. So, which name do you want me to use in this interview? Your choice." "Fuck you." "For the record, would fuck be your first name or your last?" "Never mind. The courts frown on my using that sort of profanity to address interview subjects, though personally I think it fits."
"To the ground,"
Peabody agreed. "I'll stick with Darren." "We've got you cold, Darren. You're a smart guy, so you know this. Well, maybe not so smart, as you were set up and knocked down by a 90-year-old woman, one you intended to incapacitate with an illegal substance, bind, beat, rape, sodomize, and murder." "Give me a break." His sneer struck her as both young and arrogant. "She's old. I wouldn't even get wood up to do some dried-up old woman. Makes me want to puke to think about it." "The stiffy pills in your backpack would have helped with that. But you'd have gotten it up, Darren, even though I suspect you've got a twig in your pants instead of a decent bat. But it's all about the hurting for you, the torment, the fear, the pain. That's what turns sick fucks. Oh, I said fuck, like you on." "How are you going to prove that?" He leaned back in the chair, relaxed, looked around the room as if bored. "Yeah, I figured I'd lay her out. She's got a lot of valuables in that place. I was going to rob her and walk away." "I see. So with Dina and Carleen, your intention to rob just went a little too far, resulting in—" Eve opened the file, tossed the 2 file shots on the table. This time his facial muscles twitched into the smallest of smiles.
"You are a sick fuck."
Peabody shoved back her chair as she sprang to her feet. She leaned over the table until she was nose to nose with Darren. "It pisses me off we're wasting time with you, that we have to go through this routine. We've got witnesses, you asshole. We've got security recordings of you walking into Dina McMasters's house the night you killed her, of you entering the building the day you killed Carleen Robbins."
"Bullshit. That's bullshit, because I was never anywhere near those places."
"Bullshit? I'll show you bullshit. Wall screen on."
She caught herself, glanced toward Eve.
"Go ahead. You've already spoiled my surprise."
"Display image 1A, Peabody ordered.
The screen filled with the clear shot of Darren climbing the steps of the McMasters' home toward a smiling Dina. The time-stamp pulsed in the bottom corner as the recording continued with him reaching her, offering her the flowers, easing into the doorway, into the house.
"She told her friends about you, David," Eve added as he stared at the screen. "She told them all about her secret boyfriend from Columbia University, the shy guy she met in the park."
"We've got eyewitnesses who saw the meet," Peabody continued. "We've had your face for days, picking up other witnesses who saw you together."
"She kept souvenirs, like the program from the musical you took her to at the college. Your prints are on it." Eve tossed another paper from the file on the table. "We got a match once you were printed downstairs." Face blank. He nodded. "So you got lucky." "You keep thinking that, too. Now, let's discuss details." Chapter 22. Luck? Eve tipped back in her chair, meeting his smirk with one of her own. "Luck that EDD killed your virus? Or that we know what you were wearing on New Year's Eve when you lifted Darian Powders' ID? I know where you bought the shoes you're wearing, Darren, and how much you paid for them. The backpack, too, and the Columbia sweatshirt you had on when you lured Dina into the first meet in Central Park." Now she smirked, deliberately, leaning back in a way that transmitted casual derision. "I know what kind of airboard you ride, and exactly where you rode it, with Dina on a rainy afternoon in May." "That's bullshit." He didn't look afraid. Not yet, Eve thought, but he looked puzzled, and just a bit defiant.
"You keep thinking that, asshole!"
Peabody all but growled the words. It made Eve think she'd have to teach her new bad cop to tune it back. "I knew what you looked like when I set you up at the media conference, the day after you raped and strangled Carleen Robbins." "Drew, I know your name, where you were born. Oh, and the name you were using when your mother bought it in Chicago." There, Eve thought, that hit the mark. Rage boiled out of his eyes. He turned it back, quickly. She'd give him that. But she'd seen it, and the trigger she needed. "We're just smarter than you, Darren. You got lucky at the memorial, no question, but gee, looks like your luck ran out. Like your mother's did in that prosy flop in Chicago." "You're gonna want to be careful." "About what? You're nailed. You've got some skills with electronics, but they're average. You couldn't find a way to jam the cameras or the lock. You couldn't bypass the system without being inside. The virus?" She rolled her shoulders, stretched lazily. "It was a good try. Kept our E-team entertained for a while, but the fact is an E-rookie has more chops than you. But then you learn most of them from your father."
"Well, that depends," Peabody shrugged. "We're not sure if Vincent or Vance Pauley is his father. His mother let both of them have the bangs."
Right. Eve waved agreement as Darren's jaw clenched. "I wonder if your mother knew, since she fucked both of them. But hey, it could have been someone else altogether, since she was a whore."
"Shut your fucking mouth."
"Want to shut it for me, Darren? The way you shut Dina's, Carleen's, when you held a pillow over their faces after you raped them? I wonder, when you were raping them, looking at their faces, when you pounded and tore into them, did you see your mother? Is that how you got it up, Darren? Thinking about Mom and how you really wanted to fuck her?"
She didn't blink when he lurched up. His hands balled into fists as the lead of his restraints clanged against the bolt. "Want to take a shot at me? It's a pisser not to be able to fight back, isn't it? I guess you know how Dina and Carleen felt. You must be disappointed that you won't be able to watch Judge Mimoto's mother struggle, hear her scream. Or Elise Wagman," she said, and looking into his eyes, recited the names of his other targets. "We found them all," Peabody said, piling on scorn. "That's how lucky we are." "Now you won't be able to finish your sick homage to your whore of a mother." He got his hands under the table, tried to lift it, heave it, but even Peabody simply counterweighted the other side. "Frustrating, isn't it?" Eve commented. "To be helpless, to be controlled." His muscles trembled with the effort, but he pulled back, sat again. "If you've got me nailed, why are we wasting time with all this?" "That's what they pay us for. So, if you're in a hurry, why don't you lay it out for the record?" Eve prompted. "You know you want to. It has to be satisfying to brag about what you did manage to pull off. I can give you a little springboard. You've been stalking your targets for months, researching them, planning. Hell, you've been thinking about it for years. All your life, basically. I have to figure you picked Dina to start as she was the easiest. Just a kid, a shy girl, the virgin, easily dazzled by attention, excited by the idea of a secret boyfriend. You used the Columbia connection. You'd gone there, so you knew the campus, and since her friend, Jamie Lingstrom, goes there, a little field work and you could toss out some names she'd recognize, lower her defenses." He shrugged. "If you think we're going to offer you a deal, like your mother got when she was caught using and whoring 20 years ago, think again." Darren bared his teeth in a vicious smile. "You can tell McMasters his precious daughter was the whore. I've been fucking her for weeks." Eve glanced at Peabody. "Did we actually think this moron had some smarts?" "We did. He's sure proving us wrong, since we know conclusively the only way he could get his pathetic dick into Dina was to drug her, restrain her, and rape her. All you had to do with his mother was pay her." "Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything." "Enlighten me. Explain to me why the people involved in your mother's bust in New York 21 years ago are responsible for her death in Chicago 19 years ago. Help me make that leap, Darren." "It was that fucking cop who ruined her, set her up." "McMasters set her up? Planted the illegals on her, blackmailed her into having sex with him, the same as rape. Then he covers it up, says she's whoring. My mother was the best shifter on the grift there was." Eve changed her tone, put a touch of admiration into it. She had the ID skills. She could be anybody she wanted to be, take anything she wanted to take. And so what? Nobody got hurt. How about the people she swindled? How about Vincent Pauley? "Marks." He shrugged again. "They're lame enough to get taken, they get taken. Vinny? He's always been a dick, always been jealous of my father, always came in second best to him. My mother needed somewhere to stay when she was pregnant with me, and my father got railroaded into prison. She only slept with that asshole for my sake." "Is that what she told you?" "She never talked about it, any of it. What happened to her ruined her, took the life out of her before those cops set her up with the stallions in Chicago. Before they killed her." "Interesting." Eve furrowed her brow, flipped through the papers in the file on the table. "None of that's in my file. Where did you get this information?" "My father told me everything. How they tore the life out of her before they killed her. How they ripped our family apart because the cops blackmailed her into trying to get the goods on them." "So, the Chicago cops blackmailed your mother to infiltrate the stallions. McMasters set it up. She was worn out when she got out of prison, and he used that.
He had an in with that crooked judge and made her weasel for him or he'd send her back in. But she was killed in Chicago. She tried to get away, take me away, but he tracked her and set her up with the Chicago cops. He must have been pretty obsessed with her to go to all that trouble. That's the way it was. Your father gave you all this information. He had to raise me on his own because they killed her. They humiliated her, locked her away, raped her. She was beautiful, and they killed her.
And she loved you, Peabody said with a hint of sympathy. She sacrificed for you.
She lived for me. We had a good life. We didn't have to play by anyone else's rules.
Darren balled his hands into fists on the table.
She was free and beautiful. That's why McMasters wanted her, why he forced her. Then he had to cover it up. They had that bitch take me away.
Janie Robbins.
In McMasters's pocket, like the rest of them. They tried to keep me from my father, but he fought to get me back. He promised my mother he'd take care of me.
And Robbins's supervisor, the APA, the judge, the rest? His face went cold again, blank again. They were all responsible, one way or the other. So you and your father worked out how you'd avenge your mother, how you'd make those who'd hurt her pay.
Why should they get away with it? Why should they have their lives, their families? So your father, Vance, picked the order. He picked Dina as the first target, the first kill. We decided together. We're a team. We've always been a team. So he could do some of the research, the stalking on one target, while you worked another. Very efficient.
We're a team, Darren repeated.
We've always been a team.
Plus, he could go to Colorado to research the APA, while you stayed here to work Dina. How did he decide you'd plan to kill the sister there, and not the mother, for instance?
For Christ's sake! The sister's in New Jersey. It's basic geography.
He did the preliminary stalking there then, right? Until the contact.
Didn't I say we're a team? He'd start the field and e-work, gather the data, then
His face tightened.
I'm not saying anything else about my father.
Fine. Protect him like your mother did. You go down, he walks. There's déjà vu.
Only you don't go away for 1.5 years like she did.
You're going away for 2 life terms, no possibility of parole, with the extra 25 for intent on Mrs. Momoto.
Long time, Peabody commented, when you go in this young. You know, Dallas, I bet Vance has alibis set up for himself each time the kid here went on a kill. That's his pattern.
Doesn't matter. The old man's got no balls. We've got the big fish here, and he can flop and gasp on the shore alone.
If you think I'll turn on my father, you're crazy, and you'll never find him.
Couldn't care less. You're all I need, Darren. You're young, and that just makes me want to sing and dance, because that means you'll be in a cage on a rock-off planet for about 1 century. You're going to have a really, really long time to think, to figure out how you've been screwed with. You think you scare me? It was worth it, just to see McMasters standing there and his dead daughter in a box. It's better, even better, because now he knows why. He'll know why every day he sucks in air, that he killed his own daughter the day he killed my mother. I'll give you the bonus. Make him suffer even more. Walk us through what you did to Dina. His lips twitched into a smile. You were right. She was easy. It made her sick, turned her stomach into a raw, churning mass of revulsion. She'd seen it, most of it, in her head already, but now he spoke for the record, relaying every detail. Not reveling in it, Eve noted. Somehow his pragmatic step-by-step was worse than glee. He'd done what he had to do, what she believed he'd been created to do.
When he'd finished relating the murders of Dina and Carleen, his framework and intentions for murdering the others, he sat back, eyeing Eve quietly. "Is that enough for you? We're done. You'll be taken back to a cell. The court will appoint counsel for you if you don't select an attorney of your own. I don't need a lawyer. I don't need a trial. Your laws mean nothing to me. I'm young, like you said. Eventually I'll find my way out, my way back, and I'll finish what I started." "Sure you will." Eve rose. "Record off. Peabody, get someone to take Darren back to his cage." She waited until Peabody stepped out. "He set you up, Darren, this man you worship. He twisted your mind from the time you were a baby so he could cover his own actions, maybe his own guilt. He set you up like he set your mother up, his brother up. He set your mother up here in New York and again in Chicago because he wanted quick money, because he wanted her to do the work, because he is, a coward. You're a lying cunt." He spat at her with that vicious smile in place. "Why would I lie? You'll ask yourself that eventually. Vance Pauley, he's a user. You don't know shit." "More than you can imagine," she said, thinking of the first 8 years of her life. "The reason I'm telling you this is because sometime in the long, long decades you're in that concrete cage, you're going to think about it. You're going to think and wonder and maybe realize the truth. I really hope you realize the truth, because it'll make you suffer. Your father killed your mother." "You're a liar." She only shook her head. "No gain in it for me. I've closed this case, and you're finished. You'll have a long time to think about that." She turned to the door, nodded to the pair of uniforms who stepped in. "Take this worthless shit back to his cage." Eve stood where she was, pressed her hands to her face, rubbed hard as if to scrub away a film of ugly memories. She turned to McMasters when he came to the door. "I'm sorry you had to hear that." "Don't be. She was mine, and I needed to know. Everything. I needed to know. You're going after the father now." "Yes, I am." He nodded. "This is enough for me. Has to be. I'm taking a leave of absence. My wife and I need time. She asked me to apologize to you." "There's no need." His face was unbearably sad, unbearably weary. "There is, for her. Please accept." "Then I do." He nodded again. "Goodbye, Lieutenant." "Goodbye, Captain." She made a copy of the recording, gathered her files. When she walked into her office, Rourke turned from her window. "This is getting to be a habit. I didn't know you were here." "I haven't been here long. Long enough to have heard the last of that." He came to her, stroked her cheek. "Difficult for you. Hideous to hear him go step by step on what he did to that girl and to that young woman. There'll be worse. There's always worse." For a moment she felt inside her what she'd seen in McMasters' eyes. Unbearable sadness, unbearable weariness. Something like that. Like him. It makes you realize there's never a limit on cruel. "Dallas." Peabody hesitated at the door. "I just wanted to tell you I'd write this up. Mira was an observation as requested, and she'll write up her findings." "Good. Don't worry about the paperwork. Go. I've got a few things left to deal with. Do me a favor and go take care of the Louise thing. Whatever's left of the rehearsal, the rest of it." "We can be late. She'll get it." "Yeah, she will.
But there's no point. Go. If you're handling it, I don't have to feel guilty for being late. Okay. It'll be good to shake this off. Just shake all this off and do something bright. Yeah. I'll be another hour or two. She let out a long breath when Peabody's footsteps echoed away. Bright. I'm not in the mood for bright. Computer, display map of Manhattan, lower west. Why? Rourke asked, when the computer acknowledged. You weren't there for the whole thing. He gave me the old man. Gave me conspiracy to murder, conspiracy to attempted. I'm not sure he realized it. He didn't give me where the nest is, not directly, but he said he walked home. After he killed Robbins, he walked home. She rubbed the rocks of tension in the back of her neck. And the coffee. The Go Cup. Those Hots cafes are all over the place, but figuring he didn't walk from one side of the island to the other, he picked up the coffee between his nest and the scene. Probably closer to his nest, and the nest is going to be within reasonable walking distance of the loft. Rourke stepped behind her, gave her neck and shoulders a good hard rub. Then you're gonna like the data I brought you. What data? On the security system. No, try to relax for one damn minute, he ordered. Let's get a couple of these boulders out of here. I've been running various data streams on that, adding some Nadine's research team came up with, and I'd refined it to about a dozen most likelies, which I assumed you'd want to check out. That's good. Excellent. The data, she added. The shoulder rub's not so bad either. Just doing my job. There now, that's a little better. Stepping back, he took out his PPC. If we add the geographical element to the data I have, we have not a dozen, but 1. Her eyes lit with purpose. Give me that. This is my job, too. He held it out of reach. A Paradigm company in the West Village. Not an individual. Not the usual initials. Just the P, which could be why I kept missing it. It may also be because Paradigm's listed as an arm of Iris Summer Memorial. I.S. Clever. Well, you're more clever since you found it. I need to run it to make sure it's not already doing it, he told her. And there's no listing in New York for either of those companies. It's a shell within a shell. She turned, rushed out to the bullpen. Baxter! Nice job, Dallas. He gave her a wink, a salute. I love going off the roll on the upside. You're not going off the roll. Conference room, 5 minutes. Trueheart with Baxter. But she simply turned and pulled her new communicator out of her pocket as she got moving. Feeney, she said, we found the bastard's hole. Conference room, now. I want to play, Rourke told her. You've earned it. She caught herself before she grabbed him, kissed him, right in front of a corridor full of cops. Instead, she sent him a fierce grin. Get me a tube of Pepsi, will you? In under 90 minutes, Eve had the pretty brick townhouse in the West Village covered. Cops in soft clothes sat at a bistro table outside a tiny restaurant, hunched in vehicles, strolled the sidewalks. Eve bought a soy dog from a glide cart manned by Jenkinson. Some of them give tips, he said. I'm keeping the tips. I don't want to hear about it. Maybe he rabbited, LT. He handed her the dog. No reason to. The son didn't make a call, hasn't asked to yet. If he thinks about it, makes the demand, we can stall him. As far as Paulie knows, the fruit of his fucking loins is busy killing an old woman. Rourke took the second dog, strolled away with Eve. I could easily get in the place. Yeah, and that's what we'll do if he doesn't show in another hour. We've got our warrant. But since the sensors show the place is empty, I'd rather wait. She bit into the dog,
We wait until he comes back, until he's in that little gated area. Nowhere to run. Jesus, Louise's place is only a block away. I practically walked by this place a few days ago. I might have passed the bastard on the street. Rourke took her hand, laced his fingers with hers. Part of our cover, he said easily. Sure. He's not home because he's out somewhere he can be seen, where he can buy something, get a time-stamped receipt, just in case. It's always been about covering his own ass. A difficult topic for a pretty summer evening, Rourke thought, but she needed to talk it through. Why mold the boy into a killer? Maybe he didn't have to mold that much. Hell if I know. That's for Mira or someone like her. I have to figure maybe it aided him some. Maybe it was his way to turn it around, not just so he'd be a hero to Darren, but so he could believe what he was spewing. Everyone else's fault. Everyone else is to blame. Punish them. Will the reasons matter to you? No, I don't think they will. Dallas? She turned, saw Charles Monroe, groom-to-be, smiling as he hurried toward them. Shit. What in the world are you two doing around here? I left your place less than an hour ago. I thought there were major plans for the ladies tonight. There are. They should be doing something right now. What the hell, she thought. It was good cover. Just some friends running into each other on the street. This isn't your block. No, I'm out walking off some nerves. Tomorrow's it. You don't look a bit nervous to me, Rourke commented. He didn't, Eve agreed. He looked stupid with happy, just like Louise. And elegant, despite the casual shirt and pants. I take it the rehearsal went off okay? Sorry about needing stand-ins. No problem, and it went very well, as far as I could tell. He laughed a little. I want it to be perfect for her. I caught myself checking the weather forecasts every 10 minutes on my way home, and once I got there, so I got out of the house. You should come back. Come have a drink. Save me from my weather obsession. Can't. I'm on an op. And subject sighted, she said. Hold positions. Let him get inside the gate, then move in. What? Just keep talking, she said to Charles. Rourke, talk to Charles. Have you made your honeymoon plans? Rourke asked pleasantly, even as his eyes tracked over to the man who strolled down the sidewalk carrying a shopping bag. Yes, we're going to Tuscany. Don't look around, Charles. Talk to Rourke. We have a villa there for a couple of weeks. Then It was great to see you. Eve shot him a huge smile, lifting her voice as Paulie reached out for his garden gate. Wish we had more time, but we have to go. She sprinted, caught the gate Paulie left to swing shut behind him, and pressed her weapon to the back of his neck. You don't want to move. 10 armed officers surrounded the courtyard, weapons aimed. The bag Paulie held fell to the ground, shattering the contents. What's going on? What's the problem? Hands behind your back. Oh, please hesitate. Please try to run or resist. Give me an excuse. I'm cooperating. He put his hands behind his back, and Eve cuffed him. I don't want any trouble. I don't understand. Then I'll explain. She jerked him around to face her. Vance Paulie, you're under arrest for conspiracy to commit murder, 2 counts, and conspiracy with intent to murder, 1 count. You have the right to remain silent. I don't shut up. Didn't I just tell you you have the right to remain silent? She completed the revised Miranda, then kicked at the shards of glass on the ground. Bought some prime brew. I guess you planned a little celebration for your son when he got home tonight. The thing is, he won't be coming home for the rest of his life. And he flipped on you, Daddy. He went pale, and his eyes dark and angry. I don't know what you're talking about. Where is my son? I have a right to... I gave you all the rights you're going to get. Like father, like son. When push came to shove, he covered his own ass. That's bullshit. He'd never say anything against me. She smiled. Take this delusional asshole into Central. Book him on the counts charged and put him in a cage. We'll be talking soon, Vance. Real soon. She turned to Rourke and a fascinated Charles. Now, you and the e-geeks can bypass security. By the numbers, people, she called out. Records on. I want top to bottom, inside and out. Bag it, tag it, log it. Well, Charles smiled at her. This was certainly an exciting walk around the neighborhood. Making your street safer for newlyweds. I gotta go. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be there. Oh, tell Louise when you see her. Tell her I can't wait. I'll do that. She took him alone. She saw no reason to keep any of the team on the clock any longer. Carrying a large box, she went into interview. Record on, she began. This is some sort of ridiculous mistake. I haven't asked for a lawyer, yet, because I don't want to make it more complicated. Now, I demand to see my son. No, shut up and listen. Because this really isn't going to take that long, and I've got things to do. We've confiscated all your electronics, and we already have all the data you accumulated on Dina McMasters, Carlene Robbins, Charity Momoto, Elise, well, you know who they are. You kept excellent records of your research, your video documentation. Oh, just for the hell of it, we're throwing in the ID fraud charges and all that. We brought your workshop in, too. Plus, there's the illegals. It just keeps piling on, Vance. Look, you don't understand. He spread his hands, a man of perfect reason. I have to see my boy. I have to make sure he's all right. Something's wrong with him. I'm afraid he might have done something. He might have done something horrible. I've tried to take care of him, but he's been... Do you think I'm going to buy that bullshit? She let her fury go, just go, and hauled him out of the chair. You disgusting fucker. You made him, and now you let him fry, just like you let her, to save yourself. She all but threw him back into the chair. You have no idea what I'd like to do to you with my bare hands, so don't fuck with me. You made a monster out of him. You raped his mind, filled it with hate and loathing and lies. What makes people like you? Fathers like you who do that to their children. She stepped away, stared at herself in the two-way mirror. Her heart beat too fast, and her hands wanted to tremble. It was getting away from her, she thought. She couldn't let it get away from her. She lifted one hand, laid her palm on the glass. A mirror on one side, a window on the other, and she imagined Rourke's palm pressed to hers. He knew her, she reminded herself. All there was. He was there, and he'd keep being there. She could handle this. She could handle anything. Okay, she thought. I'm okay. For another moment, she stared into her own eyes. She didn't love him either. Or not enough. He was secondary to her. It was all about you. Steady again, she turned back. She protected you and didn't spare him a backward glance, and when you got over your head with the stallions, you offered her. She was secondary to you, after your own ass. She was someone to be used. That's all she was to you, a bargaining chip. That's not true. He said it slowly, his voice thickening, his eyes taking on a sheen. I loved my son's mother. You can't even say his name. You don't know which name to use. He never really had one, she added. Neither had she. They hadn't named her, so she'd remain nothing.
He told us everything. He wouldn't do that. Oh, yes, he would. Some of her fatigue came through, so she used it and angled it toward a kind of boredom. In his twisted way, he was making you a hero. She walked back, leaned down. He was bragging about you, Vance. How you taught him everything, told him everything, how you found your targets together, how you did the stalking, the research, shared that with him, how you planned it all out. And even if I didn't have all that on the record, she began pulling items out of the box. Discs with data on the 2 people he murdered, the woman he tried to kill just today, on the one he planned to kill next week, and so on their families, their habits, their work, their friends. Very thorough. She pulled out stacks of photos, visuals of same, including the ones he took of Dina and Carlene after he'd finished with them, so he could share the triumph with you. There's more. There's so much more. It's just a freaking banquet of evidence. I know an APA who's going to be shedding tears of joy. I can make a deal. He gestured with his hands like a politician, she thought, emphasizing a talking point. There's a lot you don't know. I'll give you information. Gee, that's some offer, but no thanks. I've got more than I need, and geez, it's been a long day already. Your prints are all over this stuff, all over it. He rubbed a hand over his mouth. I'm showing remorse. He pulled me into it. He's my son, and he needed my help. I raised him on my own, just him and me, and losing his mother the way we did, it marked us. I was going to talk him into turning himself in, to get help. Would that be after he killed Judge Mimoto's mother today, or maybe just 1 or 2 more? I didn't know about today, about Mimoto. I thought he was at work. He consults for Biodance. He's a data analyst. I thought he was at work. Jesus, Vance. She paused, let out a belly laugh. You're so completely screwed. You have today's hit marked on your freaking date book like a dentist appointment. I couldn't stop him. Are you just going to keep throwing this shit at the wall until something sticks? I never killed anybody. That has to mean something. I helped him, sure. Okay, I helped him set it all up, but that's all. And I'm remorseful. You can cut me a break. I never killed anybody. Yes, you did. The fatigue vanished. The boredom flipped into icy rage, and if I could, I'd charge you with the murder of Ilya Schooner, and with the kid of about 4 who died and became what you wanted him to be. The only break you'll get from me is the recommendation you be placed in a cage in another sector of Omega, so you never have contact with your son, because he'll figure it out sooner or later. I gave him a start on that today, and once he does, he'll turn his talents on you. So the break you get, Vance? You live. I want a lawyer. Subject has requested representation. Interview end. There's money, he said, as she began loading the box. I have a lot of money hidden away. Secure. I can make it worth your while if you lose that evidence. Really? My while's worth a lot. 5 million. So, if I tamper with this evidence so you get off, you'll give me $5 million? Cash. Thanks. She tapped her lapel. I guess you didn't notice my recorder. We'll add attempting to bribe a police officer to the roll. He screamed at her as she walked out, ugly invectives that were music to her ears. Walk this down to evidence. She passed the box to the uniform she had waiting. And you can take that ball of pus. He wants a lawyer. She kept walking. Rourke met her with a tube of Pepsi. God, that felt good. Now I feel good. She cracked the tube and drank deep. Now bright, Sounds right. Peabody called to check. I told her I thought you were wrapping things up. I'm to tell you Trina's waiting for you.
Shit! That was mean of you. He walked with her. You did well. You decimated him.
You were in observation?
I felt you. Where else would I be? This time she took his hand, laced her fingers with his. Palm to palm, she thought. He was there. He always would be. I know it sounds weird, but when I started to fill up with him, with my father, I felt you. I guess you could say I leaned on you. It helped me stay steady. He brought her hand to his lips. Let's you and I go find some of that bright. Epilogue. The room smelled like a garden and sounded like a flock of birds, possibly chickadees, had just taken roost. Why, she wondered, did women so often sound like songbirds when they gathered together for one of their rites? She sat, because she'd told herself it was her job to sit, in what Peabody had gleefully dubbed the bridal suite, while Trina slathered God knew what all over her face. "Stop squirming!" Trina, her hair a puzzling maze of braids and twists in screaming red, kept slathering. "When, by all that's holy, are you going to stop?" "When I'm finished. This product is going to help ease the bruising and cover it up. You could have at least tried not to get hit in the face right before the wedding." "Oh, yeah, I should have tried harder not to get caught in a human stampede, since a black eye doesn't go with my dress." "What I'm saying," Trina agreed. "It's not so bad. We got a lot of it treated last night when you finally got here." "Would you get off my ass? Murderers, 2 vicious killers behind bars." "I'll add it to your scorecard," Trina said, and snapped her gum. Peabody, her hair glossed and curled, her square-jawed face polished and painted, peered over Trina's shoulder. "You can hardly see it. Plus, it makes her skin all dewy." "Wait till I add the base." "More? I already have an inch troweled on. Why can't I—" "Quit bitching. Why don't you get her some champagne?" Trina suggested. "This can soak in while I start on Louise." She gave Eve a hard grin. "She doesn't need as much work." "Sure." Peabody strolled off in her floaty blue dress and bare feet. Mavis, in a skin-tight mini nearly as red as Trina's hair, zipped up on matching sandals with the teetering heels shaped like open hearts. "Looking flip, Dallas! Is this the most total day ever? Here, hold Bellamina a minute. I want to get bubbly for the bride." So saying, she dropped her 6-month-old daughter in Eve's lap. "Hey, Mavis, don't!" But it was too late, as Eve had an armful of chubby baby in foaming lacy pink. Blonde curls and pink ribbons danced as Bella bounced. She said, "Ah!" and grinned. "Okay." God. "Okay." "Why are you always smiling?" Eve demanded. "What do you know?" Bella squealed, gave a kind of push, and straightened her legs until she was standing, weaving and bobbing with a maniacal look in her eyes, as an ice pick of panic rammed into Eve's stomach. "What's she doing? For God's sake, somebody, do something!" "She's just trying out her legs." Efficiently, Peabody snatched the giggling baby, balanced Bella on her hip, then passed Eve a flute of champagne. Eve drank half of it down in one swallow. APA Cher Rio breezed in, sleek and cool in pale lavender. "Everything looks amazing. The flowers, the candles, the—" "Are you sure?" Louise demanded from her chair as Trina fussed and brushed. "I feel like I should pop down and just make sure everything's in place." "Believe me, it's like a fairy tale." "Oh, God, yes," she said when Mavis scooted up with another glass of champagne. "I wanted to come up, let you know the status, Dallas. Darren Pauley, against advice of counsel, waives a trial. Counsel's trying to pull a he's mentally incapable, which won't fly. That's according to Mira. He understands the difference between right and wrong, is legally competent to make decisions. He just doesn't give a rat's ass." That's paraphrasing Mira. "They don't have a prayer. He's going in and staying in." That calls for another drink. Vance Pauley wants a trial. Refused an offer of 25 for each conspiracy count consecutively. That's added on to time for the fraud and the bribery. "What the hell did you make an offer for?" "Dallas, 75 years plus, puts him in for the rest of his life. He knows it, and he's gambling. He's gonna lose. The good guys won. So?" She lifted her glass. "Oh, Nadine's on her way. She just finished a live update on the arrests. Trina, what kind of eyeshadow is that? It's gorgeous." Law and order forgotten under enhancements, Rio scrambled over to watch Trina transform the bride. Women came in, went out, in what seemed to Eve a blur of summer color. She struggled to sit stoically while she herself was transformed. Painted, buffed, fluffed, and polished. She could only feel relief when she could escape Trina's hands, shrug off the protective cape, the robe, and get dressed. "You look really mag," Peabody said, and brushed her fingers over the tissue-thin layers of Eve's dress. "It's like sunlight. The color. Summer sunlight." "My Huggy Bear's a genius," Mavis proclaimed. "I'm playing handmaid, so I've got your glitters." "Serious glitters." Peabody whistled at the long dangles of diamonds Eve fixed to her ears. "Ice really sets off the dress. Pendant, bracelets," Mavis continued. "I don't need all that stuff. Trust Leonardo. He worked out the look. See for yourself." Mavis circled her fingers so Eve turned to look in the long mirror. The dress was more female than her usual, with all the sheer layers shimmering down. But she had to admit it wasn't fussy. And the diamonds, clear and clean, probably did add something. "Fine. Good." "Total," Mavis corrected. "You need to help Louise dress now," Peabody told her. "Why? She's a big girl. She's probably been dressing herself for years." "It's tradition." Eve rolled her eyes. Okay. She walked over to where Louise stood unbelting her robe, and cocked her eyebrows at the frilly white corset and blue garter. "That'll make a statement." "It will later. Right now its job is to make the dress fit perfectly." She winced. "There's that perfect again." "Well, we'll see." Eve started to remove the dress from its hanger. "Man, there's a lot of it. No wonder you can't do it yourself." "Oh, God! I'm putting on my wedding dress!" Eve looked over sharply. "Don't start leaking. It'll do something to your face, then Trina will start up again." "I'm waterproofed." She turned her back so Eve could fasten the back of the dress. "Your grandmother's earrings?" Peabody handed Louise the delicate pearl drops. "Something old." "New, the dress. Blue, the garter." Louise put on the earrings. "And the necklace Leonardo picked from Dallas's treasure box for something borrowed." She glanced back at Eve before Peabody helped her fasten it. "Thanks." "No problem. Nearly done here. One more button. There. Jesus, there must be 24 buttons." "No, don't turn around yet. Don't look yet," Peabody ordered. "We have to attach the veil, then you can look." "You do it. I'll mess up her hair, then Trina will kill me." And Eve had to admit, The soft, loose curls were pretty and, well, perfect, she decided, when Peabody hooked the veil to the tiny sparkling tiara nestled in them. Peabody sniffled, blinked, but tears spilled out anyway. "Cut it out!" Eve ordered.
"I can't help it."
She stepped back, where she and Mavis wrapped arms around each other's waists and sniffled in accord. Louise took a deep breath, turned. "Well, holy shit." Eve stared. "I think you went a couple clicks up from perfect." Romantic, Eve thought, but almost otherworldly, with acres of white, foamy, filmy floating skirts, the sparkle of beads on the strapless bodice. The dress was a winner, no question, but the look on Louise's face outshone even that. "I look like a bride," Louise murmured. "Here." Tears trickling, Trina offered Louise her bouquet of sweetheart roses in shades of the palest pink to the deepest red, then gave Eve and Peabody their smaller rounds. "Come on, Mavis. We better get down there." Mavis scooped up the baby.
"Say bye, ballerina. You're all seriously beautiful."
She sighed and hurried out. "Ready?" Eve asked Louise. "Dallas." She held out a hand, took Eve's for a hard squeeze. "I'm so ready." The sun shone, and the quietest of breezes whispered under the music of flutes and violins. Masses of flowers sweetened the air. Peabody walked first down the white runner, forming an aisle between the seated guests, toward the arbor of white roses where Charles stood with Rourke and McNabb. Eve followed her. Her eyes met Rourke's. And there, she thought, right there, was the reason for this. The reason for the flowers and the pomp, the fuss and the formality. There was love. Only you, she remembered. She'd walked to him on a summer day once before, and he'd seen only her. He smiled at her as he had when she'd walked down a white runner to an arbor of white roses toward him.